A little smaller. All right. Okey doke. So we are back from our recess and moving on to our planning portion of our day. And let's see, we're starting off with item 4A1.
Actually, now that, since we're reconvening for the comp plan hearing, we could do another roll call and then
Oh,
proof
you
of
want
publication.
me to do the whole?
Sure,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, so we're reconvening as now for planning, and roll call, please.
Commissioner Baxter. Here. Commissioner Bernard.
Here.
Commissioner Kerner.
Here.
Commissioner Marino.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sachs. Here. Mayor Weiss.
Here.
Commissioner Woodward.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, now we can begin with item,
Yep, and just proof of publication, and then
oh,
we can.
sorry. Do we have proof of publication?
Yes, Mayor, we do.
All right, with that, do we have
Motion to receive and file proof of publication, Mr. Mayor?
we have a motion by Commissioner Bernard to receive and file. We have a second by Commissioner Marino. All in favor, all opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Okay. Do we have any quasi judicial that we need to swear in?
No, Mayor.
Okay. Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions for our agenda today?
We do not.
Okay, do we have any postponements?
No.
Okay. All right, and,
Do we
I
need to
guess-
adopt it?
what's that? You want to?
Do we do a motion to adopt?
We have a motion to adopt by Commissioner Kerner, seconded by Vice Mayor Sachs. All in favor, all opposed. That motion carries unanimously. The agenda has been adopted. And moving on to, now we can go to item 4A1.
Okay, and this first item is a county-initiated text amendment to the comprehensive plan's health and human services element. And we do have James Green, Community Services Director, available for a brief presentation.
All right, good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to share some of the work that's been taking place with the Citizens Advisory Committee on Health and Human Services. So this is a text amendment for the Health and Human Services element. This is an optional element of the comp plan. We're one of 67 counties throughout the state that has a Health and Human Services element. And we requested this update to really have the element reflect to a greater degree what's happening in the community and how we're working together with our system partners. And so the element is designed to show the county's role in providing or supporting health and human services. And it's also showing the county's relationship with other funders and system partners, and with the purpose of maximizing the limited resources that we do have as we seek to support our most vulnerable residents. And so there are no policy implications to this update. So the element was adopted in 1989 in recognition of the county's responsibilities and really providing these health and human services, and it's been updated about 10 times since then. And the Citizens Advisory Committee, which is a committee that is made up of institutional leaders who come together monthly to really look at our health and human services system of care. They are responsible for reviewing and updating the element and providing any recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners. And so when we talk about health and human services, we're really looking at physical and behavioral health and other things related to human needs. And so a system of care has everything from prevention to intervention in place for our most vulnerable populations. And And what we're looking to do is to address things like the quality of the services that are provided, to make sure that services are accessible, that they are available, that there is an accountability measure in place whereby system partners come to the Citizens Advisory Committee and they provide updates periodically, and that there's coordination that happens amongst agencies who are providing health and human services, and making sure that there are no gaps in our continuum of care. And so our attempt to create some type of graphic that represents how our health and human services system of care operates is laid out here. Here you'll see many of the domains, whether it's housing and homelessness, employment, transportation, food and hunger, health and wellness, education, safety and justice, and child care. And under each of those domains are organizations. These are major funders who typically have a comprehensive plan on how to provide those services. And so you'll see under housing and homelessness, you have the Community Services Department and the Department of Housing and Economic Development. Where Leading the Way Home is our comprehensive plan for homelessness. And then the Department of Housing and Economic Development has an action plan that is reviewed by you. So each of these organizations also have broad plans in the health and human services space. And then of the Citizens Advisory Committee, which is at the bottom, we hear from these institutional leaders to talk about quality of services, how services are accessible and what challenges we have, whether or not there are resources available, the accountability structure, which is talking to us about how we can work better together, and coordination to prevent duplication of services. And we have adopted a core set of principles, making sure that we're reducing any discrimination that may exist, that we provide services in the least restrictive environment, and that we recognize the interdependence of these services. We recognize that if you don't have employment, it's difficult to maintain housing or transportation or good health. And so what we want to do is to create a system where any needs that present to a family, they can go in and get those needs met if possible. But if there are other needs, that we have a way of connecting to each other so that we can provide those supports to our most vulnerable populations as well. And so that is kind of the North Star of what we're trying to create here in Palm Beach County with this visual and with the opportunity ecosystem that we've discussed and come up with. And so the purpose for updating the element is really to make sure that what's happening now is reflective in the element that you are approving. And so, or that you will eventually look at. And so this update incorporates things that are taking place like the Birth to 22 Alliance. The previous element did not mention that coordination that's happening with Birth to 22, or things that are happening in behavioral health and SUD space, some of the updates that have occurred there. And so we also wanted to make sure that the element is aligned with the board's strategic priorities. And so this reiteration of what we'll do will be aligned with the board's priority. And then this element also allows us to work together to understand who's kind of over or in charge of what lane, and it helps us to really look at things from a 30,000-foot view and identify gaps within the system of care and work together as system partners to fill any gaps that may present themselves. And so a lot of organizations, major foundations, when they see that communities have this level of coordination and cooperation and structure there, they're more prone to invest in health and human services and some of the things that we have going on. And so that's just another reason why we wanted to update the health and human services element. And so as we move forward in terms of operationalizing the element, it'll be designed with goals and objectives and policies that cover a variety of domains in the health and human services space. And then, of course, the Citizens Advisory Committee, which is that group of institutional leaders, will come together and review all of the information that is provided and make any recommendations to the board on things, on gaps that would typically be filled. And so for the board, when we come to you with funding recommendations for our financially assisted agencies, typically what we have done is assessed gaps within whichever domain we're presenting, and then making recommendations, and those recommendations are coming from the Citizens Advisory Committee on Health and Human Services. So the CAC also provides recommendations on how to sustain core services. So we want to make sure that we have a sustained approach to delivering some of the basic services, that we have a way of identifying emergent needs, things that we didn't necessarily couldn't predict, but now we have to come together to make sure that our most vulnerable populations are not falling through the cracks. And on an annual basis, again, we are assessing any gaps that occur within the housing system, or with employment, or with hunger, and we're making recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners on how we think we can fill those gaps. In our department, we're consistently looking at the data, we're consistently looking at other aspects, and going out to the community and assessing their needs and sharing that information to you when we bring recommendations back to the board for the financially assisted agencies. And so you can see that the public notification was properly noticed, as discussed here before, and so that's really it. If you have any questions or concerns, I'm happy to answer those, but we're seeking your approval on this text so that we can move forward.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Woodward, you're recognized.
Yes, hi, thank you. Sorry, I wasn't quite able to read the graphic. Is one of the gaps, shall we say, is any of it with elder care, like home health care or guardianships, or is there anything working towards that particular population?
So typically the way that we kind of organize things, seniors are a population that we do kind of hone in on and look at. We're looking at the services primarily because so if you're looking at services specific to what seniors need, then we work with AAA, that's Area Agency on Aging, and they have a broader and comprehensive assessment. They work with each one of the organizations that are providing services. So they work with United Way on assessing the hunger needs for seniors. They work with CareerSource on if seniors are looking to be employed, or housing and homelessness. They work with us. So AAA is the kind of the entity there. Home health aid and some of those in-home services are things that they look at. And there is a waiting list for seniors who are in need of those types of services. Typically what they would do is, once they get the call to the hotline, they'll outsource those services to the Community Services Department, our Senior and Veteran Services Division, and then we'll go in and provide the services that are needed.
Right, any other questions for Mr. Green? Well, thank you very much for your presentation. With that, we could entertain a motion.
Motion to transmit the Health and Human Services element update, Mr. Mayor.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Bernard, seconded by Vice Mayor Sacks. All in favor, all opposed, that motion carries unanimously. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next on, this is the Green Acres Interlocal Service Boundary Agreement.
Okay, and this is very much housekeeping nature item. As you'll remember, the Board of County Commissioners adopted an interlocal service boundary agreement with Green Acres the September 13th BCC hearing. Green Acres adopted it at their August 15th council meeting. Per Florida statute, an ISBA has to be referenced in the local government's comprehensive plan. So this item is to simply add to our intergovernmental coordination element that ISBA.
Okay,
quick
any
question.
questions? Oh, Commissioner Kerner.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Did the new ISBA put new area into for annexation into into the map?
So the area, it didn't add any proposed annexation area. This area is surrounded currently by, so it's unincorporated, but it's kind of bounded by Green Acres. So it's always been envisioned as an area that would annex in. So this set up the ISBA and service delivery, planning in advance of that potential annexation. But this action didn't, in and of itself, annex any lands into Green Acres.
No, I know, but for anticipated annexation, so what's the southern boundary?
Oh, yes, so we have it up there. So it's mostly a commercial shopping center there at the southeast corner of, was it Jog? Lake Worth Road and Jog Road. It's the area kind of hashed.
Okay. But how far does it extend south?
It's just a shopping center.
Is that the end of it, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just that area.
Okay, all right. Well, because it goes past Malaluka Lane, it looks like. Or no, I'm looking at the wrong thing maybe. Where are the new areas that were added to it?
It's this that we're looking.
Just this? Okay. All righty. And some of this, I think, was pushed by the landowner to actually want to go into Green Acres. All right,
Yes.
thank you. I apologize. I was trying to reorient myself to this amendment.
Sure, district. Used to be mine. All right. All right. Well, do we have, anyone else have a comment or question? If not, do we have a motion? I have a motion by Commissioner Marino. I have a second by Vice Mayor Sacks. Seeing no other comments, all in favor, all opposed, that motion also carries unanimously. Thank you. And now, moving on to 4B1.
And we'll begin with a presentation by the applicant, followed by Stephanie Gregory with the Planning Division.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again. Jeff Brophy with WGI for the record. Thank you again for hearing us. This is something you've seen before you a couple months ago that was initiated unanimously by this board. It's been brought back to you now for transmittal and hopeful movement on towards adoption early next year. So this is the Trotting Center overlay, text amendment and future land use transmittal. And just to orient everyone once again, this is the 106 acres. It's just on the west side of 441, has frontage along 441, just south of Hypoluxo Road or Heritage Farms Road. And through this process, oh my God, I think they're going to make me click every time. Through this process, we have done extensive outreach, probably more so than any project that I've worked on. I think obviously it's something that we incorporate into every part of our process in regards to working with communities, but this one has been really unique because I think in doing so, we found some new ways of looking at how development should occur, how development can occur, how reasonable and practical development can fit into existing communities. And so we appreciate all the work that's happened, number one, with staff, most importantly with the community in regards to where we've ended up in regards to the proposal, the ultimate site plan, which I'll get to in just a few slides. But we really started this about 11 months ago. We asked staff in regards to, with this being a special and unique area within the county, how we should approach this. And the first thing was go to the Heritage Farms community. And we did. And we did a presentation that was very well attended. And we had started with a certain design that you would call probably typical of what you would see in a subdivision, especially kind of in this area, more on the east side of the road. What happened over the next couple months was us working together to come up with a reasonable design density and development requirements that the community was, I will say, in agreement with ultimately, and we're happy to present to you today. But it's been just a ton of effort in regards to both working with staff, the community, throughout the last 11 months. So before you today, it is a privately proposed text amendment to create the Trotting Center overlay, which will allow for the LR2 land use of up to 2 dwelling units per acre. You'll see later that we impose a restriction on that. And also a concurrent FLUA amendment application to go to the LR2 land use designation. This was before you in September. It did receive unanimous approval from this board at Planning Commission. We came before you at the end of the month where there was unanimous approval by this board to initiate the text amendment. And we have spent the last month working on the kind of the final conditions and design criteria for the property, which allowed us to go to November 4th. The transmittal at Planning Commission, where it was approved on 11-to-1 vote. I will say that the one dissenting vote was actually in regards not specifics to the design or the actual application of the land use amendment, but the conditions as they relate to workforce housing. And we are before you here just to tell you kind of where we're going. We anticipate, if transmitted here and receive your support, to come back for zoning and adoption in early 2023. Just to go to the staff report, we understand in working with staff over the last several months that where their position lies in regards to their recommendation, but they essentially have 2 recommendations, which one of them is if you are going to transmit this, it is to transmit it with conditions of approval. We have agreed to those conditions of approval. The only one that had conversations, I will say, at Planning Commission was as it relates to the workforce housing. So that's something that we've been working on over the last, I would say, 60 to 90 days. We are in agreement in regards to the percentage of the workforce housing at 10% because of the unique nature of the location, the density, the types of housing, and the types of housing and density that the community wants to see specific to this piece of property. We are asking that 10% be allowed to be off-site in lieu of on-site. Just to give you some of the change conditions over the years, this is back in 1999. You can see where the Turnpike kind of held the line in regards to development in the west with the Melrose PUD at the LR3 land use, just on the other side of State Road 7, to begin development. This is 2002. You can see as development continues to march westward with the development of the Bellagio, Isolabella Estates, and Savannah Estates at the LR2 land use, just directly on the other side of the road. And this is as we are today. You can see, again, those LR2, LR3 land uses right up against State Road 7 with our property outlined in the red just on the west side of State Road 7. The uniqueness of the site, and I'll call it kind of this stretch along State Road 7, is that the rural tier really extends north and west. This is kind of the southernmost piece of it. And it has this unique frontage because the rural tier really is not able to be developed from a traditional subdivision standpoint anywhere along the frontage except for about 2,600 linear feet just south of Heritage Farms Road. The rest is taken up by the National Cemetery, some commercial towers, as well as some commercial land uses. So the only properties that can really have any development potential in regards to utilizing the infrastructure within State Road 7 for roadways, for utilities, is this 2,600 linear foot stretch just on the southern edge of the rural tier. This overlay it relates to the 106 acres, as you see outlined in the red. And what we did was, in order to preserve the kind of the unique, I guess, character of the Heritage Farms area, was to propose conditions of approval that would limit the type of development that could happen in regards to location, density, and most importantly, I won't say most importantly, but very unique to this application was the type of development, how there was going to be a gradient of densities of different housing or lot types and sizes, as well as the type of landscape that would be proposed. So we do have a minimum requirement to be 100 acres. There must be access and frontage on State Road 7 only. In regards to this specific request, we are limiting ourselves, even though the land use is up to 2 dwelling units per acre. We sit at 166 units, which is approximately 1.6 dwelling units to the acre. And so what we have is this kind of transitional density and development from what you see in a typical subdivision on the east side of the road to what would be allowed, again, within this small corridor along State Road 7, which would then transition into some of the larger lots within Heritage Farms. And where did we start? Well, we started with quite a few plans that we went through, a number of which had certain features that the community liked. Ultimately, we ended on one that, again, had a gradient of densities. So in the back, to the west, we have larger 3-acre lots, which transition to half-acre lots, which transition to your more typical larger single-family homes as you approach State Road 7. Access would solely be off of State Road 7 with no access to Park Lane to our west. In addition to this includes substantially larger buffers than what is required. All of our perimeter buffers must be 100% native plantings. We also have additional plantings inside into the interior of the development, and there's special requirements in regards to how that is designed and the type of landscape that we can utilize within that development as well. So it's been a really collaborative process in regards to putting together those design requirements, I think a lot of which will end up in the zoning resolution when it comes back to you. With that, that concludes my portion of the presentation. Happy to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions for Mr. Brophy? I don't see any, sir. Well, now, staff, Stephanie? Oh, sorry. Commissioner Baxter.
Hi, how are you?
Good afternoon.
So I did notice up there you had put for off-site, correct?
That's correct, yes.
So that is your goal, you want to be able to build the workforce housing off-site?
That's correct. We would have a 17-unit requirement for off-site, yes.
So I do understand that today is just for transmittal, but
That's correct.
You are also saying that you want to put smaller lot sizes towards the front of the community. And just, as a matter of question, what does that look like then if we would like larger lots?
So that's something that we would be working through the zoning application. It's been submitted, it's under review from a master plan standpoint, but there's been no specific plans in regards to what ultimately those lot sizes would end up being. So that's something that we would work on between now and adoption.
Commissioner Kerner.
Thank you, Mayor. What's the size of the smallest lots?
70 by 125. So they are single family. So yeah,
Not zero lot line?
no zero lot lines. No.
And how many homes are allowed to be built on the 166-acre site now?
It is 1 unit per 10 acres.
So do the math for me.
So it's about 11 units.
11 units. And it's in the rural tier, you're asking to go to 166 units?
166 units to stay in the rural tier in lieu of, again, which was the purpose of the conditions of approval.
If the
and design.
10%, if the 10% workforce housing requirement was required to be built on site, I know you don't want to hear that, but just hear me out. Would that 10% be in addition to the 166?
So if it was a requirement, if in a typical, I don't want to speak for staff, but in a typical development, if 10% of the units are required to be workforce housing, it would be included in your the total of what
Okay,
you're
so
proposing.
And what's, again, do the math for me, what's 10% of, so it's 16 workforce housing units would be required to be built
I
off-site?
believe staff has put 17 in the
Okay,
conditions of
17.
approval.
So is it fair to say that by requiring it off-site, you're getting an additional 17 market rate homes to be built and sold?
That is typical under how the code operates now. That's to include them off-site, yes.
So is,
Or in lieu of that, you increase the yield on site, right? That's the trade-off.
so in what instance would you want to build it on-site?
Well, I think what you see a lot of them building now is at densities that can support the type of housing, whether it's for sale or for rental, which typically is, I'll just say your townhouse and above. We haven't seen a lot of for sale. The ones that we have seen, you're gonna be probably in the townhouse type of housing type. You don't see it within single-family homes. So it's townhouse to kind of the rental market is what you're seeing.
And let me ask staff, is it true that if a developer or an applicant puts the workforce housing on site, that they get a bonus of sorts to accommodate that increased density so that they don't lose the market rate spaces?
So typically, and I'll focus on when there's an actual future land use amendment. So staff will consistently recommend that, so if it's single-family development, at 10% on-site of the total unit. So we're not, when it's for a FLUA amendment, we're not saying those 10% obligation is like added on to the total figure. We would say of the total, 10% on-site. When it's a townhome development, it's 20%, and multifamily, that figure is 25%.
Is it fair to say that an applicant derives a larger benefit from having it off-site because they get that same amount in addition to to market
Right, so
rate?
in this case, the 17-unit obligation, if off-site, then that's 17 units on-site that would be at the market rate, as opposed to the restricted workforce price.
Does the 10% recommendation for workforce housing look at the underlying land use at all?
No, the percentages that, I've been workshop with the board, those were based on the development type, not the actual future land use designation.
I think it's a discussion that the board needs to have, and probably pretty quickly, because when you go into, and we had this conversation last time, so it should not surprise you that I'm going to beat up on you a little bit, Scott. When you go into a parcel of land that has an underlying 1 unit per 10 acres, 11 homes are allowed to be built on this, and then they go to 166. There's a massive, massive windfall to that property owner, and I don't begrudge that. I support it. I'm happy. That's America. But that's our only opportunity to derive that value from the landowner who went into that transaction and went into owning that property knowing that it was in the rural tier and that it didn't have much land use capability on it. It only had 11 homes. So I think it's something we need to talk about. I know now is not the time, but maybe after public comment.
All right, I don't see any other lights lit. Ms. Gregory, you now have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Stephanie Gregory with the Planning Division. So the board last heard this item in September for the initiation of the text amendment. So the item before you today is the second phase of the request, which has 2 components. The first is a future land use amendment from RR10 to LR2 on the 105-acre site. The second component of the request includes a text amendment to create an overlay which establishes a transitional density option of up to 2 units per acre. Development in the overlay would be subject to additional criteria, including specified location boundaries and acreage requirements that are applicable to the subject site only. The text requires that the concurrent site plan demonstrate access onto State Road 7 only, provide a transition in lot size from the smallest located towards State Road 7 to the largest located along the western property line, and also to provide expanded buffers of 30 to 50 feet. The design features proposed by the applicant were the result of many meetings and negotiations between the applicant and nearby residents, so we did want to publicly acknowledge that effort. In a broader context, the text amendment request proposes site-specific changes to the rural tier of the county's management growth tier system. The tier system, which was created in 1999 to recognize the diverse geographic regions and lifestyles in the county by establishing tiers that have common densities and intensities. So for a very brief overview of the tier system, the Glades tier is the largest in land area and is generally located west of 20 Mile Bend and includes the Glades communities around Lake Okeechobee. And the goal of this tier is to preserve, enhance, and support large-scale agricultural production. The urban-suburban tier is expected to accommodate the bulk of the county's population, about 90%, as well as its needs for employment, goods and services, and recreation. This tier is where higher densities and intensities exist and where redevelopment and infill development is occurring. The agricultural reserve tier, which we will discuss more later, was created to encourage the preservation of agriculture through the promotion of sustainable development with limited development options. And then finally, the rural and exurban tiers support large lot residential development with limited commercial, providing an alternative style of development and lifestyle to the urban-suburban tier. The subject site is located within the rural tier, and the comprehensive plan recognizes that this tier is experiencing development pressures. There are policies in the plan to protect and enhance these areas by supporting the continuation of rural residential, agricultural, and equestrian uses. One of these strategies is to limit higher densities by establishing 1 unit per 5 acres, RR5, as the maximum allowable density in the tier. The comprehensive plan also accommodates special planning areas as needed for specific areas such as Minto West and Indian Trails Grove amendments, which were adopted in 2014. Both of those sites were the subject of a multi-year sector planning process for the Central Western communities to provide guidance for future development and address land use imbalances while providing for the preservation of agriculture and open space consistent with the goal of the tier. These past planning effort provided a significant basis to justify an increased density of 0.8 and 1.2 units per acre on those parcels. This pocket of the rural tier where the site is located consists of the Homeland and Heritage Farms unrecorded subdivisions. The site is located within the southern portion of Heritage Farms, which is outlined in red, and is an established rural area with a predominantly 1 unit per 10 acres for future land use and supports various residential, equestrian, utility, and agricultural uses. There are also limited commercial future land uses consisting of 3 parcels totaling 12 acres. So staff's assessment is that the amendment is inconsistent with the goal of the tier, which is to enhance rural settlements and to protect and support agricultural and equestrian uses. The amendment proposes the introduction of an urban land use in an established rural area by exceeding the maximum allowable density of the tier. Although the proposed text amendment provides design features to minimize the impact to adjacent residential parcels, the site-specific text amendment proposes changes which impact how density and thus lifestyle choice is demarcated between tiers. In addition, overlays within the comprehensive plan are intended to address a unique geographic area that warrants specific planning strategies. And so staff is concerned with the increased interest in site-specific overlay requests, which do not provide a comprehensive strategic planning objective and provides exemptions to density limitations within the subject tier. In addition, since the adoption of the 1989 comp plan, there have been a few land use amendments proposed in Heritage Farms over the years. As you can see from this chart, staff has consistently recommended denial of requests for urban densities and commercial future land use designations due to concerns of urban encroachment into this rural area. The only staff amendment recommended was for a county-initiated amendment to RR5 for 11 acres within Heritage Farms in order to reflect the existing development pattern. Therefore, staff is recommending denial. However, should the board choose to approve the request, there are 3 proposed conditions of approval. The first would be to limit the site to 166 units. The second is to require 10% of the 166 units as workforce housing built on site. And finally, to require the concurrent zoning and FLUA adoption to be considered on the same day. Earlier this month, the Planning Commission voted 11-1 to recommend approval with modifications, and the modification included condition 2 to remove the staff proposed on-site workforce housing units and to allow the units to be off-site for sale or to utilize the in lieu option. And this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff? Commissioner Marino?
Just to clarify one thing, and this goes back to what Commissioner Kerner was asking. With the 166 on-site, 10% of those are to include workforce housing?
Correct. So 17 of the 166 units, based on staff's recommendation.
Okay. But what they're proposing is 166 on-site and then 17 off-site. So they're getting a bonus. Not only that, they're getting a bonus of 17 units.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. That's what you were getting at? Okay, thank you. Oh, but wait, do you want to chime in? Thank you.
I have a question for staff. So I'm curious, as somebody who lives in the urban area, you mentioned introducing urban land uses. I'd be curious, what does that mean?
So the LR2 designation that they're requesting is a future land use designation only currently allowed within the urban suburban tier.
But that's not an urban land use per se. I mean,
More suburban, yes.
much more suburban, right? Because, I mean, I know where I live, normal lots, city lots are 50 feet wide, right? So, just saying, I mean.
Totally agree with you, Mayor, but there is a definition in the comprehensive plan that says urban residential land uses are 2 units per acre and higher. That's a definition we're saddled with. That is a policy that we've made for ourselves. So I agree with you textbook-wise. It's not really an urban, like when we think of an urban living, 10, 12, 15 units per acre as a single family detached. But it is nevertheless what we have established for ourselves as being an urban density.
So maybe it's time to review that as well.
I
mean,
wouldn't
the
argue
world
with
has
that.
changed.
I just wanted to put that
That's
there.
probably pre-internet, isn't it?
Yes, it's been around for a long time.
Okay, all right. Very good. Okay, seeing no other questions for staff, Commissioner Baxter, you are recognized.
Just to clarify, so there's no tiers in between? What they're proposing to go from 10 acres per 1 unit to, what would be in between the two?
Density-wise, LR1 is allowed in urban suburban tier, and then you can go up to RR5, which is 1 unit per 5 acres in the rural tier. So those are the differences.
Thank you.
All right. Okey doke. So we have in front of us a request. This would be we have some cards. Oh, we have a bunch
We
of
have
cards.
several comment
Okay.
cards. Brian Seymour, Walt, I'm going to butcher your last name, I apologize. Stracuzzi, Melissa Maynard, Richard Moyrod, Lorna Wallach, and Drew Martin.
You got my last name right. For the record, Brian Seymour Gunster. I'm here on behalf of Cypress Polo, which is owner of 40 acres immediately adjacent to the Trotting Center property. And I appreciate that Jeff went through that lengthy list of all the meetings that were had over the last year or so, but what was left out of that was the neighbors who are immediately adjacent, which is my client, and then the Yee family owns property as well. When you look at these properties that are immediately adjacent, that were left out, they're almost identical in size, in scope, in access when you put them together to State Road 7. And so in the last couple of months, probably 3 months or so since we started into this process, I've had several discussions with Mr. Brophy and with Mr. Backman. And basically the position we've got is we only want to be treated the same. If they're going to put those homes immediately adjacent to these properties should be allowed to do exactly the same thing. You still have a significant buffer before you get to Heritage Farms Road. You still have the transitions that were all talked about. All of that happens. But during this whole discussion of how this should look, the people immediately next door were not included in the initial set. There have been discussions now, and all we're asking at this point, we're not objecting today, But we are asking that we be given the same opportunity. We have an application pending that's been pending by our contract purchaser. And then basically the same rules to apply to these same types of properties, also with the same configurations, the same access, all the things that Jeff talked about apply to those properties as well. And so if we can't figure that out between today and adoption, we may have to come back and object for reasons that we could talk about then. But our goal here is to come together and have that opportunity. So we're not asking you not to transmit this today, but we are asking for some direction that we be included in these discussions and given the opportunity to potentially be included in the overlay or something very similar to it at the same time. Thank you.
I have a question for Mr. Seymour.
You have a question, Mr. Seymour?
Brian, when you talk about being treated the same, are you referencing entitlements on other parcels of land in the future?
So basically, the two properties that are immediately to the north, so if you look at the red outline on the top, those two properties that bound it from State Road 7, well, you can't look at it now.
We're done.
Why, you'd much rather look at that than me. So from State Road 7 back to the left side as you go towards the west, you have that red line. Yeah, those two properties, and they basically equate to about 100 acres. They have the ability to access State Road 7, all the things that Jeff talked about. So what we're saying is what the Trotting Center's overlay looks like to extend that boundary instead of at the north end of their property to include these two properties as well. And it would have the exact same rules that the Trotting Center is being asked for.
Right, which we can't adjudicate now, and the board can't make an agreement that would be binding, right?
Not today.
Not today.
Just to be investigated, to discuss. We'd like to discuss with staff. We'd like to discuss it further with the applicant so that we can investigate it. But we do think that there is a way to do that when it comes back for adoption. I can go through that with your lawyers if need be, including a pending application that we have for those two properties.
So you'd like to link the properties to this property?
Effectively.
And we have a new commissioner in District 6, and I'm going to, of course, show her the immense deference as I did to Commissioner McKinley. But this is in the rural tier, so if you can tell me where you think the equitable line of demarcation is that this creeping of density in the rural tier should stop, I'd like to know at what point.
So I think Jeff actually made the point in exactly the way that it should be made, which is this actually, particularly because of the State Road 7 access requirement, this is it. Because there really aren't other properties. The piece immediately north of us is largely wetlands. And then when you go north of that on State Road 7, you have the cemetery, which is owned by the United States government, which will never be developed for so many reasons. And so this becomes the logical line because it's actually the last place you could do that. And again, you're also then still south of Heritage Farms Road, so you still have that road that actually creates, when you go north of that, the differential. So there is a logical sort of existing physical boundary as well with Heritage Farms Road there. And again, it's to be, we've had this for a couple of months, so that's what we want to be able to get through.
What about the lands west of the National Cemetery?
Well, those are all north of Heritage Farms Road once you get there, and none of those have access to State Road 7. So when you create that differential, you now have something, I can't remember how wide, I think State Road 7 is 6 lanes, Mo? I think it's 6 lanes there, which is very different than Heritage Farms Road access on a 2-lane road. And so that's where you get into a very different dynamic once you get north of Heritage Farms Road and they can't access State Road 7.
All right, thank you.
My name is Walt Strokowski, and my comments should be designated for proposal 4D4.
Then why don't you wait and I'll call your card back up for
Okay,
4D4.
thank you.
It has 4B1 on here.
I see, okay.
Thank you.
What were his comments in reference to?
4B4.
4D4.
4D.
Okay. Melissa? Followed by Richard Moirad?
So good morning, and it's a pleasure to meet you again. You're our new commissioner, and also you as well. I live exactly 118 steps from this proposed development, and I have to tell you, the last gentleman that just came to the podium, I've met with his clients once or twice regarding the property just north of this, and what they're proposing is not even close to what is being proposed by the Trotting Center. So I resent this in every aspect. But right now and for today, I want to talk about the Trotting Center. And I want to talk about the timeline and how long we've worked with these people. We've worked with them for over 9 months. And their initial proposal was 488 homes. That was 46 times the amount of homes that would be allowed. Over 9 months, we have had 3 community meetings. We have met with the developer, county staff, county commission, more than a dozen times. And in fact, last night we had a Zoom call to finalize the details. We have worked really, really hard with this developer and our community to kind of find a compromise so that it works for everybody. So again, I will reiterate, I haven't met these people but once or twice, and they're not even coming close to what's been brought to the table here today. So I resent that. So what the Trotting Center has done is they've reduced the amount of units to 166. They have a gradient lot size that would be more compatible with our community. My husband and I have a native nursery. We have 11 acres, and again, we're 118 steps from this proposed development. So there'd be 3-acre lots to the west that would be increasing to the east. We've increased the landscape buffers, wildlife corridors to 50 feet using 45 different species of native plants. We've even included a bird island and a sanctuary inside. We have used low light pollution lighting inside, 70% natives inside, everything environmentally sound. Not only that, but agricultural uses, which are more compatible with our community in the rural tier. That's huge. This is not your standard PUD. Also limiting pesticide use, limiting lawn service use and the equipment use, allowing rooftop solar, allowing electric plug-in cars. This is more compatible to the rural tier and where we are than across 441. We've worked really long and hard to get where we are today. My husband and I are not benefiting from this in any monetary value. We love it here. I've been here for 17 years. He's been here for 41 years. And we've worked really, really hard to get here. So this is considered a hybrid development. It works. I wish the county would look at it more when they're proposing these developments. The only thing is we are adamant about keeping the 166 density. Please don't include that and raise that. 166 was a tough number to come to. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
You recognize, sir.
Richard Murd, 7667 Park Lane Road, Lake Worth, Florida, in Heritage Farms. I've been there 41 years operating a native nursery. The history. You don't know, Heritage Farms was developed as an equestrian community in 1958 with 10-acre lots for horse people. The smaller lots were for the caretakers. They actually had workforce housing back then. Recently, it was included in the comp plan as rural tier, 1 unit and 10 acres. The Board of County Commissioners has been changing the comp plan. I've been told by you all it's fluid. You can change it at any time, do anything you want. We did not ask for this, but we were told that there's pressure from developers, if I can keep your attention here, and that it's moving westward and that you will be allowing development into our area. So after 8 months, we worked with these developers. As Melissa said, we came up with a great product. The overlay of Heritage Farms, not the Trotting Center, was supposed to be carried along with this. Overlay would reinforce our rural tier designation, 1 unit, 10 acres. maybe 1 in 5, if the staff could figure that out and make that work. Anything else must now stop. We have absorbed your overflow of development. Now it will stop. And the overlay for Heritage Farms will be followed through. It has been delayed until next year. It was supposed to run concurrently with this development because it was a condition of it. So you will now your staff will pursue the overlay for Heritage Farms, and it will be now done. We have absorbed enough. Thank you very much. And please read the staff report again and understand what they're saying.
Lorna Wallach, followed by our final card, Drew Martin.
I wish to save my
You had a-
comments when
excuse
we
me.
get to the Ag
Excuse me.
Reserve. Sorry.
Do you have a question?
Go ahead. I said, I'd like to save my comments when we get to the Ag Reserve. I filled out some other cards too, so I just want to condense into one when we get to that point. Okay? Thank you.
Do you have a question for the other speaker?
That's what I thought.
Drew Martin, again, I'm here on behalf of the Loxodge Group of the Sierra Club. I really appreciate the fact that previous two speakers spent a lot of time working with the developer. And, you know, they came up with a really good plan. However, you know, I still support staff's recommendation. And the reason I do that, which is denial, and the reason I do that is because I really think that the people out there are really being pressured to acquiesce, and I don't think that's really right. You know, we spend a lot of time talking about the rights of property owners, but it's always the right of the developer, but never the right of the people who actually live in a place. We don't consider them having any rights at all. But I mean, I went out to Heritage Farms and I met with the people there, and I'm particularly concerned about the gentleman from Gunster getting him saying, if you approve this, then you got to give us the same rights. You know, that really opens that up. And if you go out to Heritage Farms and you look at that, you'll see they have a really unique living environment. People spend a lot of money to live in a place that was rural. I really think that when people spend a lot of money to live in a place that's rural, they ought to be entitled to have that. And they shouldn't be pressured, you know, and I realized that they were willing to work with him, but they did it because they were under extreme pressure, and staff is basically saying, if you don't work with these developers, then you're going to get a lot worse. And I don't think that's right. I don't think people should have to be pressured. And I've been out there and I've sat there with the homeowners there and listened to these different proposals. The reality is the owner of that property has 1 in 10. Staff said he could go, or she, whoever the owner is, could go 1 in 5. So they have value in their property. Why do the people who live out there have to be pressured to change their zoning from rural to urban, suburban? It's not, that's one of the few places left in the county where people really have a really nice open space, dark skies. It's a really pleasant area. So while I appreciate that they've come up with something really unique, that could be, you know, they've done a nice job, that unfortunately, once the gentleman from Gunster got up and said that, he said, if you let them do that, now I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to ask for the same thing. And that's really a dangerous line in the sand, because you are basically saying you're going to let those other properties be developed at the same density. So I would be very concerned about voting yes on this.
We don't have any other cards. Commissioner Baxter, you recognize.
Hi, a few things. I do agree keeping the area rural would be best. Going from 10 to 1 all the way down to even 166, I don't know that I'm fully on board with that. So thank you, Mayor. I would like to move to transmit this, but with slightly different conditions than staff has recommended. I do want to put the maximum of 166 on there. I'll stick with that number for now, but I would like to have the workforce housing off-site and not included on-site, just because I think once you start doing that, it's going to make it less, it will fit in the area less, right? We already have 10-acre parcels. I just can't see then adding townhomes or condos for on-site workforce housing. And then lastly, there was one more. No, it was regarding the acreage. In a perfect world, I'd like to see them at least an acre, but as it was presented, it was like 3 acres down to less, which is okay too. So if we could come up with just a unit number in the future that better fits the area, so we're not putting a whole bunch of homes. So that's in regards to this. And I will note that Mr. Seymour was talking about matching. So if we are going to match, make sure we have the same buffer requirements, make sure we have the same everything so that they are exact, and it might also help with not just rezoning for one particular owner in one particular area.
Right, we have a motion by Commissioner Baxter. Do we have a second? Commissioner Marino has seconded that motion. I just want to make sure staff understood the motion. We're good? Okay. All right. Is there any further discussion on this item?
Mayor?
Yes.
Can I get clarity on the last segment of the motion regarding the acreage?
I don't think there was a specific request on the acreage, if I'm.
No, I think for now we'll leave it, like I was saying, at the 166, but just to be able to discuss that further going forward.
So it was direction to staff to have a discussion about it.
So if I may, Mayor, it would be the conditions of approval up on the screen with the exception of the on-site would say off-site. I believe that's, okay, thank you.
Yep. It looks good. All right. I think we're all clear on this. All those in favor?
We have a second.
Yeah, we had a second. Yep, Commissioner Marino seconded. Okay, thank you. All right. All those in favor? All those opposed?
Opposed.
We have, that'll be 6 to 1. Yes, sir.
Not related to the item specifically, but just wanted to follow up on Commissioner Kerner's comments and then some of the board discussion. Sorry, go ahead, Mayor.
It's okay. Can I finish the?
Absolutely.
Okay. So it was, I guess we have a 6 to 1. So it was 6 to 1 with Vice Mayor Sachs opposed. All right. Good? Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
That's okay. Just wanted to follow up. We have a workshop scheduled with the board in the end of January relating to discussions and previous direction on discussions of density and workforce housing provisions. So some of the very points that you were bringing up during discussion on this item, we'll be back to you to discuss in a lot more detail and take any direction you have in January.
All right. Moving along. Next is item 4B2, Crestwood PUD and text amendment.
And again, we'll begin with a presentation by the applicant, followed by Bryce Van Horn with the Planning Division.
Good afternoon, Mayor, County Commissioners. Ken Toom with Urban Design Studio. My address is 610 Clematis Street, West Palm Beach. I've been sworn in. What's in front of you today is the Crestwind property, which is under contract by Coulter. It's also known as a Fleming property. It's just east of Arden on State Road 80 on Southern Boulevard on the north side. The request that's in front of you today is a request to change the land use to 2 dwelling units an acre, which will ultimately allow for Coulter to build one of their communities called a Crestwind community, which is an age-restricted community that Coulter builds up and down the East Coast. In fact, there's an existing Crestwood today in the city of Westlake. I have about 10 slides to go over and 2 conditions of approval to discuss with you. So very quickly, the site here identified on the screen in front of you in red is 446 acres. It is immediately east of the Arden parcel. It's directly adjacent to the Arden parcel. The future land use request today is to go to 2 dwelling units per acre, and also to modify GAPO, which is a Glades Area Protection Overlay, to allow it to expand further to the east to be inclusive of this property. This is what allowed for the development of Arden. And then also there are a series of maps that need to be revised to make it consistent. You had heard this previously almost a year ago, and you agreed to initiate the recommendation for initiation. And if you look on the screen in front of you, there's 2 phases. We're in the second phase. The first phase, though, planning, your staff recommended approval for initiation. Planning Commission a year ago also voted unanimously to initiate the change to GAPO. And then the Board of County Commissioners, after much discussion, agreed to initiate the application also. One of those discussion items was workforce housing, which we'll get to towards the end of this presentation. We currently are sitting here at phase 2. It's November 4th, 2022. Excuse me, on November 4th, 2022, we had the Planning Commission again vote in favor of this with an amended conditions of approval. And here we are, November 28th, requesting your transmittal. Now, this process is the beginning of a process. It goes from here, then it goes to Tallahassee, then it comes back. At that time, when we come back, and hopefully February, March of next year, you will have in front of you a concurrent zoning application, so you'll see the overall project, and then you'll see, and then that'll also give us some time to work out details between now and that February date. But as a condition of approval, we are including the overall application. So the couple map series that need to be updated, identified on the screen in purple is the existing Glades Area Protection Overlay. You'll see the Lion Country Safari Overlay immediately to the right. Our request is to allow for the amendment to include this property known as the Fleming property. And then the next slide shows the request to be consistent with Arden. Arden identified on the screen is yellow. Our request is to make it 2 dwelling units per acre, consistent with what Arden is approved. We're also, as part of a condition of approval, you'll see that it will be capped at a maximum of 2 dwelling units per acre. There'll be no bonus density above that. So a little bit of history and the development pattern in the area. Things have changed over the years, just what you heard a few minutes ago. Things have changed over time. First thing, the State College and a Publix has been constructed out in the western part along State Road 7. Arden, one of my favorite projects, has been successful. If you haven't had the opportunity to go out in Arden, it's a really neat, unique place. And immediately to the east of that is the project that we're proposing. This site has been part of the planning studies in Palm Beach County for most of my career. In 2005, it was part of the sector plan. The sector plan with this parcel and the parcel immediately adjacent, which is called the Leonard property, was part of the sector plan. It was approved for, not approved for, but it was planned for 943,000 square feet of employment center. Over the course of time, that sector plan, of course, was rescinded in 2007, but it was approved for intended to be allowed for 943,000 square feet of employment center. And then at the rescinding of the sector plan, it was actually said that maybe it should be residential. So residential was applied at that time, or potentially applied at that time. So this project has always been part of the plan for development in Palm Beach County, or part of the planning process. So a little bit about the site itself. The site is 446 acres. Land use is 2 dwelling units per acre. The maximum unit count is 892. Though Mr. Morton and Mr. Sapo are here from Coulter, they would like me to be able to tell them that we're going to be able to get 892 units, but the property doesn't allow for 892 units to fit. The zoning application will come in at less density. On the west side of the property, there's a huge Florida Power and Light transmission line. And then also, as part of this application, we're dedicating 200 feet for the future right-of-way for Okeechobee Boulevard. And then to the north of that is another 100 feet that becomes unusable because of the dedication of that right-of-way to Okeechobee Boulevard, and I'll explain that in a second. Most importantly, though, it will be an age-restricted community. Age-restricted, if you're 54, 55 plus, you get the opportunity to live in an age-restricted community. Coulter's program is called Crestwood. It becomes the cruise ship. Their clubhouse becomes the cruise ship for active adults living in here. There's a significant amount of things, including fitness center, art studios, lots of pickleball, which I've never played pickleball before, outdoor events areas. A lot of different things will be part of this. I know some of you had the opportunity to tour it. It's a pretty unique place. So this will be age restricted. Age restricted means a couple important things. It means there'll be less traffic coming off at peak hours. It'll be a decrease in traffic at the peak hours. Obviously, everyone still drives, but there'll be less traffic at the peak hours. There's actually less impact on services. It's counterintuitive, but when you think about it, there's not a lot of impact. Obviously, there's no impact on schools, as no children are allowed. And then the use of services is actually less in the age-restricted communities. So a couple benefits on the screen in front of you, or excuse me, these are the conditions of approval on the screen in front of you. We are in agreement with staff on of 3 of the 5 conditions. We have 2 proposed modifications. Those proposed modifications, one has to do with, guess what, workforce housing, and the other one has to do with a trail on the north side of the property. So first on workforce housing, I'm going to walk you through this in detail. Staff has requested that we provide 10% workforce housing on site. Coulter has no issue with providing 10% workforce housing, but they want to be able to do it off-site. This is an age-restricted community, and we believe strongly that it doesn't make sense to have a pod of workforce housing as part of this project. We'd rather take those units to other places. So, for example, ultimately, if Mr. Sapo gets 850 units, 87 units. Or 87, if he gets 87 units, 87 of those units could be built somewhere else in the county, or if they're apartments, they could be multiplied by 1.5, whatever that math adds up to. Let's say it's 125, would be built over throughout the other areas of the county. Now, Coulter has been working diligently to look for a spot for this. They've been working out in the Glades area. They actually have a whole team of acquisition people looking out in the Glades to potentially put some units out there. They've been looking in the city of West Palm Beach and Okeechobee Boulevard, Westgate. They've been looking all over to find a spot. But what they're committing to you is that they are not going to buy these off-site. They're not going to do the in lieu of fee part of it, meaning that they are going to use all the other options within the workforce housing ordinance, but they are not going to buy out of these. So there'll be 89 units, or depending on how many units they get, 800. If they get 850 units, there'll be 85 units built somewhere else. Or if they're as multifamily rental, it'd be 1.5. That important thing that comes up every time when we do these type of discussions, and I've heard it several times, is, well, you never build or deliver these units. The answer is that is not correct. Your staff has a code, and they implement that code very diligently. And let me explain it to you because it's important. After we get approval, let's say we get approval from you today, and then we get approval at the zoning hearing, and we work our way through, we then have to go through something called final DRO. By the time we get the final DRO, we have to identify the site where it's going to go to. We have to show a contract to purchase it. We have to show that zoning's in place. So the units, at that point, Coulter can't go anywhere until this is done. And then assuming that takes place, then we get our final stamp on the plan, then we can start building homes. The next step that happens in the process, which is important, is you can't get too far down the road without actually building homes. At 50% of the building permits, meaning if Coulter comes in with 50% of their building permits, they have to have 50% of the COs for the houses. So those houses have to be delivered. And then by 85% of the building permits, 100% of the COs of the receiving site have to be built. So the homes are built early on in the process. And this gets lost in the nuance of developers of not doing what they're supposed to do. But this is the code, your staff monitors it, and this is how we get to that spot. So this is the workforce housing condition that I want to go over. And then the second part is a trail connection. So looking at the site plan, staff has a condition of approval here that says that we will provide a 50-acre connection along the south side of future Okeechobee Boulevard. And I'm not sure if that's the right spot for it or not. My request is that we agree that we'll have that 50-foot buffer. It may be more appropriate on the north side where we're showing those dots. That's a wooded area. Ultimately, the goal of this trail is to get to Lion Country Safari, so it's going to cross the future Okeechobee Boulevard somewhere along the way. And we believe that that might be a better spot. But for today, my request is allow us to have a condition where we agree to have it. It may be north or south of Okeechobee Boulevard. Let us work through the zoning application. By the time we come back to you in March, this all has to be figured out anyways. But what I don't want to do is have to say, oops, the north side was a better idea, and now we have to come back to you and change the transmittal hearing. So allow us the ability to work that through. So real quick, here are the proposed conditions that we're asking to revise on the screen in front of you. We're requesting that the workforce housing, 10% of the workforce housing, be allowed to be constructed off-site and that we may utilize all disposition options with the exception of the in lieu of fee option. So all the options are on the table with the exception of we won't be able to buy it out. And then the second change is number 3, which is the zoning development order shall include and indicate on the master plan and subdivision plans a minimum. We actually agreed to, we can leave that a minimum of 50 foot. We agreed a minimum of 50 foot. Open space trail corridor inclusive of the right of way, but strike out south of Okeechobee Boulevard right of way. Let us work that through. It'll get resolved before we come back to you. And then just a few more items. There are some pretty significant public benefits with this subject site. First thing, that right-of-way dedication for Okeechobee Boulevard. It's a significant dedication. It's 9.9 acres on the north side of the property. Its value is about $1.7 million in land. And then it also creates, it also creates that kind of leftover land on the north side. That's 150 feet deep by about 2,100 feet long. So that land is also lost from development potential. That land area is 7.9 acres. I think that's a better spot for the trail. There's a lot of trees in that area. Also, we agree that we'll construct the planned trail network to be consistent with what's being proposed. The workforce housing, we're doing 10% workforce housing off-site. That is, if we build this project all the way to its maximum, that would be 89 units or 133 apartments. Also, I also know that the county is looking for a civic site dedication for a potential fire station. Obviously, we're going to participate in that. And then finally, as I said earlier, the age restricted has a significant amount of less traffic and less impact on schools. And with that, I have our whole team assembled, happy to answer any questions you may have, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Tuma. Is there any questions for Mr. Tuma at this time? Seeing none, we'll move on. Staff presentation.
Good morning, Bryce, or good afternoon now.
Yeah.
Good morning, Bryce Van Horn with the Planning Division. And I'm apologize in advance. I'm probably going to be a little bit repetitive with some of the things that Stephanie presented on the Trotting Center and some of the things that Mr. Tuma presented in his presentation. But again, this is the Crestwind PUD, also known as the Fleming Properties Glades Area Protection Overlay, or GAPO. You're going to hear GAPO a lot, Future Land Use and Text Amendment. So Mr. Tuma showed you a similar slide. This is just kind of a 30,000-foot view, just to orient you for the general location of the subject property off of Southern Boulevard, west of Seminole Pratt Whitney Road and north of the Loxahatchee National Wildlife Refuge. So as presented by the agent, the subject site is 446 acres roughly, more specifically located approximately 1.75 miles west of Seminole Pratt Whitney Road on the north side of Southern Boulevard, State Road 80. The site is to the east of and adjacent to the boundaries of the 3,000-acre Glades Area Protection Overlay, or GAPO. It's the purple striped area, and more on the GAPO shortly, but the site is within the rural tier of the county's growth management tier system and the rural service area. So this amendment is a request, again, for a change from rural residential 1 unit per 10 acres future land use, or RR10, to low residential 2 units per acre, or LR2. And for this amendment to proceed, there are several components, which include text amendments for, again, expanding the Glades Area Protection Overlay to the east. You see the GAPO highlighted here in purple, and the expansion would extend to the subject site, designating the subject site as a limited urban service area. These 2 other sites within the GAPO are currently designated as limited urban service areas, and of course, processing of the future land use amendment change. There's also a concurrent zoning application, as mentioned, proposing 892 age-restricted units, 55 plus, so single-family units, and a rezoning from the agricultural residential zoning district to the planned unit development district. So that concurrent zoning application is in fact required in this case in order to comply with the county's future land use element traffic policy for future land use amendments. We have county engineering staff here if there's any questions related to that. The proposed text amendments, since the county's comprehensive plan does not allow the LR2 future land use on the subject site, the proposed accompanying text amendments to the county's comprehensive plan, future land use element, and map series are necessary and are as follows. You can see specific changes in Exhibit 1B. So they would be to revise, again, the GAPO policy and the map series, special planning areas map, to expand the boundaries of the GAPO eastward to incorporate the subject site within the overlay, and to revise the rural tier objective and policy to allow for the limited urban service area within the GAPO and within the rural tier, and allowing for a planned unit development on the site. And finally, to revise 2 map series maps, the managed growth tier system map and the service areas map, to depict the subject site as a limited urban service area. So surrounding the site to the north is the Deer Run. It's Deer Run. It's a rural residential subdivision, 5-acre lots with RR5 future land use, and is also in the rural tier. And then to the east, again, as mentioned by Mr. Tuma, is the 497-acre property known as the Leonard property, and with Fox Trail further east, which is another rural residential subdivision of 5-acre lots. And the Leonard property has an RR10 future land use, and Fox Trail an RR5 future land use. Both are in the rural tier as well. So to the south is, of course, Southern Boulevard and the South Florida Water Management District, West Palm Beach Canal, and the district's stormwater treatment area that is within the municipal limits of the village of Wellington. And adjacent to the west is the 1,200-acre Arden planned unit development, which has an LR2 future land use and is within the Glades Area Protection Overlay. And it's approved and developing with 2,334 units currently. So again, as mentioned by Stephanie, the managed growth tier system was created in 1999 to recognize the diverse geographic regions and lifestyles in the county by establishing tiers that have common densities and intensities. And the subject site is within the rural tier, where the highest allowable land use is 1 unit per 5 acres. The map here depicts the areas of the county that are within the rural tier. You see those in green of the managed growth tier system. The gray areas here are just on the map are just municipalities. So the comprehensive plan recognizes that this tier is experiencing development pressures and contains policies to protect and enhance these areas by supporting the continuation of rural residential, agricultural, and equestrian uses, but also accommodates special planning areas as needed for specific areas. So since the adoption of the 89 Comp Plan, 2 amendments were adopted in the rural tier which exceed the RR5, Mento, and the Indian Trail Groves, which were adopted in 2014 and 2016. So both of those, as mentioned previously, were the subject of multi-year sector plan process to provide guidance for future development while addressing land use imbalances within what is known as the 50,000 plus central western communities. So this past planning effort provided a significant basis to justify the increased densities on those large parcels. So this map shows the boundaries of the past sector plan. The sector plan looked at the entire area with a focus on the large undeveloped parcels with the potential to address regional needs, including the Leonard and Fleming properties. So the sector plan was adopted, it was challenged and ultimately repealed, but the combined Fleming and Leonard parcels were contemplated for a large employment center at that time, as mentioned, up to 943,000 square feet. The Arden site was included originally during the beginning of that effort, but removed to be included in the Glades Area Protection Overlay that proceeded separately. So after repeal of the sector plan, the board directed staff to continue with an overlay known as the Central Western Communities Overlay for the former sector plan area to incorporate some of the key planning concepts from the sector plan. That overlay amendment effort contemplated a low-density village center development for the Fleming property, and the board, however, ultimately ended that Central Western Communities amendment. But you can see here on the map in red, there's the Leonard Fleming property, Arden, and then here in red, Indian Trail Groves and Mento West that were approved later. So as mentioned previously, the subject site is located adjacent to the east of the Glades Area Protection Overlay. So the overlay is located on the north side of Southern Boulevard, on the east and west sides of the L8 canal, beginning approximately 2 miles west of Seminole Pratt Whitney Road and extending another 2 miles further west near the area generally known as 20 Mile Bend. The overlay is comprised of approximately 3,000 acres, and you can see the L8 canal there, and the western boundary is the FPL Energy Center. But in 2004, after removal from the sector plan of the 1,200 acres property now developing as Arden PUD, the Board of County Commissioners adopted county-initiated text amendments creating the Glades Area Protection Overlay for the entire 3,000 acres, allowing for the existing uses of the L8 Reservoir, the FPL power plant on the west side of the L8 Canal, and then also concurrently adopted an associated privately initiated future land use amendment to change the future land use from RR10 to LR2 on what is now Arden on the east side of the canal, so 1,200 acres. At the time, Wellington was considering a voluntary annexation of the Arden property and consideration of 2 units per acre also. Part of the intent of the overlay was to prevent the voluntary annexation of the property into the village of Wellington, the municipal limits of which were to the south, on the south side of Southern Boulevard. So this effort with the overlay was part of a multi-part strategy to protect the Everglades agricultural area, the EAA, to the west from expansion of urban and suburban intensities and densities, and supported the county's goals to protect the EAA, specifically those lands designated with an agricultural production future land use. So the GAPO amendment identified the portion of the overlay east of the L8 as a limited urban service area in order to allow for the development of the 2,000 unit residential planned unit development, and required restrictive covenants from the property owner to not pursue annexation. So the overlay and the LUSA were established with the intent to create a barrier to development proceeding west into the EAA. So for staff's assessment of the amendment, again, the request is for a change from RR10 to LR2 on the subject site. The future land use element text and map series amendments, again, to expand the GAPO, to include the subject site, to designate the site as a LUSA, and then staff's assessment is that the LR2 is compatible with the surrounding land uses and existing development with the proposed density comparable to the existing adjacent Arden PUD. And the amendment is appropriate given the overall context of the area, the history of the multiple planning efforts to address future development for the property within the Central Western communities, and is consistent with the purpose of the Glades Area Protection Overlay to focus development east of the LA Canal. So as part of staff's recommendation, we are recommending modification with conditions. That the site be limited to 892 units, 55 plus age restricted or equivalent trips, or 89 unrestricted and 803 age restricted if workforce housing is required on site, and that's part of condition 2. Which would be to provide a maximum 10% of the units as on-site workforce housing. And then to provide a minimum 50-foot wide open space trail corridor south of the Okeechobee Boulevard right-of-way, and to provide for potential vehicular and pedestrian connection to the future extension of Okeechobee Boulevard. And both of those conditions are consistent with the almost identical conditions that are in the Arden PUD that require both of those also. And then finally, that the proposed future land use amendment and the proposed rezoning shall be considered for adoption by the Board of County Commissioners at the same public hearing. At the November 4th Planning Commission public hearing, the Planning Commission recommended approval 12-0. With modifications, however, including a revision to condition 2, keeping the 10% workforce housing requirement the staff is proposing, but to allow the workforce housing to be constructed off-site for sale. And then to modify condition 3, keeping the 50-foot wide open space trail corridor, but to delete the requirement that the corridor be on the south side of the right-of-way for future extension of Okeechobee. And that is basically, I guess, work it out during the zoning part of it. We are, of course, still recommending our conditions, both for on-site and for the trail to be on the south side. So the motion would be to transmit as recommended by staff. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Van Horn? Not seeing any lights, sir. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. And now we have some comments, I think, from the public.
Thank you. We have 2 comment cards. First is Nancy Gribble, and then the second is Jill Hogg, or Hogue. I apologize.
Good afternoon, Nancy Gribble, 1525 Gallup Drive, Loxahatchee, Florida. I am the president of the Fox Trail Property Owners Association, but I am also here speaking on my behalf. If you did not receive the letter, I would like to submit it for the record, please.
Somebody from staff will get that from you.
Okay. I'd like to welcome the 2 new commissioners, Baxter and Woodward. It's been a long time since I've been here. As a matter of fact, I think Patrick was sitting in this row. Congratulations. I guess where I want to start is, what are we doing in Palm Beach County? What are we doing? If Heritage Farms is rural, we're very rural. This site is in the rural tier. It is not permitted to have LR2 zoning, and it's not permitted to have a tier change. So if we look back in history of why they're here, and the cake was baked in 2004 with the GAPO on the Palm Beach Aggregates property. I won't relitigate history, but many of you will recall the taintedness of that property and what happened out there, and some even went to prison for it. So we're here because of unintended consequences of a bad decision. So I'm here to speak for our community as one of the last rural residential 5-acre properties, equestrian agricultural. If you looked at that map, Deer Run is just to the north. I would bet most of the properties that are on that boundary have horses, farm animals. We've been here a long time too. I would ask Commissioner Kerner, you said 11 units to 116. What do you call that? A windfall? What do you call 45 to 892? Manna from heaven. I didn't check I'm opposed or for this. I want to ask you, what are we doing in Palm Beach County? Where is the respect for the managed growth tier system that won awards? Where is the respect for lifestyle choices? Mr. Martin spoke. We're being punished for choosing to live a rural lifestyle as you continue to approve development that encroaches on the very lifestyle we paid and chose to live here for. December of next year will mark my husband and I's 30th year in our home, the same home. And I think that we deserve the respect. And I appreciate, Ken Tuma and I have had many philosophical conversations about this. I'm not saying it's a good or a bad development. It's just not the right place. And just because GAPO happened did not give everybody a GAPO that abuts this property. And I can guarantee you, if you approve this, Leonard is coming in and they're gonna ask for over 1,000 units. And that directly abuts the Fox Trail property, PUD. So I wanna ask you, what are we doing to Palm Beach County? Please think about it.
Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
comments, ma'am.
Julie Hogue?
Good afternoon, all. I'm a resident of Deer Run. I've lived there 18 years. I've worked with water management on the East Everglades water problems. I have just got some questions on this that maybe you can answer. Why are there no buffer requirements for Deer Run? One of the maps showed a 50-foot path with Okeechobee coming in south of it. That's not the impression I had. There is a canal that runs on our south side. We own land on the other side of that canal. That canal's a wildlife corridor. We have wood storks. I will tell you we have gopher turtles, but I will not tell you where they are. Yeah. We have wetland vegetation, and I don't know if any of that's been considered. On the map, it looks to me like on the north portion of the development, you have some type of water retention system. Maybe I'm reading your map wrong. It was kind of tiny. Wouldn't it not be more intelligent to put your water retention system closer to the C51? Don't you have to move water to the C51? So are you going to put a water retention system up next to our area, which could impact groundwater? Or are you going to maybe use common sense and move it down south? Our agricultural lands are being diminished. It's incredible. I understand development, but I do think that this needs to be relooked at. That's a lot of people to move into the rural tier. We have 5 acres in our neighborhood. People have horses. When you drive into it, you drive into Florida. It's not clear-cut. It's not Long Island or somewhere where everything's been planted that's not native. Behind my house is a wetland with native vegetation. That kind of stuff needs to be saved. And if you want to come out there any day and watch when the wood storks are nesting and when the otters are swimming, and there's another endangered animal out there that I won't mention, but I think some consideration needs to be given to the lifestyle and the situation. I understand development. I'm a realtor. I'm from Miami. I grew up in Miami. I've seen everything change. And I know, we have to deal with change. But this is rather drastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Baxter, you recognize.
I had initially heard about this a few days ago, as you can imagine. And since looking into it, I do agree with comments that we've heard today. It doesn't fit the area for anyone who's been out there. It doesn't fit any of the surrounding area other than Arden, which was a vast exception of a neighborhood, and prior to me sitting here. I personally don't support this going in where they want to put it, just so everyone knows.
Thank you. Commissioner Kerner, you recognize.
Thank you, Mayor Weiss, and thank you, Commissioner Baxter, for that leadership and perspective on this important rural enclave of our county, which is so diverse in its demographics and its land uses. I was happy to go along with the prior one, both in deference to Commissioner Baxter and also because it is below the two units per acre. I think it was like 1.8 or something to that effect. And I think there's a viable plan to at least limit the reach of that land use decision north through the overlay that's already been presented or brought from this board to staff to bring back. And I'll remind that there's one for Fernley Street in my district, which I hope to see soon. But this is this bridge too far, and it's almost 1,000 units. I don't see any derivation of public benefit, despite what's been presented to the board today. And we will be having a workshop at my request on the workforce housing when we go from a low, 1 unit per 10 acres to 2 units per acre, and I hope that we bind ourselves to whatever it is we decide if and when this comes back on adoption, but I don't think this should be transmitted in the first place, and I'm going to join Commissioner Baxter.
Thank you, Commissioner Kerner. Commissioner Bernard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do believe that we should transmit this item, and I think that there are things that we can make it better, but I would make a motion to transmit the Crestwind PUD, and subject to the workforce units to be built off-site, and then also we can work on where the right-of-way could be.
So, and just to make sure the clerk has got your motion correct, so you're accepting the applicant's modification to where that trail is?
It's more in terms of we can work on where the right-of-way could be at zoning.
I think it's item number 3 there, so that it will come back.
Yeah, when it comes back, we can kind of like work on where the right-of-way could be.
All right. I think everybody understands. Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Bernard. Do we have a second? Nobody. I'm asking for a second. Is there a second?
I'll second with the caveat that this is transmittal. It doesn't mean final.
Correct. Okay. So this is, we've got we have a second by Commissioner Marino. Okay. All right, moving on. Commissioner Sacks, you're recognized.
This is a great idea. Sounds like a cruise ship. I don't know, maybe I should get a reservation there. I'm the age, you know, yeah. But, and we talked about this before, I was looking forward to accepting this, but I think it's just in the wrong location. It's in the wrong location. And Mr. Tuma, you and I have talked about this, and I was very much in favor of it. Looking at the map and listening in deference to the commissioner whose district this is, and listening to the folks, because, you know, when we talk about it in office, it's never with the idea of getting the dimension of people who live there. I think it's a great idea. I wish we could just pick it up and put it more in an urban area than in this agricultural area. I want you to know I would probably oppose it at this time.
Commissioner and County Commissioner, may I respond for a moment?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you so
to the
much. I
mayor.
appreciate everybody's concern. First thing, just want to address, this is transmittal. Ms. Hawk brought up some very important points, and we need the opportunity to meet with you. I'd like to get your phone number and meet with you. Brought up some points about separation to the north. We are going to be at a minimum of separation to the north. Besides the Okeechobee right-of-way, we have a 150-foot separation, a 200-foot right-of-way, and then we have a lake on the north side. On the east side, adjacent, good point, we are willing to build and construct a lake along the east side. I think that there is probably, hopefully, still a project here, but I think we probably just need to work together to come up with what that is. In regards to wetlands, there are no wetlands on our site. In regards to the east side, there will be a significant lake on the project, and Coulter has come forward to do a Crestwind project, which is at age restricted again. Happy to answer any questions you may have, but we're trying to find a spot. This is just transmittal. It'll give us some time to work through this if the board agrees to transmit it. And I clearly hear where you're coming from, Commissioner Baxter, that we probably need to work together to come up with something that works. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Baxter, you recognize.
I was going to just submit a substitute motion to deny, just until we do, I want to work through some of that first before we transmit and see where this is going. I don't want to open the door for something of this magnitude without first getting into it. And I apologize, because I've only been here a few days. So it is going to take me a little time to maybe work with Mr. Tuma, but at this time and what they're proposing, I really just can't.
Motion to postpone.
I was going to say, you would probably want to rather make a motion to postpone.
Okay, then a
Correct.
motion to postpone.
Yeah, if we
Okay.
deny it, then they can't come back for what, 2 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
You
so
didn't see
then,
me move up
yes,
here that
let's
fast because
postpone.
I'll second it.
So we've had a substitute motion to postpone and seconded by Commissioner Kerner. You okay with that? Okay. All right. Is there any other comments on this? I just want to say, I have to say, the first time it came through, I was pretty adamantly against it because you were telling me it was for senior citizens and didn't really understand why you would want octogenarians potentially way out in the middle of nowhere. But after understanding really what this project is and the type of housing and what all you were doing, I have to say that it opened my eyes to and I qualify for it, quite frankly, active adult, active adult. And I don't play pickleball either, but, so I appreciate that. So with that, we now have a motion to postpone. No, we don't, I don't think we need a roll call on this. Do we need a time certain on this?
May I address a timeline with that postponement? I have to just talk to Coulter real quick because there's some real estate. Give me 1 second, okay?
You got it. Am I supposed to dance or sing or? I don't do either very well.
Just for informational purposes, the next transmittal date is February 1st of 2023.
Okay. And I guess I actually had one question, and that is there was a restricted covenant that was mentioned that some of the property owners signed. Was the Fleming property also included in that?
It was
Mr.
not.
Van Horn?
I can address
I'm
that
sorry,
if you'd
what's the-
like, sir. I
what's the
think I know
Fleming?
your question, which is when Arden was brought in, there was a covenant that said it can't be annexed into Wellington. That's what that restrictive covenant was.
But did that include the Fleming property? That was my
It did not include the Fleming property. What happened, though, a charter amendment was then passed later, which said 5 of the 7 county commissioners in a supermajority prior to annexation of lands outside of the urban suburban tier. And that's the reason why there's been no annexation, because it requires 5 of 7 of you to do that. And thank you for your time, and thank you, Commissioner Baxter. So February 1st, I just want to double check, there's real estate. As you know, there's always real estate options. February 1st is good for us, and we'll set up an appointment to come meet with you, okay? Thank
Okay.
you.
All those in favor of the motion to postpone? All those opposed? Not hearing any, so that passes unanimously. This item will be postponed till February 1st. Almost my birthday. All right, moving on to item 4D1. Oh, we have a 4C1. Oh, 4C1, sorry. Hunter's Crossing.
All right, and this is the last of the residential future land use amendments. Then we'll have batch of commerce. And again, we'll begin with the applicant.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon again. Ken Toom with Urban Design Studio. I think you're going to be getting kind of tired of me here for a little bit, but what is in front of you today is Hunter's Crossing. This is a project that was formerly known as Amber Woods or Walk that the board actually denied about a year and a half ago. Our client Pulte got that under contract after the last real estate transaction failed. Pulte went and listened to tape. Ms. Carlson is in the audience. Listened to the tape and the video of what all the commissioners said at that hearing. And the commissioner said, hey, go work with the neighborhood and come up with a plan that the neighborhood could support. I'll let you know that we have both the president of the surrounding association, the Legends is here. They are in support of it. The Lake Worth Road Coalition is in support of this. I'm gonna ask my colleague, Mr. Woosley, who you're gonna see more and more of, to actually do the presentation. Then I'm gonna come back and talk about the conditions of approval. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commission. Tyler Woolsey, Urban Design Studio, on behalf of the applicant. Move through this pretty quickly. We are here to request a future land use change from LR1 to LR2. We do have a concurrent zoning application in the system as well. The location you see here, we're on the south side of Lake Worth Road, just east of the intersection with State Road 7. The intersection with State Road 7, 3 corners of that intersection are developed with commercial plazas, and then the area surrounding the Hendricks property, Hunter's Crossing property, is developed with residential at a LR1 to LR3 land use. There you see the current condition of the site, just under 37 acres, and it includes 1 single-family home, and there's a Cypress Head wetland in the southeast corner of the property. As mentioned, the current future land use designation here on the site is LR1. You see some consistent low residential future land uses, as well as those commercial future land uses at the intersection that I mentioned. Our request is to take the LR1 to LR2 for the entirety of the Hunter's Crossing Hendricks property. I do want to take a little trip back in history. The West Lake Worth Road Neighborhood Plan is currently today the only neighborhood plan that was adopted and incorporated into the comprehensive plan for the county. This is a plan that the Lake Worth Road Coalition came together to create. We've worked extensively with their community throughout this project, as Mr. Tuma mentioned, but this plan was actually in place for a number of years prior to us even coming to look at the site, and it's a bit difficult to see, but the site there you see is indicated with the split of LR2 and LR3 future land use. So the Lake Worth Coalition and the surrounding community, years prior to us coming in, contemplated this site to be increased density above the LR1 that exists at today. And so a really brief draw back into the history. Back in 2010, a proposal was brought forward for a commercial low on the site with an underlying 8 dwelling units an acre. That was withdrawn. As Mr. Tuma mentioned, more recently the site came in under Amber Woods with a different applicant, initially proposing 5 dwelling units an acre, dropping it down to a split of 2 and 3 dwelling units an acre, and ultimately withdrawing those applications as well. When we first brought this application forward with the current applicant, we were looking to propose a similar split of the LR2 and LR3 to be consistent with that Lake Worth Road neighborhood plan. Through working with staff during the staff review process and working with the community, we've actually revised our proposal, and we're requesting strictly LR2 across the site using the TDR and workforce housing programs to get to the density proposed. As mentioned, we've done extensive community outreach on this one. Pulte is great in allowing us to start the process with the community and really start the design process there. We met with Legend Lake Estates. You'll hear from some of their community members today, as well as meetings with the Lake Worth Coalition members who represent the communities listed there, which are all of the surrounding communities and several a bit further east down Lake Worth Road. Here you see our proposed, sorry about that. You see our proposed development plan. This is not before you today. Today is the future land use transmittal, but we like to give you an idea on what that future land use will eventually work out to be. You see 117 dwelling units here, primarily single family and zero lot line units. I will point out what you see in red there in the northwest corner of the site is a pod of townhomes, which we can speak to in more detail. Those are workforce housing units proposed on site, proposed to be built on site. Here, and I won't spend too much time, I'm showing you the buffering that's provided. Sufficient buffering, code minimum is met and exceeded on every buffer here on all sides. Extensive meetings with Legend Lake resulted in substantial bufferings on the south side, as well as the positioning of that lake to make sure that the community is well buffered and compatible with the proposed development. And then I'll bring up Mr. Tuma to speak to you about the conditions of approval in a bit more detail.
He always gets 2 green checks.
2 checks. Okay, so so the item here is workforce housing, of course. Our request is to have the merging of workforce housing, some of it on-site, some of it off-site. Pulte, as you know, is a good corporate citizen in regards to building workforce housing programs. On the screen in front of you are the proposed conditions. We got 2 checks, and the 2 middle ones are the one we're requesting to change. But basically, the initial request, this is what we came in with when we first started this project, consistent with the Lake Worth Road Coalition plan. We came in with a mix of land use of 2 and 3 dwelling units per acre. We requested 113 dwelling units, and we wanted 31% workforce housing density bonus. We were using 0 TDRs. And we were going to have 6 workforce housing built off-site, and we were going to buy 2 off. That's where we started, and staff said, wait a second, that's not what you should do. You should do this. This is what we direct everyone to do, that you should use 100% of the TDRs, and 100% of the TDRs, instead of going to a land use of 2 and 3, go to a land use of 2 across the board, and then buy TDRs. And we would be required to buy 39 TDRs. That would have generated 16% workforce housing. So those TDRs cost money to buy, obviously, and we have been working significantly with the neighbors on this in detail for a significant amount of time, and I know that Paul will get up, the president of Legend Lakes, to talk about that. So we said, okay, well, how do we meet in the middle? We got staff recommendation on the right-hand side. We initially came in, so we tried to thread the needle to come somewhere in the middle of everyone, and I think we did a really good job coming in the middle for everyone. We agree we'll stay at 2 dwelling units per acre, but instead of buying 100% TDRs, we'll buy 50% TDRs, which has been done on other projects. So, and then we will have there'll be 21 TDRs, so we're buying a little bit more than half. Will be an ultimate of 12% workforce housing. But the important part is 9 of those units will be built on site as townhomes. Pulte will be constructing those units on site. They also are constructing 5 single family homes off site. So we have that total number of 14 units. So where are those off site homes? So first thing on the left-hand side at top, that's a subject property where we'll be building 9 townhomes that will be in the workforce housing category. The off-site homes, which are on the screen in front of you, are located on the east, on Atlantic Avenue, just east of I-95. There are 5 off-site single-family homes, and they will be in the low and mod. They'll be between 1,400 and 2,000 square feet. Those are 3 and 4 bedroom single-family homes. I actually don't know if there's not been another project that's actually constructed single-family homes in the workforce category, but that's our proposal. So we basically have kind of split the middle, and those are the words that meet the split in the middle component. Your staff has seen these words before, but that's our request, is to make that middle modification to go to the Venn diagram here, which is the middle request. And that's our request for today. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tuma. Commissioner Sacks has a question for you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. We're never getting tired of seeing you, Mr. Tooman.
I would.
We're not family, what can I say? The workforce units that will be built on site.
Yes, ma'am.
And maybe it's contained, I've been looking through all the staff reports here. Will they be exactly the same as the marketable units?
The townhomes will be exactly the same as their market rate townhomes, yes.
Also, with regard to the interior of the units, the same of everything, as far as the cabinets and the floors and everything, there won't be a substandard use for, it'll be exactly the same as the.
Commissioner Sacks, I just confirmed with Pulte, the answer is yes, and that's what I meant by my first answer. The interiors will be the same, yes, ma'am.
As well as the exterior?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you couldn't tell. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Baxter, you're recognized.
I just wanted to say thank you, Ken, and this is a perfect place for this. And from my understanding, you have met with the residents, and they're all on board and agree to this.
I suspect that Paul will get up and Mr. Biggs, if he's here, will get up and speak, and they are both here.
Thank you.
All right. Is there any more comments from the board at this time? Seeing none, okay, we'll hear from the public.
Okay.
Did you want the staff presentation?
Oh. Do we need one? I don't see anybody.
I guess my only question would be, is there anything different or new that you would add?
No, I think the main focus would have been just talking about the discrepancy between what we're recommending and what they're proposing, but Ken summarized that well, so. Yeah.
You trained him well. All right. Moving on to public comment.
Okay, Mr. Borstler and Mr. Biggs.
Good late afternoon, as a matter of fact. And I am Paul Bursler, President of Legend Lake Estates Homeowners Association. Been that for 15 years. Been through a lot of potential developers for this parcel. And as you know, some of you know, year and a half ago, we filled this entire chamber with red shirt Legend Lake residents. And Commissioner Bernard remembers that well, and you don't see any red shirts today. And the reason being is that Pulte, for the last 12 months, has communicated with us, worked with us, and through Ken, we have asked for 7 site plan revisions, all at our request, and they've all been honored. And we are very comfortable with this site plan. So needless to say, we are in favor of this project. Okay? Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Brad Biggs. Also a resident. I'm also a land use attorney. But we've just been trying to work with this site, and it wasn't, until we got Pulte, this wasn't going to happen. But now it is, and as they said, the plan had LR2 and LR3. We just tried to stick to that. In the past, it wasn't able to do that, and we kind of came close to an idea of 109 when you had a previous commissioner, but this is fine. 117 is fine. The workforce housing is right next to the roadway that enters into it. It's right next to the commercial. It's Wendy's. So it has no impact on us. We have berms, we have fences, we have everything we need, and we've kept our area right there. There's a little bump out at the bottom, and those residents around there are happy with what's going to be happening with that. So yes, we're on board with it, and we just wanted to show up to let you know that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. Coming on back. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to transmit with the applicant's modification.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Bernard.
I'll second.
We have a second by Commissioner Marino. Is there any further discussion on this item? This would be a motion to transmit, so this will be coming back again. All right, seeing none, all those in favor, All those opposed, this motion also carries unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, we're about ready to move into another section of our meeting today. I'd like to ask that we take about a 5-minute break, allow us to stretch our legs, and staff and everybody else use the restrooms.
gonna have to give you hello.
All right, thank you very much. Our goal today is to try and get through the rest of our agenda, because none of us wants to come back and continue this on. So we're going to power through this. And let me know if anybody needs a break in between, but I'm hopeful that we can get through this. We are on item 4D1. Okay. And with that, we will turn it over to staff, who I guess will turn it over to the applicant.
Yeah, begin with the applicant, and then Travis Goodson from Planning will present for staff.
Okay, well, thank you.
Do you want me clicking through?
Good afternoon. My name's Alan Sicklin. Bradley Miller was supposed to be here. He's not feeling well, so he sent me. I suspect I'm going to be your favorite presenter of the day because I'm going to be short and to the point. The subject site is about 5.01 acres on the north side of 100th Street South, which is Boynton Beach Boulevard. And the request is to go from AGR to the new commerce land use. Staff has recommended approval with conditions, and we agree to those conditions. The site is presently used as a contractor storage yard by a company called LTG Sports Turf. LTG is one of the premier sports turf contractors in Florida, and this is where they operate for all of Florida. They've done over 1,000 installations for, if I leave any favorite teams out, I apologize, but they've done installations for the Mets, University of Central Florida, University of Miami, FAU, the Marlins, Roger Dean, Lynn University, American Heritage School, Wellington High School, Cardinal Newman, and on and on and on. Again, they're one of the best around. The interesting thing about this particular site is they store their equipment here, and when they have jobs off-site, they move the whole operation and all of the equipment to that particular site. The point of that is it's really an underused site, if you will. It's not like people coming in 7 a.m. and leaving at 8 p.m. It's very underutilized because, as the owner has said, if I've got a lot of equipment on site, I'm not making any money. So they move it there for the duration of the job. More often than not, there'll be another job and the equipment will go to that job rather than come back here. And even looking at the aerial that's before you right now, you can see that there's not a whole lot of equipment on the site. Perhaps the most compelling reason for the commerce designation are the surrounding land uses. And you really come to the conclusion, at least I did, I hope you do too, is that what else would you do with this site but for this use, the contractor storage yard? To the east is a landscape services facility with the trucks and cars parked adjacent to the LTG property line. To the west is a facility called Home Rich FCC Services. It's 13.4 acres. It's a trash collection facility. It's zoned industrial, and garbage trucks are going in and out all day. It's approved for 197,000 square feet of industrial plus another 20-some-odd thousand of commercial. Further west at the intersection is a gas station and a convenience store, and then to the north is a continuation of the trash facility and the garbage trucks, and then farther north is Atlas Peat and Soil, which it's been there forever, and it's a sort of a heavy-duty agricultural supply. They have mulch, they have rocks, they have gravel, and trucks, again, big trucks going in and out all day. So the conditions of approval are that there are no heavy industrial uses permitted. The conceptual site plan that you see is just a conceptual site plan to show that the square footage that's requested, which is about 98,000 square feet, could fit on it. It's doubtful that we would ever reach that particular level. The only for sure use of the property right now is a continuation of the contractor storage yard. There's also as you know, a concurrent zoning application that will be processed upon adoption. And at that particular time, we'll have a better feel for you as to exactly what those uses are for public hearing and comment and everything else. So we would ask for your approval of the transmittal. Again, we agree with staff's recommendation with the conditions and agree to the conditions. And if you have any questions, I'll try my best to answer them. Thank you.
All right. Do we have any questions for Mr. Sicklin? I don't see any. All right. Staff presentation.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Travis Goodson for the Planning Division. So before I begin with staff's presentation on this item, we did want to take a moment and just do a brief overview and recap of the new Commerce Future Land Use designation that was recently adopted by this board. So the Commerce Future Land Use was a county-initiated text amendment that was initiated by this body in February of this year, and it was adopted on August 25th. So the Commerce Flu came about after several public hearings and workshops related to the agricultural reserve and the number of applications that were coming forward requesting a straight industrial future land use designation within the agricultural reserve tier. So the text amendment established the Commerce Flu designation and additional policy guidance for new industrial requests within the ag reserve tier that had not existed in the comprehensive plan previously. And so the Commerce Flu is intended to accommodate uses of a light industrial nature. So this slide shows the entirety of one of the recently adopted commerce policies 1.5V. Obviously, I'm not going to read this whole thing to you, but summarily, the policy requires that all new industrial requests be limited to the commerce designation and that they are subject to the listed location criteria, minimum, maximum acreages, have a concurrent zoning application and conceptual site plan, and that it be preserved requirement for acreages over 16 acres in size. And so this map shows the CMR amendments currently in process within the agricultural reserve. There are 6. You will hear 5 today. And this table indicates the 6 of the different requests that are currently in process with their maximum potentials at the 0.45 FAR. All of these applications were submitted in May of this year, requesting an industrial future land use designation. However, after the adoption of the Commerce Future Land Use and its policies, the applicants amended their request to be compliant with the new CMR designation. Okay. So LTG Sports Turf, just gone over the location here. This is a 5-acre site on the northwest corner of Boynton Beach Boulevard and State Road 7. Requesting future land use amendment from agricultural reserve to commerce. They are proposing contractor storage yard and self-storage. The site is currently under code enforcement violation for operation of a contractor storage yard without proper use approvals. An overview of the area surrounding the site. You can see large swaths of it are agricultural reserve on the west side of State Road 7, but it is directly adjacent to the commercial low and underlying industrial Homrich property, and just diagonal south of the other Moore & Connolly commerce application that is in process that you'll hear in a little bit. It is near the hard corner of State Road 7 and Boynton Beach Boulevard. You've got the Bethesda West Hospital and Faith Farm Ministries occupying the eastern side frontage along State Road 7. And just another aerial view showing the site. Staff's assessment of the request has found the site's compatible with the adjacent and surrounding uses and land use designations. This is not a what we call a vacant site. It's already been developed for a use. It's located near a major intersection within the agricultural reserve and is consistent with the existing development pattern at this intersection. The request is also consistent with the comprehensive plan as it meets the policy requirements to be able to request the Commerce Future Land Use designation. No preserve is required because the site is less than 16 acres in size. And so with that, staff is recommending approval with conditions. Earlier, the Planning Commission recommended approval with modifications. The commission did request a condition limiting the development of uses to a maximum of 30,000 square feet. The motion today is to transmit as recommended by staff. And that one staff condition is to ensure that the proposed land use amendment, this application, and the proposed rezoning application and process are considered for adoption by this body at the same hearing. And with that, we'll take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis. Question for you, though, before I turn it over to the board. Isn't it a requirement of the Commerce FLU that it does have a accompanying zoning application at the same time?
It is, yes.
Okay. So it's beyond a condition, it's a requirement.
True.
So each and every one of these applications would have to do that.
Correct.
Thank you. Commissioner Woodward, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm new to this, but as I understand, this is also new for all the applicants, this particular designation. I had questions during my agenda meeting for staff. I believe you have the answers for them. Or I wanted to know the population, because this designation is only for the ag reserve, right? This commerce, light industrial.
So there were actually...
Sorry.
Apologize. There were two components to the Commerce amendment. One was the addition of the Commerce Future Land Use designation within the urban-suburban tier, recognizing that there are sites within the urban-suburban tier where a light industrial use may be appropriate at a location, but heavier industrial is not. And then the second component of Commerce was introducing this designation into the agricultural reserve.
Being the light industrial.
Yes.
Okay, so my question was, because in my meetings, there was the question for how much of this is needed. And everything, I believe, that's done in the ag reserve is meant to be for the residents of the ag reserve to serve the community. So my questions were how much industrial is currently approved and built out. And the population, I do believe, is 27,000 for residents in the ag reserve. That and what would the maximum estimate be if all properties who can apply for this, what's the maximum square footage?
Sure.
Allowed?
So to your first question, and you're correct on the population. The population estimate of the agricultural reserve tier is around 27,000 residents. In terms of the industrial square footage in the tier today, the built estimated square footage is approximately 235,000 square feet. The approved but unbuilt industrial square footage is approximately 295,000. That includes some fairly recent amendments adopted by the board, Sunflower, Lost Farms. So when you add that 295 unbuilt, 235 built, that would be a total of approximately 530,000 square feet.
And if everyone that can apply applies for this and would be approved, what is that square footage?
Yes, so that is, it's a bit tricky of an exercise to do, and I do have some numbers. I've done this analysis because just like within the urban-suburban tier where there are more future land use designations, that every site isn't going to go after one particular future land use designation. But that said, in doing a GIS analysis and looking at parcels between 3 and 50 acres, which are the minimum and maximum size eligible for Commerce, looking at and then removing sites that already have a commercial future land use, industrial future land use, TMD, are part of a 60/40 AGR PUD, and then a few other metrics. What I would call the worst case scenario, if every one of those sites maxed out at 0.45 FAR, it came out to a little over 6.4 million square feet. When you then look at the floor area ratio, so 0.45 is the maximum. When you apply what we're seeing in a lot of these applications, closer to 0.3, that would bring that figure down to about 4.46 million. Again, we know not all of the sites will come in for commerce, but that is, just a very rough estimate of if every single parcel.
Okay, so my question for the board and Commissioner Sachs, I believe everything on here today would be in your district. I don't believe a cap was discussed previously when this was put into place. My question being, looking at that number right there, it's 2.2 million, I believe, 2.3 million that's being requested on the first 6 applications for this. Is there thoughts from the board, for staff? Should we work towards having a cap before we do this? Because I've heard a lot of unintended consequences if you don't kind of start out looking at this initially. And we have 5 applications today that I believe are 1.3 million in square footage being requested. Thank you.
Commissioner Sachs, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Woodward, for knowing so much about my district. Really, really appreciate that. I have a question. Yes, and I agree with you. I have a question though for Mr. Sicklin. If you could get back up on the podium, sir. We don't have distribution centers in the Ag Reserve, as you know. So would you please explain to the board exactly what type of storage units are going to be used for this turf product that you have there at the site?
Good question. The only reason the storage was shown was as part of the application process. Staff requests that you submit a conceptual site plan to show whether or not the 0.45 FAR can actually fit on the site. And that's the only reason that exercise was done, because that proved what they were requesting. Quite frankly, I have no idea whether self-storage would go on the site. It was an easy example because that's one of the commercial exceptions in the Commerce District. You can't have any commercial but for self-storage. My client doesn't do self-storage. They, at this point in time, have no interest in self-storage. When they come back for zoning approval concurrent with the adoption, we will have an actual layout of what we're going to do. So, and that would be the time where, like, for example, the Planning Commission voted to put a limitation on the site to limit it to 30,000 square feet. And I think the purpose of that, my understanding is because they didn't want self-storage. Well, that's a legitimate goal, no self-storage. It's just not a legitimate goal now. It's a zoning issue. When if we come up with self-storage during the zoning process, somebody says, I don't like self-storage, for one reason or another, that's the time to deal with that. Again, this plan is just conceptual. the sports turf company I represent does not do self-storage. They have no interest. This was just a conceptual plan. I hope that answers the question.
It does, but let's get on to a second question. The turf, the product that will be at this site, is 5.1 acres, which is not a very large lot for that area. But is that, will there be, and there will be trucks going in and out. What are the size of the trucks? And if you know, the size of the trucks, the weight, because they're going to be, Boynton Beach and 441 are heavily traveled, and they're really not, as far as I know, FDOT is not planning to widen 441. Right. So it's important for us to know what size trucks will be going in and out of that site. And I believe they'll be going out on 441, rather, is the ingress and egress will be on 441 rather than Boynton Beach Boulevard?
No, actually, ingress is, and egress is on Boynton Beach
Boynton Beach
Boulevard.
Boulevard is even better. But do you know the size of the largest truck that will be going in and out?
My understanding is that this is a sort of a vague answer, and I apologize, but I don't know that much about the tonnage of trucks. The trucks are generally a medium-sized trucks, and they often haul equipment to the site. Again, as you saw from that initial picture, most months it would be unusual that for 1 week they would even have the equipment or the trucks on site because they go to job sites. So this is a very low traffic producer. They're not large trucks. I don't even think they're probably the size of Atlas peat and soil trucks. They wouldn't be the size of the garbage trucks. Even maybe a garbage truck size would be it, but they're not the huge flatbed type of trucks as far as I know.
And this site is contiguous with what other industrial sites?
Well,
and I could ask staff that, actually.
The one to the west is the most dramatic.
Right.
That's 13 acres, and the approval on that, as I mentioned, is for 197,000 square feet of industrial, and that's a private trash hauling facility. So garbage trucks are parked there overnight, and they're in and out of that facility on a daily basis. So that's the most dramatic. Then to the east of the site is a landscape services facility, and that's your typical landscape services where the workers come in the morning, they park their cars, they get on the trucks, they go out to the job, they come back late at night, and all the trucks and cars are parked along the shared parking lot, shared property line between my client and the landscape services facility.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Kerner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor Weiss. I just wanted to make a comment on Commissioner Woodward's fine comments from earlier about evaluating the cap. I think it's important that first we recognize that we carefully crafted what is eligible. This prior board did. That doesn't mean that it should remain the same, but the prior board crafted essentially which properties would qualify for CMR. And I hate to put Jennifer Morton on the spot, but you had shared with me sort of a prospective maximum worst case scenario, so to speak, that was very helpful to me in understanding it. I don't know if it's really necessary to do that right at this moment, but I think that at some point during this collective hearing, we should be able to see that because it'll be helpful for Commissioner Woodward as well if she hasn't seen it, and it would be helpful for me to see it again. Also, is it fair to say that CMR doesn't confine, that land use doesn't confine the ultimate use to one specific thing? Is that fair?
Right, there would be a range of like light industrial uses that could be allowed.
So I think when we talk about prospective caps, it's difficult to analyze caps when you have such a diversity of ultimate uses that could be occurring on that property to serve in part the population of the ag reserve, but also just some historical history. For me personally, the CMR designation, the fact that it came to fruition was a huge relief, particularly since we inserted those preserve requirements on the larger parcels, because we really struggled, or prior boards struggled, with the industrial uses in the ag reserve, and we never knew with certainty, once we granted that land use, what the ultimate use was going to be, and it caused a lot of consternation amongst the residents in the ag reserve. And so now we have the ability to limit it, but also we get to see the zoning application after it's, when it comes back for adoption. So with regards to your suggestions or, suggestion about the cap, I think if we were to ever do that, I think it should be after we get through this round of transmittal. I think it may be too difficult to really wrap our heads around, perhaps at this late hour.
Commissioner Sacks, you're recognized.
One more question for staff. Do you, there's a issue that there's fines or fees that are due because of a misuse of this land? What are we talking about here? How much are we, Mr. Stickland, I know you jumped up.
I
wanna
can
make
answer
sure,
the question.
No matter what it is, it needs to be taken care of before.
Oh, absolutely. So here's, the staff report alludes to that it's under Code Enforcement Board
Correct.
violation. The way that happened is my client bought the property, unfortunately not realizing that the prior use, which was similar, was in violation. They inherited the violation. Once it was inherited, my client has spent a considerable amount of time correcting all those violations. The only violation really that is left is to get approval for the contractor storage yard. And this is the first step in that. Get the commerce land use, then file the concurrent zoning application for approval of the contractor storage yard.
Mayor, could I hear from Ramsey on this code violations?
Ellen is right. They have started working on compliance. There was some trash and debris that they've taken care of. This is the last step. Once this is done, they'd be found not in violation anymore, and then they'd apply for a fine modification hearing, and we take the whole totality of how much money they've spent, how quickly they came into compliance, and do typically vast, if they've played by the rules, we would typically do vast reductions.
Very good. So I make sure those are taken care of. As the commissioner for this district, I know we have probably other remarks, but I find that this 5.1 acres with the modifications as defined by staff would be consistent with the other uses, which is heavy industrial, are surrounding. I know this area, I passed by it, surrounding that area. So I don't see any issues of not accepting this application. And thank you again. I've got a good ally. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you. I don't see any other lights. Do we have any comment cards?
Yes, we do. Okay. Drew Martin, Dagmar Braz. Drew left? Oh, okay. Dagmar, Linda Smith.
Good afternoon. First of all, I want to say congratulations to Commissioner Baxter and Commissioner Woodward on winning your commission seat. Woo-hoo. I look forward to bending your ear in the future about issues that are quite important to me and COBRA as well, the Coalition of Boynton West Residential Associations. This is, and you know what, God bless you, brand new commissioner, for seeing the number black on white, 2,300,000+ square feet of just 6 projects today, just 6. Thank you for noticing that. We did have a presentation done by Bradley Miller regarding the LTG Sports Turf. We are in support of it. The lot has definitely been cleaned up to what it looked like historically. We do understand that this is basically a cleanup issue where they do need to do the zoning change in order to continue the business that they have been doing over the last few years. So we are in support of it. But I also want to bring to your attention, west of 441, this is actually not even called Boynton Beach Boulevard anymore. Also, this site is within walking distance of the Loxahatchee Wildlife Refuge. All right? The fact that they can get 93,000 square feet of light industrial uses on this property that close to the Loxahatchee Wildlife Refuge is very concerning. Again, we don't want to call more users, more people west of 441, and the fact that this is west of 441. And also, you have done other projects where you have put a condition of approval, a condition on the property. The LPA, the local planning agency, they did notice this, and instead of allowing over 90,000 square feet, they asked that the square footage on this property be capped at 30,000 square feet. This gives the property owner the ability to continue doing what he's doing. People always sell their property. There's always that pressure on development, as we've seen over the last several hours, to make it more intense, get more out of it. So if you would consider maybe putting a cap on it in the fact that it is west of 441, and perhaps the fact that everything that automatically goes into this commerce category gets to go to a 0.45 FAR, floor area ratio. Perhaps we should look at something if it's west of 441, which we've always considered that line in the sand. You know, let's protect the Loxahatchee Refuge and the Ag Reserve and whatnot. Perhaps we could lower that FAR west of 441 and consider something that wouldn't be that intense and try to keep this at 30,000 square feet. Thank you.
Mr. Ramsey, you're recognized.
I just want to clarify, on that particular parcel, there are no fines yet accruing because they've been going through the process to get things fixed up, so there are no fines accruing. So
Thank you.
just want to be clear on that.
All right. Who's next?
Linda Smith, and then Lorna Wallach.
Linda Smith, I still live in Jupiter, Florida, and I wish I had time to evaluate all the privately initiated text amendments outside of the Ag Reserve. I've kind of limited myself because there just isn't enough time in the day. Yes, I guess developers are allowed to ask for private initiated text amendments. The developer 4B1, and I know it's past tense, but they went from 10 units, then they started with 400, but they compromised for 166 units. You guys do hear those numbers. So I'm here to ask for $1 million. Anybody can ask for anything they want, so please consider my request. I think all of these developments, all today, all in this lump, speaks a lot to what's been going on in the past and probably, unfortunately, what's going on, possibly what's going to go on in the future, but maybe not in the Ag Reserve. You know, maybe we do need to start looking outside the Ag Reserve because supposedly the Ag Reserve's almost built out or something, and, you know, rest in peace. So then it's going to go everywhere else. So what I want to talk to specifically about this site is that the State Road 7 has historically been a line in the sand for the Ag Reserve. This site is surrounded by preserve and miscellaneous agricultural projects, and it currently has a potential of a maximum 32,760 square feet, but this amendment would allow for up to 98,280 of light industrial, more than 3 times what is currently allowed. 3 times. It's not 1.5, it's 3. It is hard for me to believe that someone would buy a property without understanding what they are allowed to do or what it came with in the way of baggage. Maybe they were just trying to hope that the county commissioners would change the requirements, which unfortunately is often the case. This site, as discussed, has 2 open code violations. I missed how much the fees were, and I don't know if we know the number. These cases are still open and active, so now this property is asking for an amendment that will reward them financially. I want to ask for that $1 million. What makes you think in the future this property will comply with codes? I guess it's going to be a different landowner, so maybe he'll do better. I don't know. Again, of course, there is no indication of urban sprawl in the reports, in spite of a 3 times increase in density. Some of these numbers on these reports I don't understand. Traffic analysis shows an increase of 154 net daily trips over the current maximum, but again, this still meets policy 3.5D. I got up to calculus, but I don't understand the math. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. I'd like to say spending the afternoon and day with you to us is priceless.
Ms. Wallach, and then Jim Knight put in a comment card. He does not wish to speak, but he is in support.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Lorna Wallach. I've been a Florida resident since 1969. I'm a retired Palm Beach County employee, and I live in the Ag Reserve. I want to welcome our new commissioners, Sarah Baxter, welcome, and Marcy Woodward, congratulations. And this, what I have to say, the rest really applies to all these other things that you're trying to get accomplished here today, so I'm just condensing it into one thing. Okay, so let's see. So in 1999, I voted for the bond and preservation in the comprehensive plan to protect the Ag Reserve. In 30 years, I have not changed my mind, and I'm disheartened that I must stand here today defending its existence once again. 3 months ago, the commissioners saved GL 4-3 from certain denial, granting a postponement at the last minute. To give GL gets to regroup and come back for another shot at a land swap in May of 2023. Obviously, I'll be here for that. Also at the meeting, they passed a zoning variance from 60% preserve to 25% preserve with all this industrial stuff going on. The crowd that attended spoke against it for very good reason. So it's no wonder that we're here today battling additional fronts, including the State Road 7 Business Plaza. Obviously, the developers have been emboldened by the commissioners', I'm sorry to say, weak responses. Now, it's not just the GL land swap debacle, but now we've morphed into large-scale distribution centers with 108 high-door loading docks for tractor trailers. I mean, that's like mind-boggling to me. This has gone way out of control, and we really can't continue to tolerate the traffic, the congestion, and the noise now. I have been run off Lyons Road 3 times in the past 4 months by aggressive drivers, and this is no lie. I've called the sheriff's department, I have complained. It's a real problem. Things are getting very bad and dangerous out there. The Ag Reserve is being defiled piece by piece for wanton greed, and it needs to stop today. The Ag Reserve is in crisis, and the voters made it clear earlier this month they want it to thrive and not be destroyed by greedy developers. I am hopeful today, looking at this new board of county commissioners, to stand up, defend the comprehensive plan, and save us all from escalating untenable living situation, which is what it's become. I mean, I am considering moving out of the area. It's become horrible. So please, please, please listen to what people have said today and what are we doing here in Palm Beach County. Someone said very well earlier. Thank you.
That's it?
All right, that's it for our speakers. Thank you very much. All right, we will bring this back to the board. Are there any questions? If not, is there a motion that somebody would like to make?
Mr. Mayor, I do have a question. At some point, I do believe that we do need to address the cap on commercial. And I think that, I don't know when we need to do that. Is it before we make these decisions? And like, I don't know what to do because we've got these items that are in front of us, and when do we make that decision on having a discussion regarding the cap? Or Pat Rudder, since you're right.
Board can give us that direction anytime. If it is something, you've got these items that are here before you for transmittal. If you wanted us to come back at the January BCC zoning meeting or February transmittal with a couple options and a path for how to address it, we can come back at that point and do that very thing.
But if we transmit, then we've kind of like...
You've begun the process, yes.
No, but I'm saying, but in regards to, I'm just trying to make sure, I know if initiation is fine, but transmittal, does our rights change when we transmit or no?
I would argue not. The zoning action would be different, but you still have to adopt, you still have, and I'm looking at Darren to make sure I don't say anything wrong, you still have full legislative discretion at the adoption phase of the comp plan item.
And so I guess my question would be, if we transmit today, can we have a workshop or a discussion in regards to a cap? So in that way, the board can make that decision on a cap that as a board, we're comfortable with.
You absolutely can. Another option available to you is, the items that are here, we could not take them up. Those could be postponed as well until if you wanted to take up a workshop before addressing any of these. So you've got two routes that you could go as it speaks to that point. We could probably come back January BCC zoning. So before it would come back should the board transmit any or all of these to discuss that point, and then take your direction. Now, I would caution you, if you did discuss and direct comprehensive plan amendments that would speak to a cap, then we've got a sequencing issue, because you might have some or all of them who would have been transmitted. You could give us direction to create or enhance a cap, and that would be trailing, lagging behind ones that might have been transmitted. So there's some sequencing here, but we could get back to you relatively quickly with options for that.
I'd love to hear from our board so we can kind of like decide if we want to transmit or to discuss the cap. Thank you.
Commissioner Sacks, you're recognized.
Thank you. You know, I voted for Commerce future land use, and I did it with the idea that it would begin to limit the industrial and light industrial uses that are already in the comprehensive plan for certain areas in the ag reserve. So we are walking into an area that is already zoned, not agricultural, but industrial and light industrial. And we're talking about mulching plants, and we're talking about feed. I don't want to talk about, mulching and other heavy and light industrial uses in the ag reserve. The understanding that I had, Commissioner, is that, and my colleagues, is that the Commerce would be an area of a future land use which would be lighter and more responsive to the needs of the people in the ag reserve. It has become sort of a dumping area for some industrial uses, which may not be that compatible with other areas. This one, look at what we've done in the state. Somebody said, what have we done in the ag reserve? Look at what we've done to the west of 441. We've got mulching plants, we've got really industrial uses there that are not responsive to the needs of the people of the ag reserve. But that was there before we began to discuss it. So absolutely, I am with you, Commissioner Bernard, when it comes to reviewing this Commerce FLU, and also in a discussion with how we want 441 to develop now that there's so many residential units in it. I mean, we're going to have soccer moms on 441. We've got a major developer who wants to put 1,300 single-family homes on 441. You can't, this is incompatible with trucks going in and out and kids driving their vehicles in high school on 441. So we definitely need to open this up for discussion. However way Patrick Rutter, we want to do that procedurally with our staff is fine with me, but this is a discussion that we need to have, and we need to have these definitions and caps put on it before west of 441 becomes so heavily industrial that we don't recognize it anymore as part of the ag reserve. And secondly, that we're creating a dangerous situation. The FDOT is not at this time looking at widening 441. So we've got to understand the infrastructure before we begin to do all these new zoning applications. So I agree with you, Commissioner Bernard. Whichever way we can do it procedurally, let's proceed.
Commissioner Kerner, you recognize.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's also, again, important to look at the historical and procedural process that led us here today and to the CMR land use. The reason why there's so many applications before us today is because these have been historically properties that have been trying to work their way through the industrial land use, and they worked with us on the CMR, and now we're here for a first round of adjudication, and I think it's important that we adjudicate initially these 6 applications, and let's start looking to having that distinction like we did with residential west of 441 versus east of 441. You know, the Planning Commission here recommended to cap it at 30,000, but then we also have to balance that with, well, properties east of 441 that have applications for CMR are going to have a larger footprint, or at least a footprint that is at the 0.45 floor area ratio. So, you know, my preference, Commissioner Bernard and Commissioner Woodward, would be to let's either transmit or don't transmit on the merits today on these applications before us, and let's see what our end product is. What's the end result of our first round of adjudications? And then let's look prospectively as well to properties that are that qualify to apply for this but haven't yet. And that would be, I think, a good holistic picture on how we can move forward effectively.
Commissioner Marino, you recognize.
Thank you. This is transmittal, doesn't mean final acceptance. I think what the petitioners are hearing from all of us is that maybe the size that you're bringing forth is not what we're going to accept in the future. I do agree with Commissioner Kerner where we do need to hear what's in front of us and make a decision on each and every one of those things. And regardless of the fact that it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we need to give each and everyone here the same amount of time that they require. But I do believe that we do need to revisit this and figure out if there should be a maximum FAR or a minimum FAR. But right out of the gate, I don't think the maximum FAR that's in front of us today is going to be acceptable to any of us. So this is my my notice to those in the audience that are petitioners today that you may want to reconsider the size of what you're putting forth. Because while we probably will transmit because we have the ability to do that without making a final decision, we're transmitting knowing that probably in the future we're going to be coming in with a lower Florida area ratio. So that would be my caveat. Thank you.
Commissioner Baxter, you recognize.
I was just going to say, excuse me, I agree with Commissioner Kerner and Commissioner Marino. I do agree we should transmit today, but look at the future uses out there. And I am more probably friendly to commerce uses because we had such a struggle finding space for our personal business. When we are, and I do agree with the commissioner that we do need to look at some caps to keep our area nice and not so dense with these uses, but still allow some for businesses to exist because it is necessity.
Commissioner Woodward, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you. I would like to say I do appreciate the work that went into forming this new commerce designation. I can see there was a lot of work put into it. And it appears that the only gap in this would be the square footage that is giving people angst. And when I asked questions about it, staff told me basically this is the one area that you don't have a clear explanation, a clear vision of what the board was agreeing to with this, which is why I brought up the square footage cap, because that's also the feedback that I've gotten from the public. The square footage is alarming, and that's why I was asking just, for all of you to pipe in on this as well, and for us to know that moving forward, we do have 5 applications here today, and I do believe we should hear them and listen to what they have to say, but this is something that will need to be addressed, I believe. And it would also help with the applicants in the future if we give clearer vision as to what's expected with this designation. Thank you.
Commissioner Kerner.
Thank you, Mayor. And since we do have to adjudicate things today, just one quick question. Does the application before us, do they front 441?
No.
Okay.
No.
And they're west of 441 State Road 7? And the Planning Commission's recommendation 8-1, 9-1 was to cap it at 30,000 feet. So I'll make the motion consistent with the Planning Commission.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second, so we have a motion by Commissioner Kerner and a second by Vice Mayor Sacks.
Mr. Mayor, may I be heard on that particular issue?
Of course, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm listening to the discussion. First of all, my understanding is that you have to, not understanding, it's written in the commerce designation, that you have to bring in a zoning application concurrent with the final adoption. That's the time when you say 0.45 FAR is too much, and you can limit at that particular time. Limiting that before we even know what the applicant is applying for does not seem fair to me, because the rules that we were playing by were that you have to submit an application showing your maximum. You have to submit a conceptual site plan showing the maximum, and that's what we did. But you have the ability to limit that maximum at the adoption hearing when we bring in the concurrent zoning application to whatever you think is appropriate, whatever fits, whatever is compatible. So to limit what we were required to do, the 0.45, 98,000 square feet by 2/3 without even knowing what our proposal is, it just doesn't seem fair, and that is not the staff's recommendation. So I would ask you, if you would please, do not limit it to the 30%, but wait until you have your concurrent zoning application where you have full flexibility to do that at that particular time. But to start limiting before we even know what's being proposed seems cart before the horse-ish. So I would ask that you not do that and instead consider adopting staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sicklin. Just before, go ahead, Commissioner Bernard.
Mr. Mayor, I'd make a motion to transmit without a cap, a substitute motion.
So we have a substitute motion without a cap by Commissioner Bernard. Is there a second for that? We have a second by Commissioner Marino. Okay, I'd like to make a comment at this point, because it was something that I had asked staff about a week after this was passed. I didn't vote for it because of the process, and I sort of see this happening here while we're talking, which is a similar thing, which is not having all the facts in front of us, not having an opportunity to really analyze what's being proposed and what the impacts could be. And I think the same holds true today when we're talking about the caps or whatever. And I would say, rather than a cap on square footage, I think we should be looking at a floor area ratio. That makes much more sense. When I looked at Planning Commission's recommendations, they took a property with 5 acres and said 30,000 square feet, and then they took a property with 10 acres and said 30,000 square feet, and they took another property with something else, and it was like, I don't see the consistency in how that was, or the logic behind that, and how that, and maybe there was something in the meeting I didn't understand. So I think I think the idea, and I think the board coming together and asking that we do have a discussion on this prior to, and I think we have adoption. We have the adoption hearing where, in fact, we have an opportunity to revise or limit whatever is going to go on these properties. And so, and I appreciate everybody's concerns and hard work that we're all doing. We're all trying to, I think, get to the right place. But it's just, unfortunately, sometimes as Commissioner Weinroth used to like to say, watching the sausage get made can be very messy, and in this case, I think we got a little bit of a mess on our hands. So With that, I see Commissioner, I don't know whether Kerner or Sachs, which one?
Yeah, thank you,
ahead.
Mayor. So I support Commissioner Bernard's substitute motion. You know, ultimately, we're not going to be able to analyze this at the level of detail that we want until it comes back on adoption. So I just want to make sure that, by the way, there will be applications that I think I'm not going to vote for because I don't think they're appropriate today. But are we going to get these all back, this first tranche, all back for adoption on the same day or the same hearing?
They'll all come back separately with the zoning, whenever the zoning application is certified.
Okay. All right.
All right, Commissioner Sachs.
That's why I wanted Commissioner Kerner to go first. The clarification then is that if we go ahead and approve this pursuant to the motion that's on the floor now, then later we can look at the 30,000 cap. Is that correct? I'm looking at staff because I appreciate Mr. Sickland, but is that correct and true? Oh, we have the attorney. The attorney. Oh,
well, lucky
you're on
me.
the spot. Okay.
Yeah, so when they come back, you'll have the opportunity, because they're going to come back simultaneously with a zoning application. So you'll have the opportunity at that point, based on what you see in a zoning application, if you want to limit square footage.
So then that would be the appropriate time to say we want to cap 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, whatever it may be.
For the
if anything.
individual property?
Sir?
For the individual property?
Yes, sir.
I believe so, yes.
No, yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Excellent. Then I'll go ahead and support Commissioner Bernard's motion.
Okay, so do you have something? Okay.
Just following up on the earlier discussion as well, and tracking with what the Vice Mayor was describing, the timing. You can have an item and you absolutely can take up that notion, the measure of how to address the square footage when the individual one comes back. I think I'm hearing the board as well, though, talking about in larger numbers. And my first question was going to be, did you want to offer any direction for us to come back and have that discussion? Because I do think that would inform any individual one that comes along and any individual direction. I would love for that to happen because we like to give that input to applicants when they walk in the door. And we're not doing it at the end. You're going to have these applications come through. They'll be doing their zoning work. They'll be into that real site specificity. And to hit them with that, if there should be something of a significant change at the end, we would love to be able to give them that direction a lot earlier than waiting till they get to the very end. So, sorry, part one, if the board did want to offer us direction once we've addressed the motion, to come back to you in January and have that discussion on larger ones, and that would help inform others.
All right. Good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rutter. All right. I don't see any more lights. All right. We have a motion and a second on the floor to go ahead and transmit without any cap at this point. All those in favor? All those opposed? That motion carries unanimously. And I also hear consensus from this board to give you direction to come back in January and let's talk about the amount of space. All right, moving on. That didn't take long.
Thank you.
All right, next we have, this is going to be item 4D2. This is the Marin Conley CMR.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Morton with J. Morton Planning and Landscape Architecture, and I just wanted to address Commissioner Kerner's comment. I have a map that I've been working on identifying commerce in the Ag Reserve, and I'm happy to work with staff during the next month, and we can look at those properties and work together on something. So I'm happy to come back to you. So, and with that, I'd like to introduce Heather Waldstein from my office. She is a planner that recently joined the firm. She's from California, and she's going to be doing the presentation. So thank you very much.
Yes, please do not hold California against me.
I know both of us, right?
We're both transplants.
Welcome to Florida.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, almost evening. And welcome to the new commissioners. I'm Heather Waldstein. I'm with J. Morton Planning and Landscape Architecture at 3910 RCA Boulevard, Palm Beach Gardens. I'm here today representing the property owners of the property located at 9819 State Road 7 in Boynton Beach. We are requesting a future land use amendment from the Agricultural Reserve to the newly adopted future land use designation of Commerce. The 3.41 acre site is located with access and frontage on the west side of State Road 7, just north of Boynton Beach Boulevard. Mr. Connolly, one of the property owners who is here today, has been the owner of this property since 1993 and leases it to a dispatch service for car transport. The existing dispatch use is consistent with the allowable light industrial uses of the requested Commerce future land use designation. As demonstrated by this slide, the subject property is tucked into and surrounded to the west and south by commercial low with underlying industrial. To the north is Agricultural Reserve, and to the east across State Road 7 is institutional and institutional with underlying Agricultural Reserve. As demonstrated by this slide, along the west side of State Road 7, the subject property is surrounded by similar uses and intensities with a chipping and mulching facility to the north, the Homeridge property to the west and south, and further to the south, the LTG Sports Turf project, which preceded us on today's agenda. Then across State Road 7 is Faith Farm and Baptist Health. The subject property meets all of the eligibility requirements of the newly adopted Commerce land use designation with frontage and access on State Road 7. We did file a concurrent rezone application in July of this year, and the subject property has a site area of 3.41 acres. A preserve area is not required and not applicable due to the site area being under 16 acres. In summary, the proposed Commerce future land use is ideal for the site as it's consistent with the Commerce policies, it's compatible with surrounding uses, and it's an infill property. It's in keeping with the past BCC approvals and direction for Commerce in the Ag Reserve. Consistent with staff's recommendation of approval and the Planning Commission's recommendation of approval, we respectfully request a recommendation to transmit the request for future land use designation of Commerce. We will be back before you for approval with the zoning request. I just want to thank you again for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions the commission or public might have.
Thank you. I don't see any lights on. And do we have a staff presentation?
Again, for the record, Travis Goodson with the Planning Division. This is the Morton Connolly Commerce. This is in the same vicinity as the prior application, located on the northwest corner of Boynton Beach Boulevard and State Road 7, requesting a future land use amendment to Commerce. There is a concurrent zoning application in process. It's requesting a rezoning from Agricultural Reserve to Light Industrial in order to allow a vehicle dispatch use. This site is also under current code enforcement violation, and that is for the vehicle dispatch use. That is part of why they are requesting this application before you today. This is the same exact similar vicinity location map for the prior application, just showing the adjacent commercial low and industrial land use, the Homeridge property, and then diagonally south is the LTG Sports Turf we were just discussing. So we'll jump into staff's assessment. Staff has found the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan and is compatible with adjacent and surrounding land uses and land use designations. It's located near a major intersection within the Agricultural Reserve and is consistent with the existing development pattern of the area. The site's eligible to request the Commerce designation as it meets the minimum policy requirements. Again, no preserve is required because the site is less than 16 acres in size. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. The Planning Commission recommended approval with modifications 9-0. That included a condition limiting development under the CMR use to 30,000 square feet, similar as before. So the requested motion before you today is to transmit as recommended by staff. And that one condition, again, is the same, that the land use and the proposed rezoning be considered for adoption at the same hearing.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Sacks, you're recognized.
Thank you. What's the difference between a dispatching service and a distribution center?
Well, a distribution center would have a building where the trucks come in and out of. The dispatch service is really an outdoor storage of trucks that get dispatched to other locations.
This is a dispatching service and outdoor vehicle storage. Do we have a separate designation for dispatching service as opposed to a distribution center, which would be somebody answering, requests for dispatch?
There are different uses underneath the Unified
Under the code?
Land Development Code. Mhm.
Is there, when you say there are differences under the code, what are the differences?
I meant that they're different uses. So they both would have their own standards and definitions.
Would you be able to provide us with those differences? Because I don't really see a difference between a dispatch service and a distribution center.
So the definition in the Unified Land Development Code for a distribution facility is an establishment for the loading, unloading, and interchange of freight or package express between modes of transportation.
And the other?
Give me one moment.
That's okay. Google probably knows.
Dispatching service, an establishment for receiving and transmitting messages associated with the tracking of vehicles and equipment or coordinating mobile or transportation operations, which may include storage of dispatched vehicles or equipment.
So under the code, there is a difference which this particular application meets for a dispatch service and not a distribution
Right,
center.
because distribution, it would not be allowed.
That's why I'm
further
asking the
comments.
question.
Yes, exactly.
I fail to see the difference, but it is an important issue to bring up because we don't allow distribution centers here, and I just want to make sure that we're all abiding by the code. The second thing is this particular site also has outstanding code violations. And that would not be cleared up by us approving this land designation. Do we know, and I know I'm looking for Ramsey, you probably see him. Maybe I'll wait till he gets back in. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. All right, I don't see any other lights at this time. We have some cards. Okay. Let us hear from the public.
Okay. The two speaking cards we have are Dagmar Braz and Linda Smith. Jim Knight doesn't wish to speak, but he is in support, and Drew Martin has gone home. Just fill out a card.
Okay, so I guess I'm up. Linda Smith. I still live in Jupiter, Florida. I have to say, kind of just the elimination of the preserve requirements for sites under, I think it was 15 acres, just opens the door for larger sites to be subdivided to eliminate having to create preserve. And I know that's a little off topic, but that does seem to come up sometimes. And I think that was added by the board after public comments during a previous discussion. So I wasn't able to say that before. I'm willing to compromise my request to $500,000. And again, this site is located west of State Road 7, which historically has been the line in the sand. This site is already under code violations. Again, that was just brought up. This site uses on the property commercial, parking lots and storage that are not allowed in the future land use designation, I believe. So instead of complying with existing or future land use designation, they're just expecting an amendment. Again, the traffic analysis, at least this time, they did say that it hit the maximum potential density. Whew! I understand that math. Urban sprawl analysis indicates that they have an additional 66,843 square feet light industrial preserve. Again, there's no urban sprawl when that happens. I don't understand that math. Site-specific land use changes may seem minor, but these changes result in a cumulative impact that affects the ag reserve and will shape our future landscape and land use in the future, which is kind of what's being discussed here, trying to put caps and stuff. And I would say that this business of transmitting without that limit of 30,000 square feet cap that was being discussed earlier really is kind of disingenuous even to the developers. I know they're shocked to hear me say that, because they're going to spend time and money to try to develop their plans. And I guess you're trying to tell them in kind of strong terms to try to limit it to 30,000. But when they come back from the 66,843 and they've come back with 66,000, they say, well, we compromised. Please remain steadfast to the growth management principles set forth in the comprehensive plan. These developments should be for the benefit of agriculture, land environment, water, storage, and the residents in the ag reserve. Thank you. I repeat myself a lot, sorry.
Ms. Roth?
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I appreciate the indulgence on this item. As a reminder, Barbara Roth speaking on behalf of COBRA. As a reminder, COBRA supported, with a letter you have on file, the commerce use. We understood that this was an important addition to the Ag Reserve tier. COBRA also has as part of its mission protection of that very special tier, as we want to protect the rural tier and the other areas of note, all of which we cherish in Palm Beach County. At Planning Commission, and I'm privileged to sit as a Planning Commissioner, I made this motion to reduce the square footage because both at Planning Commission and COBRA supports that reduction. We feel that there is jeopardy in allowing these high square footage applications to go forward. I understand and respect, Commissioner Kerner and Commissioner Bernard on this issue, and staff saying that you'll have a chance to get at it, or zoning will when it comes back to you. Unfortunately, we've seen too many times that things go on in the interim, and some application may come in with a greater square footage. If we are committed to using those commerce designations in the Ag Reserve for the residents served in the area, then we must watch that square footage carefully. Or else, thank you, Vice Mayor Sachs, we might wind up with something like a distribution center, and you may hear me on this item later. So that is our caution and our concern, while noting again that COBRA did support the commerce use. But we are concerned. The vote at Planning Commission was 9-0. We don't usually get that kind of a vote, and that was including a 30,000 square foot cap. Thank you so much again for your indulgence.
Thank you. I think that's the last of our speakers. I do not see any other lights. Somebody like to make a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion. Let me make sure I get to where I'm supposed to be. I'll make a motion to transmit the Morin Connolly Commerce Amendment.
We have a motion, and I assume that we have a motion, and I assume that includes the conditions as proposed by staff?
Which,
That's so that the zoning and FLUA application are heard for adoption on the same day.
yes, and what about the cap? What did we decide? So
That
we
was-
would do it without the cap, and then we would, okay.
Right. Yeah.
And we have a second by Commissioner, or Vice Mayor Sacks. Hearing no other comments, all in favor, all opposed? That motion carries. Long day. That motion carries 7-0. All right, moving on. We are on now item, let's see, this is going to be 4D3, EJKJ.
Okay. All right. Good evening, Commissioners. It's 4:35 evening. I'm Lauren McClellan with J. Morton Planning and Landscape Architecture. On behalf of the property owner, I'm presenting the EJKJ industrial application. So the request before the board today is a future land use amendment from the agricultural reserve to commerce with an underlying agricultural reserve. This request is subject to two conditions. I've identified them up on the screen. They're also in the staff report in Exhibit E1, I think. Yep, E1. The applicant is in agreement with these two conditions. The 7.93 acre property is located on the west side of State Road 7, south of the Atlantic Avenue interchange. This aerial shows the existing future land use designations within close proximity of the property. You can see the commercial low that's located to the north of the property. It is located at the southwest corner of Atlantic Avenue and State Road 7, and then the existing industrial corridor immediately to the east of that. To the south of the property is the Sunflower property, which was the subject of a future land use amendment in 2021 to industrial. So now I just want to look at some of the uses that are surrounding the property. So that commercial property that was at the southwest corner is a Wawa. It also has a retail plaza that has various retail businesses, offices in it. And then to the south of that is the AmeriGas facility, and then to the south and west of that is the U.S. Post Office. Immediately to the west of the property is the AmeriGrow chipping and mulching facility. You can kind of see it in the background of the picture with all those really tall piles in the dust. That's immediately to the west of the property. And then to the south is the Sunflower Landscape Services industrial property. And then to the west, or excuse me, to the east across State Road 7 is the Dakota PUD. And then to the north of that is the approved West Atlantic Industrial Plaza. And then this is the industrial language that you've seen in the presentation before. So these are the requirements. So we are requesting commerce. This application does have frontage on State Road 7. We also share a border with Sunflower Industrial to the south. A concurrent zoning application was submitted earlier this year. We did submit an MUPD rezoning with a site plan. It has approximately 112,000 square foot office warehouse building. We're anticipating uses like plumbers, carpenters, things like that to go in the small bays. And that will be back when it comes back for transmittal. The FAR on that site is approximately 0.33, so not near the 0.45. And then the property is 7.93 acres, which is between the 3 acres and the 16 acres, 50 acres if it needed preserve, but it's less than 16 acres, so preserve is not required. The commerce is appropriate for the property. We meet the requirements. We're compatible with the surrounding uses. including the chipping and mulching to the west, the Sunflower Industrial, which is approved to the south, and then the AmeriGas and Wawa to the north. We're also consistent with recent past BCC approvals in the area. The property is approximately 8 acres, small infill property. Staff's recommending approval subject to the conditions, and we respectfully request transmittal by this board. If you have any questions, let me know.
Is there any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, would staff like to make a presentation?
Again, for the record, Travis Goodson with the Planning Division. This is EJKJ Industrial. So as Lauren has just gone through, it's a 7.93 acre site located west side of State Road 7, just south of Atlantic Avenue. There is a concurrent zoning application requesting rezoning from agricultural reserve to light industrial in order to support proposed office warehouses. Lauren went over this, so I'll just touch on it real quick. It does abut the Sunflower Industrial site, which is just to the subject site south. That was before this board in late 21, early 22 for industrial approval. It is just 0.15 miles south of the established industrial corridor fronting Atlantic Avenue on along State Road 7, and it does abut the AmeriGrow chipping and mulching facility to the west, and the post office and the Stop and Shop further to the north. Just an aerial image that shows the vacant subject site and the nature of the immediate area. As Lauren had mentioned, on the southeast corner of Atlantic Avenue, State Road 7, is an approval for a West Atlantic Business Plaza. So it's showing as nothing built, but there are approvals out this time for industrial development to be built on that corner. Staff's assessment of the request has found the site is compatible with adjacent and surrounding land uses and land use designations. It's located near a major intersection within the agricultural reserve, consistent with existing development pattern along the intersection. The request is also consistent with the comprehensive plan as it meets the policy requirements in order to request the commerce land use designation. And again, no preserve is required for this application as the site is less than 16 acres in size. And as such, staff is recommending approval with conditions. Planning Commission also recommended approval, but with modifications by an 8-2 vote. And this one they recommended a condition limiting development to 50,000 square feet. So the motion before you today, as recommended by staff, would be to transmit this amendment. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Baxter, you're recognized.
I'd like to hear from the board and how you feel when we start considering limitations, maybe more relaxed for something that allows for future use of businesses, to come and just be. There's just a lack of it in the western communities. Now, I don't want to go filling up our ag reserve with this type of use, but there is a substantial need for places for these businesses to exist, and it has to go somewhere. And East is pretty full. So I would like to, start when we consider these limitations, looking at maybe some more relaxed limits on those places that allow for businesses to exist.
Commissioner Marino, you're recognized.
Thank you. We do have one comment card. Sorry, we do have one comment card, and then I'll save my remarks for after that. Linda Smith, want to come up again?
Linda Smith, Jupiter, Florida. And yeah, I got to read through all this stuff. It's daunting. Drew Martin actually works nights, so he can speak to you folks during the day. So I'm sure he would have put in a comment card. I know he had to step away with some other comment cards. Some of the people speaking here for these developments are obviously getting paid, and they're probably getting paid overtime very soon. This site is located west of State Road 7. I'm repeating myself, historically been the line in the sand. Vacant land is not really vacant. There's flood control issues, there's wildlife. It's only vacant by a human definition, which is pretty limiting. Currently, this site has a potential maximum of 51,815 square feet of non-residential use. This is like, they're asking for 155,000. Again, it's 3 times what's currently allowed. I won't repeat my comments from before. But because there are currently no specific policies to guide the location and intensity of the light industrial use applications such as this one, it's going to open up this site and other sites to a wide array of industrial uses, including some heavy and intense uses. The traffic analysis on this one did indicate an increase in 470 net daily trips over the current maximum 273. Woohoo. But somehow it still meets the policy of 3.5. So let's tell that to all the folks that are wading through multiple traffic lights on the road. Fire rescue, I believe, indicated an additional 82 calls per year. I don't know how they get these numbers. I just don't know what else to say. This is just another special case revision to the general rules that others in the future are going to follow. I'm sorry.
Thank you. And Commissioner Marino, you had comment.
I did, thank you. I would make a motion to approve, I would make a motion to do staff's recommendation, approve with conditions. I don't, because of where we are and the limitations, I don't think we can set limitations on this one, whereas we didn't set limitations on the previous one. So I think if we do transmit this, it would be without square foot limitations. But having said that, a lot of times the reason we came up with the commerce designation was so that we could actually bring a lot of businesses into compliance. That doesn't necessarily mean that, yes, we're going to bring you into compliance, but now you can build from setback to setback to setback to setback. So just, again, I think that we do need to come up, and staff, I hope you actually work with some of the petitioners about this. Not just, this has to be a group effort, but to come up with a fair floor area ratio. And it wouldn't behoove us right now to limit anybody because we don't have a formula. So I would make a motion to approve staff's recommendations.
We have a motion by Commissioner Marino.
I'll second.
I have a second by Commissioner Sacks, and you're, I have a second by Commissioner Bernard. Commissioner Sacks, you're recognized.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions for staff. I know that the hour is late. I'm on my 3rd cookie, and there are other cookies out there, though, so we can take this. What are we putting here? What are we putting here? What is it? What are they going to do?
They're slated for proposed warehouses with accessory office space.
Warehouses, and I apologize. I don't recall speaking with, and I'm sure I did because Jennifer Morton is very professional. But before I just go ahead and say we're going to approve this, warehouses and office space, this is a pretty close area on Atlantic Avenue. And it's pretty close to, there's residential. I know that's surrounded by industrial, light industrial anyways, but it's pretty close to some heavily traveled areas on 441 and Clintmore and Lyons Road, Atlantic Avenue. It's also, if you note on your staff report, we're going to need to have more infrastructure with fire rescue. I need to have a little more information. So if, according to what we've been discussing today about moving things along and then looking at them with greater specificity, this certainly speaks to that. I don't know what they're putting in this I can't say distribution center, it's a nasty word. We'll call it something else. The warehouse, I want to know what's in the warehouse. That's pretty close to residential areas. And I need to know if it's armaments, if it's fireworks, if it's sand piles or mulch, whatever it may be. I think it's important that we know what we're going to store so close to residential areas before we just go ahead and give it an approval. So maybe somebody from the applicant can answer these questions? Ms. Morton?
So while our client doesn't have exact tenants lined up, this type of small bay warehouse is very similar to what's being developed on the south side of Atlantic Avenue. So the anticipation is that they're going to be small bays. So it's going to be office warehouse, like you have plumber where you have a little office in the front and then you have their materials behind, like a counter maker, same kind of thing. It's those type of uses that are going to go in there. Office warehouse uses can also support sometimes, like another one of our client is looking at doing, like some kind of rec uses, like fitness centers, like a cheerleader gym kind of thing, like that, where they need bigger bays. Those are just types of uses that can kind of go in these office warehouse buildings. But like I said, our client doesn't exactly have tenants lined up yet.
He doesn't have tenants lined up yet?
No, not yet.
Could it be welders, or could it be use of fire or other noxious materials? Could be, couldn't it?
I know that the zoning code has requirements about storing flammable materials, and there are prohibitions for that within the zoning code. And then you're going to see this come back before you with the site plan at time of adoption.
Was this, thank you very much, I appreciate it. Was this approved by our staff, knowing that we would know specifically what types of materials would be stored or what type of work would be done?
So to give you a little bit more comfort, Commissioner, because the way the policy is written, commerce is limited to light industrial uses.
Right.
And in the comprehensive plan, light industrial uses are defined, and it does, I can read verbatim here
I know
for
what
you.
it's defined as.
Yeah.
Okay. What I'm concerned with is this could be, for example, this could be welders, which is for the use of the people in the ag reserve. However, I don't know if I want welders right there so close to residential areas. See what I mean? So to have a carte blanche, we're going to be working with, quote, light industrial uses, a little bit too open-ended for me to have any comfort. All right, and I just feel very uncomfortable with it. Jennifer, you have something to say?
Yes, Commissioner Sachs. What I can commit is meeting with you prior to the zoning application and working with you on the uses that we're proposing to go in there. So we'll have
meet
more
with the other
meeting-
commissioners as well.
And
Give
yes,
them a
I'll
little
be-
sense of comfort.
Okay, sure, absolutely.
Okay.
Thank
And
you.
you know what I'm talking about, Jennifer. I don't want anything.
Yes, I understand your vision for the corridor and some of the ideas for the park, so definitely we'll work with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Woodward.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. In reference to allowing businesses to open here, I know that in 2001, there was an agricultural reserve master plan. Page 6 on whichever one of these we're in, at the time, they listed Economic Development Center for future land use. It was denied at the time. However, it's been 20 years since this, and there's a list of businesses that they recommended, the consultant. And I'm wondering, I know that there's several amendments that have come, this being one of them. Is it time to maybe readdress the master plan and look at this? Because seems to be a need for businesses here. We don't have clear guidance. There's a list of different, including an ornamental welding shop is in this initial listing. However, if we were to maybe do that again, that would help clarify some of this, because it seems the commerce is covering a dispatch center and a potential business center, economic center. So is that something, it should be separate? Question.
Yeah, so if I could, the zoning division is going to be working on code amendments to the ULDC to define which specific uses are allowed within the commerce. And we do have Lisa here who is working on that, so she could probably give a little bit more of an update on that.
Hi, Lisa Mara, the zoning director. So, yeah, when we presented this item to the board previously at last November's I think it went from October to November workshop, and then we were here in maybe February and May and August on this topic. We listed out all of the uses in the ULDC and identified whether or not, on a preliminary analysis, whether we would consider them light or heavy industrial and whether or not they would be suitable for the commerce designation. Some of the recommendations by the consultant are not agreed to by staff in the list that you're looking for. The consultant also recommended 2 employment centers, one at the Turnpike in Boynton and one at Turnpike in Boynton, Turnpike in Boynton and Atlantic, and that they recommended 350,000 square feet that would be needed to serve the community. We will be back before you. Something that hasn't been mentioned is that these amendments can't be certified unless we write the code for it that matches this new land use designation. So we're working really hard to get before you in January, the end of January. There's 2 January meetings for zoning, but the end of January, we're really hoping to have the first reading for you on the ULDC language that fits, that will list out all of the allowable uses consistent with the comp plan. So we definitely were looking at that, and we'll be back before you soon.
Okay, all right. I don't see any other lights lit. And, so we have a motion by Commissioner Marino and a second by Commissioner Bernard. I lost track. All right, any further discussion? Seeing none. This is a motion to transmit. All in favor? All opposed? This motion carries 7-0. Moving on to item 4D4, Boynton Land Commerce.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Morton with J. Morton Planning and Landscape Architecture, and I'm here today representing the property owner, Mr. Peter Patel. The request that I have before you today is another future land use request from AGR to the newly adopted land use category of commerce. The subject property is a 15-acre parcel located on the west side of State Road 7, approximately halfway between Hypoluxo Road to the north and Boynton Beach Boulevard to the south. Mr. Patel has owned this property for several years and has seen the changes in the ag reserve as well as the farming industry, which has led him to the decision to request the FLUA amendment for the property. So the property is surrounded by the AGR land use to the north, west, and south. Across State Road 7 is the urban-suburban tier and the LR3 land use category. As you look at the uses that surround the property, beginning on the south side, we have an 8.2-acre property that is home to the Animal Adventure Park and Safari. This use occupies 80% of the south property line. Also on the south side of the property is the Willis Glider Port, which includes single-family residents with their own, each home has their own airplane hangar, as well as the airplane runway. Willis Glider Port is a certified airport and makes up the remaining 20% of the south property line. Looking to the west of the site, which is also owned by Mr. Patel, is a field that is currently under ag operation, the Bednar family farms that field, and they're currently farming peppers, green peppers. To the north is a wholesale plant nursery and packing house, and to the north of that is Winfield Solutions, which is a chemical supply company, which I understand may be relocating or has currently relocated. To the east, across State Road 7, which is a 6-lane median divided highway, is the urban-suburban tier, and the recently approved and under construction Melrose Commercial Pod. Just to the south of that is land that is owned by Palm Beach County, and rounding out the properties to the east is Melrose PUD. The staff report goes into detail on the history of the industrial land use since the inception of the Ag Reserve. I want to focus on the recent history and why the proposed commerce request that we have before you today is consistent with all the latest BCC direction. Our office represented the first request for industrial in the Ag Reserve. That was a Homerich nursery site. Staff recommended denial of that request, and BCC ultimately approved the industrial and the commercial designation. Then, in 2021, Sunflower came forward to request industrial. Again, staff recommended denial because they had no direction from the Board of County Commissioners to allow an additional industrial in the Ag Reserve. The BCC approved that request as well. Finally, LAS Farms came forward requesting industrial, and again, staff recommended denial because of no direction from the board. So the board approved that request, but gave direction to staff to draft language to allow for additional industrial in the Ag Reserve at appropriate locations and at appropriate intensities. On August 31st of this year, the commerce land use language was adopted, which gave staff the direction for where commerce land use requests are appropriate. I want to speak to the FAR issue just briefly. In the urban-suburban tier, the FAR for self-storage and commercial is up to 0.85. So the Ag Reserve FAR is half of that request. So the overall approach was reviewed by staff. The commerce land use provides a place for small businesses such as plumbers, electricians, roofers, and landscape services to locate close to the homes that they actually service. On the screen is the recently adopted language for commerce, which identifies the requirements for being able to request commerce. There was a lot of discussion. First, the item was initiated by the board. Second, the item was transmitted. Again, more discussion on commerce. And finally, it was adopted. And the language that the board settled on is what is before you today. We are consistent with this language. First, we're required to request a future land use of commerce. You're no longer allowed to request industrial because commerce allows lighter industrial uses versus the old requests for industrial, which allowed heavy industrial uses. Second, the language requires properties to be located with frontage and access on Boynton, Atlantic, and State Road 7. The BCC at the adoption hearing further restricted access to State Road 7 north of Rio Grande Avenue. Our property has frontage and access on State Road 7. Third, the requirements for applying for commerce require a concurrent zoning application and conceptual site plan. We submitted our zoning application on September 21st. Fourth, the requirements limited the size of parcels from 3 acres to 50 acres. Originally, staff had recommended 5 acres to 16 acres. There was a lot of discussion at the board regarding the appropriate size for commerce. The board gave direction to expand the limitation, so the subject site meets that 15-acre requirement. Fifth, address the preserve requirements. Again, there was a lot of discussion at the adoption hearing, and the BCC settled on the requirement for preserves greater than 16 acres. The subject is less than 16 acres, so the preserve requirement is not applicable. The subject property meets these requirements established by the board. So why State Road 7? State Road 7 was chosen for a reason. If you look at State Road 7, that's where the existing commercial, industrial, and institutional uses are currently located, up and down the corridor. In fact, there are many uses that don't have an industrial or commercial land use designation, but actually function as heavy commercial and industrial uses, such as 4 Points Market. There are multiple packing facilities, and there's the transfer station as well. When we think about compatibility, it has been demonstrated by past land use approvals that industrial or the new commerce language is compatible with AGR land use. In fact, commerce land use is less intense than the underlying ag uses in some cases. Ag permits uses such as chipping and mulching, packing plants, and actually allows for aerial spraying. Under compatibility, there's also noise. I want to note that the loudest generator of noise in this area is actually the Willis Glider Port facility. You can see the chart that identifies the decibel levels for the various uses. An airplane taking off generates a greater noise decibel than a farm tractor or a diesel truck or even the adjacent traffic on State Road 7. We have met with several property owners to the south, and we actually have support from our 2 directly adjacent neighbors to the south. We have letters of support from both of those owners, as well as from the Bednar Growers that owns land to the north of us and farms property to the west of us. And finally, I would like to introduce Mr. John Neff. He's a professional engineer with Michael Baker International. At the Planning Commission hearing, one of the Willis Glider Port residents voiced concerns that the proposed development will interfere with their ability to utilize their airport. Mr. Neff is an airport's expert witness who will testify to the fact that the proposed commerce development will not interfere with their ability to utilize their airport. And I would like Mr. Neff to just, on the record, state that, and I have his resume and statement to fact.
I'm John Neff, and I'm a senior project manager with Michael Baker International. We're about 2 blocks to your north. And been doing this for 47 years, registered professional engineer in Florida. I specialize in airports. I've done over 87 in a professional capacity, 20 of those in Florida. I've done private, commercial, military. This is my first glider port. I was asked to look at what the impacts were for the project that's going in as it would impact this airport. FAA has no say in private airports. In Florida, private airports are governed by the state, and they have a designated FDOT aviation office in Tallahassee to manage airports that are private. I have done the private airport in Ocean Reef, which is a little more complicated, but similar to Willis. It's about the same length. So I met with Alice Lambert with FDOT and Mr. Greg James, who both combined handle the siting and safety requirements for airports. There is a provision in the state statutes, and I've attached them in my report, that if Palm Beach County had restrictions and ordinances that were more complicated or invasive, then they would govern. But in Palm Beach County, you only regulate with ordinances your public airports. So the private airport really falls to the state. The state has very few restrictions on that airport. So what I did in an abundance of caution, I went ahead and considered it a public airport for approach. The public approach for an airport is an airport runway approach zone. That airspace is defined as 300 feet wide, extends past 441 to the east, and this project is 700 feet north of the airport. So the landing zone is limited to 300. We've got 700. The state lists a number of obstacles or obstructions at this airport. They're all existing. Most of them are landscaping or power poles. And another thing we do when we look at airspace analysis, it's a term called shadowing. The facilities within the tract that includes the airport are more dramatic on the impact of pilots than properties that are further out. So I actually take the runway, I draw a parallel line up, it's usually 7-to-1. Willis could not be a public airport because of the properties and the trees that are next to it. So as a private airport, they can. So in my analysis and in the statutes, there's a number of restrictions that you can't violate. None of the restrictions are governed by this, are covered by Willis. And I've heard said that commercial areas next to it, I've worked 87 airports in the United States. All of them have airport industrial parks, and they're considered a part of the airport. Willis is a little special, it's a private airport. But Ocean Reef, which is also a private airport, does have commercial properties, and they are basically in the same place as the houses are at Willis. So when I finish my analysis, and I've provided it to you, there is no impact to safety or operations whatsoever to this runway based on the project that's being proposed. And if you have any questions.
Is there any questions? No, sir, thank you.
Okay, just to summarize, we respectfully request that the board transmit the Commerce Future Land Use Designation. We are consistent with the recently adopted commerce policies. We're compatible with the surrounding uses and future land use designations. We're consistent with past BCC approvals. We have letters of support from the directly impacted homeowners and businesses. And our zoning application will include a site plan that will be presented to this board at time of adoption. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Are there questions for Ms. Morton? All right, moving on to staff.
Okay, once again, for the record, Travis Goodson with the Planning Division. This is Boynton Land Commerce. As Ms. Morton indicated, this is a 15-acre site located on the west side of State Road 7, approximately 1.25 miles south of Hypoluxo Road, within the northern part of the Agricultural Reserve. There's a concurrent zoning application in process requesting to rezone to MUPD, Multiple Use Plan Development, and are also proposing a warehouse with accessory office space. So I wanted to show this slide. This site is located in the northern end of the Agricultural Reserve tier. To the north is a pocket of the rural tier. To the east is the urban suburban tier. And you can see the site here surrounded primarily by Agricultural Reserve future land use designations. And then within the rural tier, you have the Heritage Farms, which was discussed earlier. I was going to say this morning, but today, with a rural residential 1 unit per 10 acre designation. Across State Road 7 to the east is the boundary line with the urban suburban tier, which you have a couple of low residential land use designations that also include the Valencia Shores and Savannah Estates and the Melrose PUD. And then to the south and southwest is the residential neighborhood of Willis Glider Port. So this area shows the subject site and the nature of the immediate area. You can see the existing farmlands and the current development for the Willis Glider Port and the Melrose PUD to the east across State Road 7. So with those in mind, staff's assessment of the request has found that the site is located in a predominantly agricultural and low-density residential area and is therefore out of character with the development pattern for this part of the Agricultural Reserve tier. That said, however, the request is eligible to request the commerce designation as it meets the minimum related policies. And there is a concurrent zoning application in process. No preserve is required since the site is less than 16 acres in size. However, staff's assessment has concluded that because it's out of character with the existing development pattern and in a predominantly agricultural area, that we don't believe it's a good fit. And so accordingly, staff is recommending denial. Planning Commission recommended denial 10-1 at their Planning Commission meeting. And so the recommended motion to you today is to deny. Thank you.
Commissioner Sacks, you're recognized.
Hope I wasn't too tough on you before. Okay. I agree with staff. It's out of character with the surrounding area. And it's surrounded by agriculture. I know one of the items that I brought up before was that we get light industrial uses and it's surrounded by light industrial or even heavy industrial uses, it would be in character. This is out of character. And more importantly, really concerns me that there is a glider airport. I've spoken to a number of the pilots from the glider airport, and it would just not be compatible with their use. They've been there for many, many, many years. I appreciate bringing in an expert. We don't have many glider airports in the state of Florida, but we do have one here, and those folks should be respected, and safety should always be number one. So I agree with staff on a denial of this application.
Thank you. Commissioner Kerner, you're recognized.
I'm certainly happy to listen to members of the public, but I join Commissioner Sacks in her opposition.
Thank you. I don't see any other lights, so we will hear from the public now.
Okay, we have 19 comment cards. That's depending on if those 19 people are still here. Okay, so Barbara Roth first, William Tisson Jr. second. No problem.
Thank you again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I urge you to reject, to deny this application. Cobra has as one of its member communities Melrose, which is across State Road 7 from Willis Gliders Port. In addition, we have communities heading north from there, Savannah, Valencia Shores, Sola Bella. We're just concerned, again, with what is happening on the west side of 441. I ask you, and I'm sure you will, if you have not already heard from some of the residents who are here, who are pilots, if they've spoken with you privately, and they will speak today. They are not members of COBRA, but again, when we have an allied cause, we like to support our neighbors and, of course, our member communities. So we urge you to deny this motion. Thank you.
Good evening. I know I am not William, but we are kind of a package deal. So I will be presenting first on behalf of Willis Glider Port and then bringing up Mr. Sison and then a few other members of Willis Glider Port. So we have a consistent presentation for the commission, and we also have a PowerPoint presentation. And if we could restart the time, please, as this is a lot of really good information to share with you, and we've got some information from experts that we'll be sharing as well. Yes, if I could have the clicker. Willis Glider Port Airport community is a unique community in Palm Beach County that deserves the protection of the comprehensive plan. And I'll take a step back and talk about the commerce designation for a moment. This was not a unanimous decision by the Board of County Commissioners. It was a 4-3 vote to approve the commerce designation in August of this year. Prior to that, there had only been the idea of industrial through applications and exceptions to what was the guiding principles of the Agricultural Reserve. The Willis Glider Port Airport community was approved by the FAA in 1975. Regardless of it being a private airport, it still required an aeronautical study that looked at whether or not it was compatible with the surrounding area uses, if it would be safe to be an operational airport, that it would not interfere with other airports, and it did receive that designation to be a private airport in the community. It's currently surrounded by agricultural, preserves, and low-density residential uses. The nearest industrial land use is over a mile away. Again, this is a unique community, and we look at what the comprehensive plan tells us to protect those types of communities. The comprehensive plan has directives that tell the staff and the commission, we look to livable communities, that we ensure that we have compatible land uses, we have a balance of land uses, we respect the characteristics of the geographical area. Again, this is a residential area surrounded by agricultural and preserve uses. Some of those preserves are owned by Palm Beach County. And what we're trying to do is, the applicant is trying to do, is add in this industrial use that is completely incompatible with the surrounding uses and the Willis Glider Port residential area. This is the commerce designation, and it doesn't say that just because you're eligible, you automatically get approval. What the commission did and staff did was they took a careful consideration of commerce. It was an exception to the agricultural reserve, not the status quo. And there's been a lot of discussion today about what that original intent was. Commissioner Kerner discussed about preserves being swapped and how that's kind of how things go now. And we'll talk about that in just a minute. And some of the highlighted areas, if it doesn't have frontage or access to State Road 7, but it has access to these roadways through an existing commercial industrial site, then it can be eligible. If it's west of State Road 7 but shares a common border with a property that's commercial or industrial land uses, it could be eligible. And what we have is this property that has no connection to industrial or commercial at all. Rather, it has a connection and continuity with preserves, with low-density residential. The Commerce requires a careful consideration of each application that comes before the commission. And that's your job as elected representatives, to look to what is in the best interest of the residents, not what's in the best interest of the development. Again, the airport is less than 1.1 miles from the proposal, and this could set a dangerous precedent that could make other parcels west of State Road 7 eligible for commercial industrial uses, creating an industrialized pocket of uses in a low-density residential corridor that is now surrounded by agricultural.
Ma'am, you're running out of time, or you've run over.
Yes, I will. I'm also coming up to speak with you in representing 1,000 Friends in Sierra Club, so I'll save those comments for that.
We don't have that kind of system here where you come up and represent different groups, the same person. We give
I've already spoken with staff and legal counsel that assured as long as I put in 2 comment cards, I would have that opportunity to represent 2 different parties. But I will,
legal?
I'm deferring the rest of my time.
Excuse me,
Yep.
1 second.
Sure. It would be appropriate for her to, since she represents 1,000 Friends of Florida, she would be permitted to make comments for 3 minutes on those items.
And I can come back up when that card
excuse
is
me.
called.
Thank you. I will defer to our legal opinion and proceed, and you will get, I guess, another 6 minutes. So please.
Well,
She has 2 cards?
6 minutes?
How
She
many
would get 3 minutes per card.
Right, there's 2 more cards in there.
Oh,
No, she's only representing one other group.
Oh, one
She's
more card.
representing 2 clients here. She's got the
Okay.
Willis Glider Port.
All right,
So
thank
she
you.
got 3 minutes for those, and then she's got 3 minutes to speak for 1,000 Friends of Florida.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm combining 1,000 Friends of Florida and Sierra Club together to respect the time of the commission and the public that's here today. So,
I appreciate that, Ms. Mahaffey.
thank you. I will incorporate those comments herein since I'm already here. So when we look at this area, which is surrounded by agriculture, preserve, residential, this is the very definition of spot zoning. The 4th DCA, which governs Palm Beach County, has defined spot zoning as a preferential treatment of rezoning of one property at the detriment to another. And it's the very antithesis of what land zoning should do. It creates a nonsensical development pattern, placing industrial adjacent to low residential. So usually you have a land pattern where you have heavy industrial, then comes low industrial, then comes commercial uses, and at the low end of that spectrum is residential. What this is proposing to do is to jump that line from industrial straight next to residential, and that creates a slippery slope for other individual applicants to come in. And we've seen that today with applicants coming in and saying, well, if you give this developer this right, just know that we're going to come in and we're going to ask for that same right. And that's not what this commission is here to do. It's not here to let the developers dictate the land planning in the county. The developers have a bottom line. The commission, as elected representatives, have the best interest of the county as a whole, of the taxpayers, of the residents that are living and working in these areas. Willis Glide Airport, again, is a residential community. It's an airport. It's unique in its characteristics. Some of the pilots use the runway daily as their transportation to and from their employment. This is not an area that is akin to low industrial uses. It's not even close to commercial uses. And to allow this proposal to move forward is making a statement to developers that even in a completely incompatible area, we will allow you to come in and create an industrialized pocket. And we discussed the potential for those properties west of State Road 7 to now have an adjacency to a commerce or industrial use. We talked earlier today about swapping preserves. These are the other properties that are owned by this particular applicant, who has only owned the property since 2021, not for years. But we've got the property all the way to the right that fronts State Road 7 on the west side of State Road 7, and there's 3 parcels behind it. All are under those 15 acres, all are under those 16 acres. So they have the opportunity, if this parcel is approved, to then have all those 3 parcels have the preserve swapped, create this industrialized pocket of uses without ever putting any preserves back into Palm Beach County. And that is not what the Ag Reserve was intended to do, not to become an advantageous planning scheme by developers to utilize the code to their best interest. Again, this parcel is over a mile away from the nearest industrial. It's on the west side of State Road 7. And there are great concerns, not just about the airport operations, but about the safety concerns of the residents of Willis Glide Airport and the safety hazards for pilots. Thank you very much, and I will bring up Mr. William Tyson to discuss on these concerns more. And he does have a comment card.
Good afternoon. I'm William Tyson Jr. My son is William Tyson III. He also has a comment card, just to keep you straight there. I'm Director and Corporate Secretary for Willis Glide Airport POA, a private airport community in the Ag Reserve. I'm a resident since 1987. We moved here to raise our 2 sons in a rural environment. Like many of our neighbors, my family, my in-laws, and now my son and his wife have called this home. Why? Because it's safe. We use our private street for everything recreational. It's also where we taxi our airplanes. The uninvited will very likely meet an airplane on the road, as you may have seen on there. That's where our airplanes go. Our one road access was never designed to have a gate, and there's no room for one. We worry about the forecast 2,000 trips to the proposed industrial development adjacent to our community. It is to create more trespass as people miss their turn and discover our community. Believe me, we've been dealing with this with Adventure now since COVID started. We supported them. We wanted them to have an opportunity to manage their business during COVID, and we allowed them to do what they're doing. Now we do not support it. I'm sorry. Those people that do come into our community, they endanger our residents and themselves. Neighborhood Watch is working overtime. My good attorney is covering all my bases here. We hope that you envision the west side of State Road 7 as a small, contiguous industrial pocket, as you would find down at Boynton Beach Boulevard and State Road 7, or Atlantic Avenue and State Road 7. Not thrown out here a mile and a half away from Boynton Beach Boulevard, and a mile north of the nearest industrial property. Commissioner Baxter, I too am a realtor. I understand values. I understand land property being next to other properties, and I've looked all over this county trying to find another industrial section that is next to residential, particularly residential estates. Our properties are 1.5 acres plus the runway. So if you were to take the entire value of or the size of our lots that we're allocated to, we're on 2.5 lots, 2.5 acres. Willis has always supported the community. First responders have used our runway for their place to land a helicopter to take a patient to the hospital. Our neighbor trains first responders on how to use a helicopter in their work. You can even see here in the right picture here where they're doing an exercise on our property with his helicopter. Our runway is always available for pilots within an emergency. We welcome them. Over the years, our private runway has been very good to the community as a whole. I did a recent poll to our community, and more than 50% of the people responded. All of them unanimously said, no, we don't want this next door to us. There are 93 of us.
Can I ask you to go ahead and wrap up?
I am.
I gave you an extra half a minute.
Oh, thank you. There are 93 residents here. Last year we paid $313,000 in our money to your tax base. Our value is $24 million. Most of us at Willis are here long before the Ag Reserve. We have always supported the Ag Reserve and want it to continue as originally designed. We hope you'll keep us in your thoughts and deny the Boynton Beach or Boynton Land Commerce application. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Walt, I'm not even going to try to butcher your last name. Straslakowski? Was I close?
I sometimes butcher it myself.
And Max Combs after that.
And thank you for changing me from the other property here.
Question?
Anyway.
Hang on 1 second. Excuse me, sir, 1 second.
Okay.
Commissioner Baxter has a question.
How do I?
It's for staff to clarify. So if we do allow this to become or transmit this to become an industrial space, a light industrial space, does that open it up for the properties behind it to also become in the future?
It would not. So the way the policy written for the location criteria, there's two components to it. So the first is that the site has to have frontage and access on State Road 7, the Atlantic Avenue corridor, or the Boynton Beach corridors. The sites located west of State Road 7, they still need to meet that Atlantic and Boynton. So like the first item before you today, which was west of State Road 7, but it was adjacent to the industrial site, that side was applicable to apply for commerce. It would not open up in these mid-block sites for a domino effect for parcels to the west. So we would not intake an application west of this property.
And then it was mentioned earlier that we had notes from the residents who live directly next to that particular parcel in favor of, or is that incorrect?
They're
Okay.
definitely not from us at the glider port.
I think that was on the applicant's presentation. They said they had letters.
Yeah, they did.
And then Commissioner Bernard, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to piggyback on that question, what if it's, I guess, if it's approved as industrial, can they piggyback on that industrial and say that they are adjacent to 441? So let's say this is approved as industrial. Can they say now that one site is approved as industrial that it's adjacent to a site that's industrial?
No, because it still wouldn't meet the location criteria has two distinct components. The first being located with frontage and access on one of those three corridors. The second one is for sites located west of State Road 7, so you'd still have to be on the Boynton or Atlanta corridors. Then you don't have to have you could claim the adjacency like the first item. In this case, it wouldn't meet the first component of the location criteria, which is that frontage and access on one of the three corridors. So just being adjacent wouldn't be enough.
Unless they own.
Okay, and Commissioner Sacks has a question.
Now, looking at the slide, located with frontage and access on State Road 7, or have access to these roadways through an existing commercial or industrial site. So a very smart developer could take this 15-acre site, which is 1 acre less, then brings in the mandatory preserve requirement. So they could add another 15 or maybe 5 acres and buy it They would have it, then they would have the frontage, and then they would have access to our commerce or light industrial designation. So then we're just piggybacking, getting bigger and bigger in terms of, not that it would be bad, but it could certainly happen, that it would just get bigger and bigger because they would be fronting on State Road 7 through an already existing site of commerce or light industrial. Is that correct?
So you were saying if the parcels were combined under the same ownership, so theoretically, yes.
Yes.
Interesting,
That's the-
interesting. Thank you.
All right, all right. Jennifer, you,
Jennifer Morton, I just wanted to respond to the comment about extending westward. That parcel has a conservation easement on it, and we would agree to a condition that there would be no swapping of the preserve, so we would not expand west. And secondly, to Commissioner Baxter's question about letters of support, the two property owners that directly abut this site to the south have given us letters of support and are here to speak in support of the item. So, thank you.
all right, thank you. I'm sorry, sir.
All right, well, good evening. It was good morning on my speech here, and then it became good afternoon. But good evening to all the commissioners, Mayor Weiss, and the newly elected Sarah Baxter and Marcy Woodward. Welcome, and we look forward to working with you. My name is Walt Strokowski. I'm a resident at Willis Glatterport. My address is 10461 Deneau Road, Boynton Beach. I've been a private pilot for 50 years, and I've been a resident of Willis Glatterport for 27 years. Willis Glatterport was located where it is now over 40 years ago, so as to be as far as possible for other developed areas of the county, and to be in an area surrounded by agricultural lands, preserves, and low-density residential development. It was located there to provide a safe environment for pilots and to prevent the least potential danger to the non-flying public, our fellow citizens, and the Palm Beach County community. Our opposition to the proposed industrial development of the 15-acre parcel of agricultural lands adjacent to our airport community, and is less than 600 feet from our runway, lies primarily with issues of safety, especially during takeoff and landing, which are the two most critical times during an aircraft's flight, both for us as pilot aviators and for the non-flying general public. I'm going to point over here to this diagram here, which shows a lot of non-pilots don't realize that an airport is more than just the runway itself. Aircraft don't just fly directly into an airport to land, nor do they depart the airport area flying directly from the runway. So with my pointer here, this is the runway that's been positioned here for 40 years, okay? We can take off and depart to the east, or we can take off and depart to the west, but typically an aircraft, when it takes off, it joins what's called the traffic pattern. On the north side, we have this traffic pattern here, and on the south side, we have this traffic pattern here. So at most times, aircraft do not just take off and go off to the east, nor do they go to the west. They enter this pattern, and this pattern is right directly over this parcel here that's in question here. So there's a significant potential for danger with, and by the way, these aircraft, since they're just taking off, are only 100, 200 feet above the ground. So now we've got large buildings being constructed here. As a matter of fact, this proposal, I believe, discusses building 294,000 square feet, if I'm correct, and the potential for extending here, as was just discussed. If somebody wanted to combine properties, we could end up having a big industrial park right here that is totally under the traffic pattern here on the north side.
Walt, if I can ask you to go ahead and wrap it up.
Okay.
We're at 3.5 minutes now.
Well, I'd basically just like to summarize that as a longtime resident here of the Glider Port, we're very concerned about safety. It's a safe location. It has been a safe location, but as we bring in something like an industrial, even if it's light industrial, I think that's going to be a potential danger. We're open to intelligent changes regarding the zoning of the land. However, we don't think that this is an intelligent decision, should it be made either legally or logically,
Okay.
directly
Thank you, sir.
next to the
Appreciate it.
airport.
Appreciate
I'm
you
going to bring in,
spending the day
okay, I'm
with
going to
us.
bring in, we have an expert, Dr. Giddens, that's going to come up here and talk about lighting factors.
Fortunately, is that, wait, excuse me one second.
Is there a Max, I'm sorry, is there a Max Combs still in the room? Okay. Dr. Ronald Giddens, followed by Sam Cintron.
Thank you so much. Good evening. As a former Palm Beach County Planning Commissioner, I agree with what has been said and the decision of the staff recommendation as well as the Planning Commission recommendation. My objection is from a different point of view, something you may not have thought of, but something's very real to pilots, especially flying at night. So in addition to being a pilot and a resident of Willis Glider Port, I'm a board-certified optometric physician, and my training is in physiological optics and vision especially, and I have a concern that is based on physiological changes of the retina, the retinal sensitivity of a pilot at night on our runway. The ambient lighting changes that will be caused by the proposed project presented to a pilot attempting a landing from the dark adapted environment, especially west of our runway, would be challenging. The final approach would be met with a sudden light adaptation, dazzling the pilot with glare, uncertain depth perception, disorientation, and spatial distortion. This is a dangerous problem on a non-reflective grass runway. I'm sure Mr. Neff was discussing concrete or asphalt runways, and I don't think he had grass in mind. In addition to all this, we have to see and avoid high-tension, high-voltage wires at the end of the runway, which is challenging also. So I respectfully urge you to oppose this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the new commissioners. I wish you the very best. I'm so happy you're here. You bring new blood and maybe new vision, which we need. I'd like to say that the comprehensive plan was made for a purpose. And that purpose was to preserve unique farmland and wetlands in order to enhance agricultural activity, environmental and water resources, and open space within the tier. We need to stick to that plan and not repurpose it. If anything, we should expand zoning for agriculture and to protect our flora and fauna in contiguous areas. We need we have a problem here. We're having problems with climate crisis here in Florida, everywhere else, which may, if it permitted to encroach, it will cause a salination of our fresh waters and the flooding of our cities. We've had mega droughts in the west, where cities are planning how to ration the water. Recently here in Fort Myers, we had Hurricane Ian, which devastated a lot of crops. There's problems in the Ukraine. There's congressional people warning about possible military conflicts. If anything, we should have set up a plan where we can expand agriculture in this area. It has fertile soil, and we should preserve the plan to meet any unexpected, unforeseen circumstances. We need to stick to the plan, and now it was further elucidated by the Glide Airport, the need to have this low density. So all across board, all these items, I just say we need to keep our agricultural vision in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next is Susan Pauley, Gail Ladd, and Linda Smith.
Well, hi, Susan Pauley. I live in Heritage Farms, which is just north of all of this. And that lovely lady that was speaking before pretty well said everything that I was going to say. So I don't want to repeat it all and waste your time. But I do also want to welcome our new commissioners. I'm sure the citizens of Palm Beach County are going to be happy to have you working for them. Well, I do want to say, and again, not to repeat what the other lady said, the Glide Airport, the planes from there, they fly over my place quite often. I've never once been bothered by the noise, not once. It's a lovely little, beautiful community, and it's certainly not what a former commissioner called a snob zone, as has been referred to. Oh yeah, Western Palm Beach communities. I'm not going to mention a name, okay? It's a lovely little community, beautiful people. It's very clean and nice, lovely place. The only purpose that this Boynton Commerce, which is really another name for an industrial space, the only purpose, it's not connected to anything. The only purpose it's going to serve is just serve as a blight on that lovely little community. I don't think any one of you would want that place in your backyard, okay? So keep that in mind. And it's not connected to anything. It's just out there. So it would really violate FLU policy 2.1. I'm not going to go over that. I'm sure the staff has outlined it for you, so there's no point in me repeating it for you here. So other than that, I think the other lady said everything I was going to say. So, all right, please deny this Boynton Commerce. It's really a useless thing. And remember, it's just another chunk out of the Ag Reserve. And once you destroy the Ag Reserve, you're never going to get it back. All right? It's like it's becoming an endangered species at this point. Okay, thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Gail Ladd from Jupiter. I just going to be short and sweet. The staff has recommended denial. I wholeheartedly agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Linda Smith, and then Lorna Wallach.
Linda Smith, Jupiter, Florida. I should take a page from Gail, but I won't. I know everybody's tired, and I am too. And I guess if I saw the map of the landowners that were in support of this project, I have a feeling they may be coming soon for a request of their own CMR. So I hope you have read Robert Hartzell's letter of November 21st, representing the 1,000 Friends of Florida and the Sierra Club, and also read all the emails from constituents. I get emails from my members, 6,000 members of the Sierra Club, saying they're going to be contacting you. I never know if they are. I wish some of those comments could be read into the record, of course, if they're under 3 minutes. And I have tried today to keep all of my comments under 3 minutes. We've heard a number of projects this morning already, but this one has the potential to really negatively impact adjacent and surrounding agricultural and residential land uses and disrupt the established development pattern. Regardless of the industrial category, this project is surrounded by low-density residential, and I believe it's the Animal Adventure property. Again, they're asking for 3 times what's currently allowed. That is not a small increase. Again, it is west of State Road 7. And how does this project enhance agricultural activity? How does this project enhance open space for the surrounding properties and residents? How does this enhance environmental and water resources? And the short answer is it doesn't. This project creates a dangerous precedent that would gut the very purpose of the specific approval process by regulating the process to a simple checklist without a case-by-case consideration. So please join the staff, the Palm Beach Planning Commission, the 1,000 Friends of Florida, the Sierra Club, and deny the Boynton Land Commerce request. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Lorna, you waved off? Okay. Next would be Tom DiBucci and Mahendra Madam.
Good evening. My name is Tom DiBucci. I live at 10965 La Reina Road, Delray Beach. Before I say a few things that I would like to say, I first wanted to thank each and every one of you for your care, your concern, and your commitment to the residents of Palm Beach County. Your hard work and efforts have not gone unnoticed. I live in the Ag Reserve. I've lived in the same house in the Ag Reserve for the last 30 years. Residents of the Ag Reserve are in desperate need of having local landscapers. We're in desperate need of having local tree trimming companies. We're in desperate need of having plumbers, electricians, pool service companies, screen enclosure companies that actually operate close by to where I reside. So I'm highly recommending that you approve this proposal. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Mahendra Madam, a farmer and a resident of Boca Raton, Florida. I've been farming for the last 7 years, and in the last 2 years in the Ag Reserve. I want to say I'm proud of being a farmer, trying to contribute to the community here, South Florida. That was my dream. And farming in urban agricultural area, land brings in many challenges, including labor shortages, labor availability. Input costs have gone up. Competition from the cheap imports is ridiculous. And what I keep hearing in this whole audience is just to keep agriculture alive in this area. None of them are farmers. None of them know what farming is. I really appreciate a farmer talk about how to actually make this viable here in this area. So how do we get there, right? How do we get there? If it's not feasible and viable with the limited uses we've got here, and including not allowing the farmers to sell their own produce at the farm with the restriction that we've got here. So allowing additional uses, such as what is being requested here as commerce, will help the farmers in the Ag Reserve to welcome additional uses. I support and request your support to Peter Patel's land reuse request change to commerce. And thank you for the opportunity.
Next, we have Sean Callan and then Mark Perry.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Sean Kalin. I am the owner of the property just south of Mr. Patel, where Animal Adventure Park and Safari is located. I'm out here to support what Mr. Patel is doing. I am also out here to thank him for helping out with some of the drainage issues we do have on our property now. So I am requesting that you guys approve his plan. Thank you, guys.
Good evening. My name is Mark Perry. My office is at 88 Northeast 5th Avenue, Delray Beach, and nice to be speaking to the mayor, vice mayor, and the rest of the commission. I represent Peter Patel, the developer of the site. I also represent the three property owners who are adjacent to it, which would be Mr. Collins' property, Charlie Bedner's property, which is in Willis-Colliderport, and also Bedner Growers. And just wanted to make sure you understand is that they are in agreement with what is happening here at this site. Currently, the front 8 acres of this site is an old packing house. This is the old packing house at Du Bois Farms. And it's basically vacant. There's a lot of parking on the location by different entities. And this plan will actually put in something that's going to be better for the community. That's why adjacent property owners are happy with this. It's going to be better than what exists today. Now, as far as a clarification on the division of the property, you saw it was broken up into about 5 or 6 different parcels. Each parcel has its own PCN number. This was done prior to Mr. Patel's ownership of the property. I represent the prior farmer before this. That division existed prior to then also. So the creation that was done makes no sense whatsoever, but there's no master scheme by Mr. Patel to do anything more than just the 15 acres. Now, he's agreed that he's going to condition his development to just the 15 acres. And that's his plan, that's it. There are 15 units that were left on the property when he bought it from Mr. Pontano. Those 15 units are going to be utilized for this location. That's why it's 15 acres, because there's 15 units left on the property when he bought it. So the other thing that I just want to make sure is that Mr. Patel, when he went to go through this approval process, went to the adjacent property owners, making sure that his development of the site is not going to impact them. And he made sure that Mr. Kalin, there's a drainage problem that exists between the two property owners. He agreed to take on that drainage problem. So that's going to be resolved at the end of the day with the development site when you see their site plan. One thing that I'm experiencing and I'm seeing is I've been involved with the Ag Reserve for many, many years. I hate to even realize how long. But with this, as we go through the changing process, as we start losing the farmers, there's going to be a transition. And you're wrestling with that today. And I see what the problem is. Okay, now we approved this, commercial in the Ag Reserve. What does that mean? We don't know for sure. We're going to always have impact to the adjacent property owners with a commercial use in the Ag Reserve, because that's what we've got left is green areas, residential, and some industrial. So as we go through the process, have we approved too much industrial, too much commercial? I don't know that. I don't know that answer. I think it's a good idea to do the workshop. I think also it's okay, we've got a buffer at this location, a large buffer between the development site and Willis Gliderport. Is that sufficient? I think it is for what I've seen in the past, as we do different uses adjacent to each other. So what I'd like to have you do is go ahead and agree to doing the transmittal. We'll address some of these items later when we have the workshops, which we acknowledge there are still issues to be wrestled with. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Steve Bednar and Jim Knight, who does wish to speak. No?
He doesn't.
Okay.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Steve Bednar, and I am currently farming Mr. Patel's land. And I would like for you to approve it for him, because we have no support structure out there for ag. I mean, where do you go to get stuff? We got maybe 3 places. So think about, if everybody wants to save agriculture, give us some support systems out there. And we've had nothing in the past 20 years built out there to help support ag. So with that, I'd like to say thank you and appreciate everything.
Okay. Candace Hitchin does not wish to speak but opposes. Dagmar is not here and she opposes. Patrick Simislu opposes. And Russell Reynolds supports. And that's it for comment cards. Oh, I'm sorry, 4D5, you're right.
Did we get everybody who had submitted a card on this item? Okay, all right, we will bring this back to the board. Oh, God. And Commissioner Bernard, you're recognized.
Since I've been the one who's been making the motions, I think everybody's waiting for me to make a motion, so. All right, so I have a lot of concerns regarding this item. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make a motion to transmit this item, but I do have a lot of reservations in regards to how this will impact the Willis Gliderport residential airport community. I believe that the applicant needs to work with the community, and there are a lot of things that needs to be done, because there are a lot of safety issues, safety concerns. But I would submit that we transmit and for you to work with the community.
We have a motion by Commissioner Bernard to transmit this item. Do we have a second? I'm sorry? We have a second by Commissioner Baxter. Okay. Commissioner Sachs, you're recognized.
Glad we have you over there, Commissioner Bernard. I would transmit, I would go along with it, but for the fact that when you're dealing with your neighbors, you're dealing with airplanes and gliders. They're not going away, and I don't want them to go away. And I think that whatever new comes into a neighborhood should be compatible with the neighborhood. If someone has a pig farm, you don't put a salon right next to it. I mean, these are just common sense zoning issues that keeps our community together as a community that works together, plays together, and lives together. We have a glider community. It's been there for many, many years, probably before the Ag Reserve was invented in 20, 25 years ago. And to put a site that will impact negatively this community is contrary to the zoning principles of this country and this county. And I cannot, absolutely cannot support this as a commissioner and certainly as the steward of the land that it wants to go on. So I like y'all, but can't do it. Thank you very much.
Okay, Commissioner Kerner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner Sachs. I couldn't agree with you more. It's no secret that I'm an aviation enthusiast, and this board or the prior boards have been very supportive of my efforts to protect general aviation, primarily through Lantana Airport, which is where I learned to fly, and our attempts to keep jets out of there to make it a friendly place for pilots to train safely. And safety is at the forefront of everything that a pilot does. Through the use of pattern operations and checklists and pre-flight operations. You know, you have to be pretty brave to fly some of these airplanes. And I think particularly piston-powered airplanes, and I think a lot of what the expert witness was talking about were turbine operations that happen at larger airports. Those are much more reliable aircraft. But this, and you pointed out that this predated the Ag Reserve by a long time. And it's a very special place. And when you purchase land around it, you ought to take note of the original character and nature of where you're purchasing land. And that's one of the issues that primarily probably Mayor Weiss and I struggle with the Lantana Airport is that folks complain about the air operations there, but they purchased that's been there as a result of World War II. It was a training center. And so, you know, 99,000 out of 100,000 people that own homes in that area purchased it before or after the airport was there. But here, this airport and this community, this very unique community predated it. And to have whatever the ultimate outcome is, to have a building there, it does not enhance safety. And these aircraft do not have very high glide ratios. If the engine fails, they don't carry a lot of speed. And so, you know, experts can say whatever they want, but I'm telling you, as someone that has flown these airplanes, who's almost had to divert to this airport because I lost a cylinder out over the training area, which is just west, that this is our diversion airport when things happen, and the training area is just west of here. For everyone that's learning to fly at Lantana Airport, we fly right over the site and go west. And there's no compelling reason to disrupt a special aspect and neighborhood of our county, so I have to vote no.
Okay. All right, I think we're going to need, is there any other, Commissioner Baxter, you're recognized.
I just wanted to say briefly, it doesn't escape me the safety concerns of the airport. When the farmers are showing up saying, we need space, we need some support here in this area, the reason I would like to transmit this is so that we can further the conversation of working together to provide safety and help the farmers in their areas and in their space. And if they're saying they want it in an agricultural reserve, that Ag Reserve, let's help the agriculture of the area continue to be there and less burden on them. That's all I want to say.
All right. I would ask the clerk, I think, let's just get a roll call vote on this. I don't see any other lights. Is there any further discussion? I don't see any. Okay, let's do a roll call on this one.
Commissioner Bernard.
Yes.
Commissioner Kerner. No. Commissioner Marino.
Yes, with the caveat that there's still a lot of work to be done.
Commissioner Woodward.
No.
Commissioner Baxter.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sacks,
No.
Mayor Weiss.
No.
Says, 3 aye, 4 nay.
So this item will not be transmitted. All right, moving on. 4D5, this is the State Road 7 Business Plaza. And I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I think this is our last item,
It is.
hopefully. And I just want to say, I just want to thank staff, I want to thank the public, and I want to thank my colleagues for hanging in there. And we're almost done.
Cookies, too.
Your leadership, anything.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Today.
Yeah, there might be leftover lunch.
There's some
Green
cookies.
set, yeah, there's a lot of cookies.
I think we are ready to begin and welcome the applicant.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Brian Seymour with Gunster. I am the attorney for the applicant. Most of this presentation is going to be Jennifer. I'll only be about an hour, hour and a half. You guys can leave. Mo has to stay the whole time. I actually am going to really shorten up what I've got because a lot of it you have heard, but I want to do a little brief that I actually was in the room in 1997, 98, 99 when all the agricultural reserve stuff was going to go, and I was going to talk about some of that. What I'm really going to talk about is the last about year and a quarter, year and a half. And I'm going to do it very quickly in this way. In that year, year and a half, when the commerce came up, there was one property more than others that were discussed, probably in no small part because I have a big mouth. And it's the property that you're seeing today. And I mention this because as we went through and crafted the rules, which do not say you can request, the law says I can request anything. It was the rules on where this should go. We had multiple workshops, we had initiation, we had transmittal, we had adoption, we had numerous meetings in between. Ms. Amara, who was running that process at the time, sorry, Lisa, had a meeting and we had a number of folks in from Cobra, from the Alliance. I was there, some of the other folks in the Ag Reserve, and we talked about what these rules should look like, what the properties should look like. We have acreages, we have locations, we have access. So we have all of that gets baked in. And by the way, we also have that this is the first piece and that you would not adopt a land use without knowing what the actual development would look like. It has to go, and then it merges up at the end and you'll see the actual development all together. So the theoretical of what could happen, and we've heard about this earlier today, is not really a point because we're not going to 0.45 either, right? And we will work through all that, and we'll talk about that. And we'll talk, by the way, not just about what the commerce could be, but we're going to talk about the businesses that are served by it. We're going to talk about the farmers that are served by it, all in the area. We're going to talk about the homes, and we're going to talk about the future residents. Because remember, at the same time as this happened, you also adopted the essential housing for the Ag Reserve. And so you're going to have more people that are also going to be served in addition to the 27,000 homes that we talked about earlier. All that stuff's going to come back, and we're going to talk about that when we get to the zoning. Because what we're really talking about today is, does this meet the requirements that were set out by this board? And I grant you, Commissioner Baxter, Commissioner Warbird, you were not here for that. And I grant you, as someone said earlier, it was a 4-3. But it is the policy of this county that is built into your comprehensive plan as to where commerce should go. And that's really what we're talking about today, because this is just the land use stage. We're going to continue to work. We have worked, by the way, and Jennifer could talk about some of this with our neighbors, anyone who's willing to talk to us. And if anyone wants to talk, we'll continue to talk. And as we go through the zoning process, as we work with the zoning staff, We'll continue to refine things. We'll continue to work with our neighbors then too. And anyone else who wants to have a discussion, the staff, you all, and anyone else. But for today, what we're asking is to transmit the land use. And the reason for that is because, as Jennifer will show you, it meets every single requirement that this board, this county put in place in its comprehensive plan. And I must admit, I was shocked when I saw the recommendation of denial, given that we talked about this property for well over a year as being a location for commerce that staff recommended approval for without a preserve, even though we are now going to have a preserve to talk about it. And so we want this to be very clear. That's what we're talking about. We will continue to work on design. We'll continue to work with our neighbors for today. And what you're going to see is that this meets the requirements of the plan. That's what Jennifer's going to show you. And we ask you to transmit it. And with that, I will turn it over. And believe it or not, that was the short version to Ms. Morton.
Good evening. Jennifer Morton with J. Morton Planning and Landscape Architecture. I'm here today representing the contract purchaser, BBX Properties. This is the final request today to transmit the newly adopted commerce language. I just have a few points about the subject property. The subject property is a 40-acre parcel located on the east side of State Road 7, the first one on the east side today, approximately 3/4 of a mile north of Atlantic Avenue and a half a mile south of the Solid Waste Authority transfer station. The Mulvihill family has owned the property since the 1990s and have seen many changes occur in the Ag Reserve, as well as to their nursery business. You will hear from them during the public comment. The property is surrounded to the north, east, south, and west by the AGR land use. The proposed commerce land use is compatible with AGR as evidenced by past land use change approvals for industrial. As you look at the uses that surround the site, beginning to the north side, we have Palm Beach County owned land that will remain in ag production. To the east is a landscape services company. To the south, we abut Happy Hollow Lane. And on the south side of Happy Hollow Lane are 2 residences and 2 landscape services businesses. We have committed to working with the residents through the site planning process to address any concerns regarding drainage, lighting, and we'll get into the details of our site plan further through the process. To the west, across from State Road 7, is an FP&L service station, service facility, and the Piro packing facility. You know, I just reviewed the history of the of commerce language with you, but again, this is another application that meets the requirements of several years of working on industrial land use requests in the Ag Reserve. Although staff is recommending denial, the proposed request meets the criteria that was established by the board on August 31st. Okay. We meet the 5 criteria. We are requesting commerce. We have frontage on State Road 7, and our only access will be from State Road 7. We will not have any access on Happy Hollow Road. We submitted a concurrent zoning application, and we submitted that request on October 18th. The subject property is 40 acres within the 3-acre to 50-acre requirement. And there is, at the board adoption hearing, there was a lot of discussion on preservation requirements for commerce. The subject zoning application complies with the preserve requirements for this site. We meet all of the BCC established criteria. Again, when you look at the State Road 7 corridor, you see industrial and commercial businesses, whether it's packing facilities, gas stations, the solid waste transfer station, industrial type uses up and down the corridor. That's consistent with agriculture. The State Road 7 was the mode of transportation for ag. If you go out there today, you'll see tractor trailers pulling plants from one site to the next. The comp plan has criteria for a land use change. First, you have to be consistent with the comp plan. We meet the newly established requirements for the commerce land use request. Second, we are consistent with the Ag Reserve tier policies. We are proposing light industrial uses that will serve the residents of the area, businesses, the hospitals, and schools, all located within the Ag Reserve. Third is compatibility. The Commerce future land use has already been determined to be compatible next to the AGR land use as evidenced by prior approvals. Fourth, overlays, plans, study areas were not within any neighborhood plan or overlay area. And the fifth criteria, staff looks at facilities and service impacts. We meet the public facilities policies to address traffic, water, sewer, environmental resources, the health department. In fact, there are 2 new fire stations proposed to address the response time in the Ag Reserve. We believe the board gave clear direction for commerce. You identified the location, the parcel size, and the preserve requirements. We respectfully request that you transmit this request for the commerce land use designation as we meet the criteria. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for Ms. Morton? Yes, Commissioner Kerner, you recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. And Ms. Morton, and I guess to Mr. Seymour as well, I finally have a chance to support something that you're working on. And I know that I have not been friendly for 6 years, particularly on some of these Ag Reserve issues, but I finally get to say that this is what I intended when I was supportive of this concept. And no disrespect to the professional staff, I've had conversations with Ramsey about the staff report. I too was shocked because I negotiated directly from the board during the initiation of CMR. Once they recommended that there not be preserve, I fought back and negotiated right here. Well, actually, I was down there, right with Mr. Seymour. And I said, I'm sorry to do this, but, you know, there's going to be preserve element to this. And so I was very, very shocked that there was a denial recommendation. However, we often do give so much deference to our planning commission. They saw the value and the efficiency of the use of this land. And when we talk about having CMR, having efficient use of the land is a good thing instead of having it spread out through the entire tier. So I think there's a lot of value in that. It's on the east side of State Road 7, which was important to me. It has direct access to State Road 7. It doesn't, go through Happy Hollow. And I know we'll discuss this more and we'll hear from the residents, but I'm just delighted to be friendly to you guys today.
Thank you,
Mayor.
Commissioner. Commissioner Bernard, you're recognized.
Mr. Mayor, since Commissioner Kerner is in a happy mood,
Somebody's got to be mad.
I think I voted against the Commerce Clause. Not the. I know.
How old are you?
Put lawyers on a board. But I voted against the commerce language, and I had really major concerns regarding what we decided, while we're here. And I know for me, this is an item that when the discussion was taking place in regards to commerce, this was the item that I had envisioned to discuss and to really figure out exactly how to make the commerce language work. And, I know that, the Malva Hills are here. They've been here for so many years, probably 6 years since I've been on this board. And this is something that I know that I wanted to have a discussion regarding. And so I look forward to public hearing and to transmit this item because this is important to Palm Beach County.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. All right. I don't see any other lights at this time. Can we have a staff presentation on this item?
Okay, one more time. Travis Goodson for the Planning Division. And so I'll go through this fairly quickly. But this is the 40-acre site east side of State Road 7, requesting to go to Commerce, future land use. There's a concurrent zoning application in process, requesting a rezoning to the multiple use plan development district in order to develop warehouse and accessory offices. And so when we look at this site, the site is located roughly 3/4 of a mile north of the established industrial and commercial corridor along Atlantic Avenue. And the site's surrounded primarily by, similar to the prior application, agricultural and low-density residential uses with an AGR future land use designation. And you can also see from this slide how how the site is removed from that established corridor on both sides of State Road 7 and Atlantic Avenue. So we'll go into staff's recommendation. And staff's assessment of the request has found the site is eligible to request the commerce designation as it does meet the related policy requirements. And it is providing an on-site preservation parcel as the site exceeds the 16-acre size threshold. That said, however, the site is located in the predominantly agricultural and low-density residential area that's removed from other established industrial and commercial nodes in the tier, notably the area south at the intersection of State Road 7 and Atlantic Avenue. And so the request for commerce to support light industrial development, such as the proposed warehouses, is out of scale and character with the immediate surrounding development pattern. And so it's for that reason that staff is recommending denial of the request. As you just heard, the Planning Commission did recommend approval with conditions but at the Planning Commission meeting by a 7-3 vote. Staff's recommended motion today is to deny. However, should the board move to support the request, staff is recommending a couple of conditions. We have proposed conditions limiting the site to a maximum of 700,000 square feet of warehouse and 63,000 square feet of general office or an equivalent generating trips. And that is in order to ensure compliance with traffic policy 35D. And then the second is the condition you've seen all evening, that the proposed land use amendment and rezoning be heard by this board at the same time.
Yeah, and actually the next two slides our County Engineer David Ricks just wanted to speak to.
Good evening, the Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the board. Just want to bring more of a larger picture in terms of looking at the infrastructure needs for that area, not related to this application, but it's kind of connected to it, but it's not for decision of the board this time, but make you aware that we're bringing back this to the full board for consideration from an infrastructure standpoint, looking at the connectivity, looking at potential future development, where we want to look at potential proposing, addition to our, we call it thoroughfare identification map. It's a map for our right-of-way needs for long-term planning, looking at connecting Happy Hollow from State Road 7 to Lyons Road, then also connecting half-mile Smith-Sunday Road with 158, and that provides more connectivity from an emergency egress standpoint and also from a connectivity standpoint for the residents. Next slide. And then speaking from emergency vehicles, these are statements we got from the fire rescue that they would definitely support in more road connectivity because it improves basically their support in terms of them, getting back to the residents if there is an emergency issue. Also, there's maybe another proposed fire station in that area in the future. So from those variety of methods, we would like the board to consider that at a future date. We'll be bringing more information for the board to formally consider a modification to our traffic comprehensive map for long-term consideration for the board, but not for a decision today, but just make you aware that we'll be bringing this back for the board for consideration. Travis?
Commissioner Kerner, you recognize.
Thank you, and to professional staff, let me just be clear that I deeply respect your work, and you guys do an awesome job. But just help me understand, I don't want to belabor the point, I think we'll just agree to disagree, but for example, there's a parcel just west of the Turnpike on Atlantic that's been before this board. What was the name of that? Morning Star, yeah. Right, and it was just east of Starkey. And I've toured Starkey, and I think a lot of us have, and we've seen the beautiful properties and way of life on Starkey. And in those instances, those proposals that were brought to the board, I just didn't see any way to extract the mayhem and the damage to the culture and way of life on Starkey as it pertained to Morning Star. And so I was constantly against anything that was proposed there because it's so inextricably intertwined. But what is it about the character and nature that your report or opinion is attacking about the siting of this location? And by the way, same issue with the Willis Glider Port, much smaller footprint, but I just didn't see a way to extract the mayhem and damage that would happen to, that old, very important resource in our community. I don't see that here. So.
We recognize, it is on. We recognize that it does front State Road 7, which is a major north-south thoroughfare. But in a similar situation to the prior application, the Boynton Land Commerce application, this is a mid-block separated node that wants to convert to commerce, essentially light industrial development. And it separate, with commercial, there's commercial location criteria in the plan that tries to find, it requires the locations along certain nodes so that these are grouped together. And with commerce, we understand that wasn't necessarily written in the same manner. But this is a 40-acre site that is surrounded by low-density residential and agricultural type uses that would be its own industrial type pocket of development.
All right, I think, and I can appreciate that. I think I just understood for the commerce nodes and the EHR element that we did, that you want some of those things clustered at certain points that have been pre-identified in the master plan. I just didn't see the nexus here, but in any event, I appreciate the clarification.
I would just add one more point to elaborate to what Travis said. I think the other potential concern that we have is non-residential uses in the agricultural reserve tier per the comp plan are to be tier serving and not regional in nature. So we just want a better demonstration that this isn't regional type scale use. That was another layer on top of what Travis spoke to.
Mr. Mayor, if I may?
You certainly may.
Yeah, a couple things. It's not that it's not stated in the same way. It's literally not stated at all, Travis. To be clear, there is no corner requirements. We talked about this for over a year. We talked about this property for over a year. So I take great exception with that. As to the regional nature versus the neighborhood serving, et cetera, as I mentioned, we're going to get into that in the zoning. We're going to get into the details of that. We're going to talk about all the numbers of people. And don't forget that or for those of you who may not know, when we did this during that workshop process, when we went through that, we presented you with a letter from Dr. David Menikoff. The H is silent. He's in the back. I called him Dr. Menikoff again today, and he said, oh, by the way, the H is silent. So for a year, I mispronounced his name. And Dr. Menikoff, who is a PhD professor of logistics at FAU, went through, and he wrote a letter to y'all, well, most of y'all. I can get you another copy, Commissioner Woodward and Commissioner Baxter, talking about the dearth of this use in the area. And the fact that there's only a 4% vacancy rate and there's not in the ag reserve, but that the people coming into the ag reserve are still only at a 4% vacancy rate, and you need a higher vacancy rate for a viable market. And so this is, in fact, going to serve the residents, businesses, the hospitals that are in the ag reserve. So that is the point, and I'm happy to get well more into detail with the zoning, but that was the whole point. That's what we're going to have. It allows for a lot of flexibility within the site. So now, Dr. Menikoff is here. If you want to spend time going through that now, we certainly can. But we did present all of that, and it does, in fact, and will, in fact, serve the agricultural reserve, both as it is and as it's going to be.
Thank you. All right. So we've had, do we have some speakers on this item? We have a few.
Boy, what a time for me to have to start doing the comment cards. Seriously.
Great job.
Thank you. So I think I have about 15 who would like to speak if you're still here. Barbara Roth, Sam Zentron, Heidi Mahaffey, Lorna Wallach. I think Lorna left. Linda Smith.
Good evening, again, Commissioners. Thank you for your time and attention. This is outside of the Cobra, Barbara Roth, representing Cobra. This is to our south. It is not part of Cobra, but as I've stated before, when there is something of like interest, we feel that we need to let you know and the public know how we feel. We are in full support of staff's recommendation of denial on this project for the very good reasons that they have laid out. Again, I understand some of the needs and Mr. Seymour and Commissioner Kerner's presentation, but this is inconsistent development. It's just not good development when we were talking about doing commerce. And again, I must state, Cobra supported the commerce use. And also, this size, 763,000 square feet, it just scares us a little bit, and we do see it as a potential regional draw, not appropriate for the Ag Reserve. So we support staff's recommendation of denial. Thank you.
We're doing the same thing with 3 cards.
I believe Sam.
Sam, you're next. Are you waving off? You're opposed. Okay.
Heidi Mahaffey on behalf of the Sierra Club Loxahatchee Group. We also support staff's recommendation of denial. This is a inconsistent and incompatible use to the surrounding areas, and commerce was specifically allowed to serve the needs of the residents and the farm workers, and also to ensure that it's not an incompatible use. Just because it might meet certain eligibility requirements does not mean that it's appropriate. In the commerce designation itself, it says appropriate locations. Staff has duly noted that the applicant failed to demonstrate whether or not the proposed use will be regional or local. And again, any non-residential uses in the Ag Reserve should be intended to serve the residents and farm workers. There's a question that I don't know if it's been answered as to whether or not this parcel truly has access to State Road 7, or if there's a proposed bridge that would be allowing access, but it would also need a subdivision variance to be able to support the proposed use. So looking at someone coming forward to the commission to ask for a use that's incompatible with the preserves and the agriculture uses surrounding it, and then also in addition asking for a subdivision variance, you need to take careful consideration that this doesn't become the precedent that future applicants look at and say, well, you allowed them to have the variance so it would become eligible. We need to have that same consideration. There is a very big concern about the commercial cap, and I applaud Commissioner Woodward for coming into this with doing your homework and really speaking out for the residents and putting those very pressing questions to the commission and to the staff. So thank you very much for that. As to whether or not this is needed in the agricultural reserve, whether or not it will truly serve the purpose that is intended to allow for those non-residential uses that will encourage agricultural use and serve the residents and the farm workers of the agricultural reserve. Staff has said that the introduction of industrial in this particular area will be out of character with the existing and surrounding land uses. There's concerns about compatibility, creation of industrialized pocket removed from other industrialized commercial nodes in the established tier. I believe that staff and county's intention in creating commerce as a concession to the agricultural reserve to ensure the appropriateness and where it's located. And there's always been this idea of what is appropriate in certain corridors, Atlantic Ave, Boynton Beach Boulevard, State Road 7, but not along the entire corridor. There are these particular nodes to look at those pockets that are already industrial or commercial in use. We respectfully ask that you deny this application, and thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. I believe Lorna left. Joseph O'Donnell, followed by Mark Perry. So whoever gets to the mic first gets to go.
I know, that was a challenge right there.
Sorry, Joe.
I'm out of breath.
Are you okay, Mark?
It was a challenge, but I did beat you.
Indeed.
So my name is Mark Perry, and again, thank you for your time. It's been a long, long day. I represent Bruce and Denise Medner. They live and own at 9862 Happy Hollow, basically one of the properties, one of the residences just immediately south of this project. Initially, my clients were adamantly opposed to this project. Didn't like it at all, but after meeting with the developer on a couple meetings and negotiating some things that were favorable to the property owner, I've been asked to come before you to say that they're in favor of this project. What they have agreed to do is they've provided a buffer on the south side of the property. It gives at least 300 feet between the actual buildings themselves and the resident of my client. Also, they've agreed to take care of a drainage problem that exists going down Happy Hollow, and also to make sure that the lighting itself is not going to be shining out, so it's going to be a nuisance to the family at night. So again, as we've agreed, if they could meet these concerns, which they are doing, that I was directed to come here and speak in favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. O'Donnell.
Hi, for those of you who don't know, my name is Joe O'Donnell. Our family owns Irish Acres, a horse farm in the Ag Reserve that most of you have actually visited. But I'm here today speaking for SARA, Save the Ag Reserve for Agriculture. It's a group of 14 farms and agriculture businesses in the Ag Reserve. First thing I'd like to do is congratulate our two new commissioners, Commissioner Baxter and Commissioner Woodward. But I'd also like to congratulate our new mayor and our new vice mayor. On August 25th, the Board of County Commissioners established zoning rules for the new commerce designation in the Ag Reserve. Included was a prohibition not allowing distribution centers. Yet, here we are with a landowner and developer proposing a 750,000 square foot distribution center. It's a regional distribution facility. Both the landowner and developer participated in the meeting on the 25th and witnessed the commission's vote barring distribution centers. Yet here we are today. The owner and the developer asking to build a distribution center after the commission was clearly against it and voted publicly just 3 months ago. No distribution centers in the Ag Reserve, period. Not some, no. A number of comments included, they just don't belong in the Ag Reserve. But whatever the reason, they're back at the county's feed trough, confident the county will give them what they want. Apparently, new zoning regulations don't matter to them. What's going to be the impact of this distribution center? First is credibility. Approving this would send a clear message to all developers. It's business as usual. The Board of County Commissioners will disregard existing rules and impact upon residents to continue giving developers whatever they want. This is a new commission and has an opportunity to build credibility to the residents and businesses within the Ag Reserve. The impact of traffic. There's over 5,000 trips a day that come with this distribution center on an already inadequate infrastructure. Just imagine adding 5,000 trips, over half of them being semi-trailer trucks. According to Texas A&M, a semi-trailer truck is equal to 120% of cars. So just think of what you're voting to approve on our road system today. That equates to over 6,000 vehicle trips a day you'd be voting yes on. The Traffic Department has given the Board of County Commissioners a developer-friendly traffic analysis. It's not based on reality. It assumes traffic is currently at the maximum allowed by current zoning, 1,200 trips a day. The actual number is closer to 100.
Mr. O'Donnell, we've gone over by 40 seconds.
Okay. This is a really, really bad idea. And one last comment. The representatives of the developer said that this meets all the criteria. I think it's fair to recognize that's not right. Criteria includes low traffic impact. 5,000 plus trips a day is not low traffic impact. Distribution centers are not in the Commerce Plan. This is a distribution center. And it's a regional facility, not local, as measured by the number of semi-trailers a day. And it negatively impacts the surrounding businesses and residents. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Steve Homerich and Paul O'Keehan are next.
Hello, my name is Steve Homerich. I live at 690 Northeast 15th Place in Boynton Beach. Good evening, Commissioners. I should have put more money in my parking meter. I fed it 3 times, but I don't think it's enough. I'm supportive of this project, and I'll tell you why. When I had my property changed to industrial on State Road 7, I had people coming up and saying, gosh, I hope you put in something that I could rent one bay of. As it turned out, the company that bought the frontage on State Road 7 was in Heritage Farms, Top Cut. They moved all that traffic out of State Road 7, or out of Heritage Farms onto my property, so it was a good thing. But there was I'll give you an example, a mechanic that had a small shop back in Heritage Farms. He worked on our power shovels and other little farm equipment, little sprayer motors and stuff like that. And he begged me for a bay that he could just relocate to. He got kicked out of Heritage Farms. I don't know what ended up with him, but this is the sort of property, this project, that could have a small company that just has a bay, that's all they need, and it can support the local community. And I am concerned about the people on Happy Hollow Road, but this will take the tractor trailers off of Happy Hollow Road, which should make them even happier on that road. And a good buffer would take care of that. One other thing is, if you look at Perro Brothers across the street, it's a huge facility with a huge number of tractor trailers. So this is not inconsistent with that area at all. It's away from major residential areas, and it would be a helpful thing to have in that area. Thank you very much.
Ready?
Sure.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name's Paul O'Keehan, Morning Star Nursery. I'm 40 years in the reserve. I built my nursery out there in 1983, shy of 40. Had the privilege of knowing and doing business with Joe Mulvihill Sr. and other legacy growers out there. Humbling experience, to be honest. They made me a better grower, a better nurseryman, just great, great people. I chose to leave the nursery business after 30 years and close it. That was a choice, personal choice that I made. I'm here to support the State Road 7 Business Plaza for approval. The need and demand for commerce space in the reserve is undeniably real. The lack of commerce space has been an ongoing problem for years. I know this to be true because I receive calls regularly inquiring about potential space that I might have in my warehouse, to rent, to lease, whatever the case may be. These inquiries are coming from ag-related businesses, residential, commercial, service businesses that have existing customers in the reserve that need to be serviced. In my opinion, the Mulva Hill Nursery, which is not far from mine, is an ideal site, meets the commerce requirements. Logistically speaking, seems ideal to help mitigate this ongoing problem. I just wanted to make a commentary on my experience in the reserve. I mean, I think when the comp plan was adopted, I think there was this idea that this would be a rather utopian village, if you will. And I think it's met most of its goals, to be really honest with you. Of the 22,000 acres in the reserve, 13,000 have been preserved. I'd say by any metric, that's a success. There's nowhere else in the county like it that's had that kind of success. I don't think you can name one. So we're here today, and for the last few years, talking about the last 2% of the land that remains to be land used for some purpose, 2% approximately. That's what we're left with of the 22,000 acres. I would like to think that the proposals that have been put forward will be considered, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I just make a comment?
Certainly.
You know, today's not the day to talk about Morningstar, and in some ways, I'm sorry that I brought it up, but at the same time, it demonstrates the point that I'm trying to make is that some uses are better than others, and we have to look at that. And in this instance, at this location, I think this is a great use. I think whenever Morningstar, if Morningstar ever comes back to the board and I'm on it, I promise you that I'm going to have an open mind and an open heart, and it needs to be adjudicated on the merits. What I had seen in the past, I did not think would be appropriate. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. Melissa McEwen, followed by Joe Mulvihill and Suzanne Mulvihill. And Jim Knight, you want to talk or not? Okay, and then Jim Knight.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Melissa McEwen, 1270 Southeast 14th Court, Deerfield. I'll try to be short. My son apparently thinks I'm on a flight to Italy with my mom, so I'm usually the one to pick him up from school, so he's like, where is she? My family, Uncle Joey and my mom Suzanne, are co-applicants together with BBX. We're really grateful to be here to present this project on this family site. You know, as we mentioned, it's the result of many years of us working with staff and all of you to find what's appropriate at this location and to work on a solution that's helpful to the community, to the neighbors, to the residents. So thank you for taking the time to meet with us and understand our story and understand the Ag Reserve and how the restrictions have impacted the property owners who have been there for a long time. As mentioned, the Ag Reserve Master Plan was successful in many ways, and it also created a beautiful place to live. And we have a lot of beautiful homes out there, and I feel like we need more services out there to support the community that's there and for the homes, future homes that are already approved to be built. You know, I was just going to mention the you know, we talk about regional pole and farm workers and residents. And I mean, Uncle Joey can tell you, but it's apparent that the farm workers don't actually live in the ag reserve. It's just, I don't know, an interesting topic just to put out there. And, you know, one of the applications before, you know, LTG Sports Turf clearly demonstrated that they have a regional pole and that they serve all of Florida, and that wasn't really a problem. So it's just a little, I don't know, particular that this would be brought up on our application. So anyway, the goal of Commerce is to, as mentioned in the policy quote, the county shall foster employment opportunities in the ag reserve tier by allowing light industrial uses at appropriate locations to provide a balance of land uses for current and new residents of the tier. This is what that does. So thank you for adding the commerce category, and we hope to see your support on this. Thank you.
Showtime. Hi, my name is Joe Mulvihill, also known as Uncle Joe or Uncle Joey. I'm the co-applicant with BBX for this project and the property owner. I'm grateful to work with BBX team who respects my neighbors and built a great plan for my property, and I would like to ask you for your support. I'm always very nervous when I come up here, as most of you know. I was at Commissioner Woodworth's office and told her how nervous I was, and she said, "You're just talking to Marcy," which really made me feel better. So anyway, I've been farming in the ag reserve since the 1970s, my whole life. I've been left out here a long time with my neighbors and my employees, and they're kind of like family. While it was not my intention, us old-timers in the nursery business and farming kind of felt left out of the Ag Reserve Master Plan. I've seen the decline in farming in the Ag Reserve since it was created. I've watched the development after development being built on my friends' farms turns into houses, schools, churches. My original farm turned into a housing development as well. So when I relocated in 1990s, I picked a location along State Road 7. I was approached multiple times to sell my development rights, no matter how difficult it got, between refinancing my house, rebuilding my nursery multiple times because of hurricanes, the decline in the industry. I did whatever it took not to sell my own future out, sell my development rights. I still have my development rights, and I'm grateful that I made it after all these years. I knew one day my land would be becoming something to serve this new community. So I thought the best thing for me and my community was to have a quality company like BBX come up with a development plan which will serve the community and will be compatible with the surrounding area. And this has been achieved with a plan that complies with the commerce category and asks for no variance. So I really do appreciate your time when you met with me. And I thank you, and I hope for your support.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Suzanne Mulvihill, co-applicant 9821 Happy Hollow Road with BBX. And even though I've written up 2 speeches and probably spent hours writing them, I love to talk to you guys directly about what you share and what's been going on all day. So first I'd like to say, Commissioner Bernard, you're correct. 6 years that I've been coming up here and my family's been coming up here. And actually it's been almost 10 years altogether that I began to represent and support the small farmers in the Ag Reserve who were left out of the Ag Reserve Master Plan. That's the reason that we've been coming here since 2013. Because most people you might see once or twice, but when it's over a number of years, it's because there's an issue that hasn't been resolved for a number of property owners, and we happen to be one of them. And today, it's for our own property. So I've stood up here for Mr. Homrich, who in 2013 got his land use changed on the west side of State Road 7 because he bought his property prior to the mass zoning change of 1998. Resolution R98-851 that blanketed all of our lands who owned our properties since the 80s, 90s, 70s, 60s. All our land was blanketed with restrictions. And so who we are the legacy farmers. We're one of them who's remaining, who happens to have a larger piece of property. The smaller ones, 3 acres, 4 acres seem to pass without any real problems. We've been up a number of times as one of the larger parcels, so I reorganized Forced to Farm again in 2020 to help communicate and work with the commission. And I've been thankful to all of you over these 6 years that Commissioner Bernard has shared, and the 4 years prior to that, for all of your support in one by one supporting fairness for us and the betterment of the Ag Reserve for all of us. And we are proud to be working with BBX. When we told them we had no frontage on Happy Hollow, they were, no problem, we will build access for you. When we told them we're going to have a preserve area, when we didn't have to have one, when we went under contract, no problem. In fact, Brian Seymour came up here and negotiated that we would agree. We have 9 acres of preserve that is the size of a football field. That first I thought it was 300 yards, but they said, no, that's 900. It's 300 feet is a football field. And that protects our neighbors, which I know is really important to my brother. And the fact that Mark Perry came up and spoke in favor of Mr. and Mrs. Bednar, who are my brother's neighbors, shows that there's credibility for our buyer in really caring about the community and the neighbors. So the Planning Commission, Commissioner Kerner, when you spoke about the Planning Commission, I listened to that meeting. They voted 7-3 in favor because we met all the requirements. And then when it was asked, why did what were the conditions? We met those as well, under 700,000 square feet, so it passed 7-3. So I kindly ask for your support as well. Thank you.
Good evening. Jim Knight, 740 Havana Drive. Would it be possible just to put a quick aerial up there, the one that showed the transfer station and the property? And I promise it'll be less than a minute. So if you see the transfer station up to the top there where it says UT, that was deemed by staff and approved by this board as being compatible. And that's my only comment. I don't see how this site can't be compatible when a transfer station mid-block up the street is compatible. Thank you for your time, and I hope you support this.
Thank you. The last card is Tim Linkus. I'm sorry? Linda, I called you a long time ago.
Sam said he wasn't, and then I never got called.
Oh.
But I'm still here.
Okay.
And someone else?
Tim Linkus, 8289 West Boynton Beach Boulevard. Grew up in Boynton Beach, been in the Ag Reserve since 1978. I know the Mulva Hills. I was fortunate enough to meet Mulva Hills Senior, wonderful family. Pretty much everything's been said that I wanted to say. I am in support of this. But the one thing I do want to say is that there's only a handful of property owners that are left that have gotten their property before the Ag Reserve. The Mulva Hills obviously are one of them. One thing I think that is going to have to be addressed is, as you know, Joe has come up here several times, said he's tired and all. I mean, there's no one else in the family to take the nursery. It kind of ends there. If that nursery is sold to this company and all, people are going to say, well, they could have farmed vegetables on it or whatever, but you can't farm 40 acres. As far as nurseries, yes, you can do a nursery, but I don't know of anyone that is willing to buy a nursery right now the way things are. I just want to say that being that, how do I put this? Being when someone wants to try to figure out their exit strategy in their business, that's a difficult thing, but it's even more difficult when you're in agriculture. But I hope you all will pass this, transmit it, and I thank you very much, and welcome the new commissioners. I'm sure we'll see you again. Thank you.
Okay, so our last two cards will be Linda Smith and Judy Hill.
Linda Smith, still in Jupiter, Florida. I'm going to skip the discussion about the square footage, and I hope you do discuss a commercial cap. I'm going to skip the whole traffic thing, although I did read it. I'm not sure how you would make any commercial and industrial use specific to agriculture once it's approved. I don't know if that's another workshop. I mean, once you let that genie out of the bag, how does it, how do you keep it regional once you allow them to build it? And I would say that one reason that this area needs services for the residents is because for years, as I've been coming up here also, you've been approving more homes. So more homes, they need more plumbers, they need more landscapers, they need all that. I get that. I do. I really do. As far as farmers, I have a great sympathy for farmers. Some of you probably heard this story before, but for the newcomers, I'm going to tell you about it. My sister and brother-in-law were organic farmers in western Pennsylvania on about 50 acres of land. So I do appreciate some of the issues with farmers, maybe not in South Florida. I know finding workers was a real problem for them, and they actually made a contract with the Pittsburgh Food Bank, and they would send volunteers to pick their organic vegetables. That's how they got around the workforce crunch. And here, I guess we all just write a check, or we serve turkey on Thanksgiving, and we go, we did that. We supported the food bank. So maybe get out there and get some volunteers to pick them. I'm just trying to throw stuff on it's late. I go to a number of different groceries looking for Florida-grown produce and things like that. Obviously, you have to go often toward the organic because of the marketing pressures. I understand all that. I do. But as the staff assessment states, this would result in an inconsistent development pattern along this portion of State Road 7. I believe the applicant has failed to demonstrate that the proposal use is not regional in nature. Other people have talked about that, and I can understand some of their concerns because other projects before them got approved. I probably spoke against those projects too. I don't know what to tell you. So one of the reasons there's not a lot of public speaking out against this project is the general public is usually working or going to school, and during these meetings, what time is it now? Anyway, retired folks is all you get, so here we are. And we could be watching grandchildren volunteering at a number of deserving projects across Palm Beach County. I know I volunteer with Department of Environmental Resources, and if I'm not here, I'm out there doing that. Thank you.
All right, we are done with cards.
Good
Judy
evening.
Hill,
What a
sorry.
long day, right? I'm Judy Hill, and I live at 9718 Happy Hollow Road. I live directly touching the Mobile Hill Nursery. And I have sent a picture. Someone was going to put up a picture for me of this lady right here, I think, where she's looking for it. That's not it. Yes, that's it. This is Joe Mobile Hill's yellow trailer, and I've been looking at this trailer for 20 years out my kitchen window. This is the front entrance to my horse farm on Happy Hollow Road, and that is actually the sand arena in front of my house. The barn would be to the left of that. So, I like Joe Mobile Hill. I've never complained about this yellow trailer, not once. But this is the point. I'm freezing, I'm shivering. I have a horse farm there. It's a small business. I board horses. Horses and industry are not really conducive to one another. For almost 20 years, I have I've looked at this yellow trailer that's been parked on the Mobile Hill southeast corner of their farm, directly across from my front entrance, clearly visible from my kitchen window. I'm shivering. I can't stop shaking. It's so cold. Okay, well, anyway, a tractor trailer is typically 13 and a half to 14 feet high. It's about 50 feet long, and it's about 8 feet wide. That's 400 square feet. They have 40 acres. The proposed project, which is called BBS Logistics Properties, it sounds like a distribution center to me. They're proposing 641,972 square feet of warehouse space, 33,788 square feet of office space, 32-foot high clear interior ceilings, 180 high dock spaces that accommodate tractor trailers, 10 grade level doors, and over 600 parking spaces for office space. So in essence, that would be at least 3 stories of this yellow trailer looking out my kitchen door. Whether the developer puts a berm in there or whatever, you know, it's gonna be 38.6 acres of concrete, lighting, asphalt, noise, traffic, and more. You know, I moved to the Ag Reserve because I thought the Ag Reserve meant preserving agriculture and perpetuity, and that's not exactly what we're doing here. And it's a great concern to me to have this right across the street from my house and my small business. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. All right. Commissioner Bernard, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to transmit this item.
We have a motion by Commissioner Bernard. I have a second by Commissioner Kerner. All right. Any further discussion on this item? I don't see any lights lit. I guess I'll, since I haven't had a chance to make any comments on this, I want to just say something. I think the concern about the distribution center, about the regional nature, to the applicant, that you will, when you come back, that's dealt with, because I think the board was very clear. I think Mr. O'Donnell was 100% accurate when he said, when this was voted on, we voted not to have distribution centers out in the Ag Reserve. So with that, you know, I will look very closely as this comes back, but I will be supporting the transmittal today. But you please don't count on my support going forward unless you can address those items. All right, with that, is there any other comments from anyone else? Don't see any. Oh, Commissioner Woodward, you are recognized.
Sorry, thank you. Just for my own clarification, submitting this for transmittal means we will have much more discussion.
So this will, so this will come back again. We'll have an adoption hearing. It'll come back for both adoption and the zoning. They'll have a concurrent. So at the same time, we'll have a zoning application, which will have a detailed site plan, and as what the uses are going to be that will be allowed, and those, everything can be conditioned at that time.
And the discussion before was not to have distribution centers, right?
Our past discussion was that we did not want to have distribution centers in the Ag Reserve.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. With that, I don't see, I'll ask all those in favor of transmitting? Any opposed? You oppose. So this will move forward on a vote of 6-1 to transmit. And I want to just take well, before we close up, we still have, what's that? I think we have comments, if anybody has any. They haven't had enough to say already today. So, Commissioner Baxter has a comment. Is this a commissioner comment, or is this about the case? Okay, we'll get back to those. Commissioners go last. Staff, we do staff first. Commissioner Woodward, is this a
I need to amend an earlier disclosure.
Oh, absolutely. Please do so.
Oh, yeah. 3B1 under Century Village, I did have email correspondence. So.
Okay, clerk got that. All right. So we will start, let's see, we start with our administrator. Any comments?
Just appreciate the board's hanging in there for 10 hours today. Thank you very much. We had a lot of staff. I want to thank facilities, public affairs, our deputies, and all. This morning was kind of bumpy, working with such a big crowd. So many people jumped in to help. Thank you all very much. And to my assistant, Sherida, helping out with lunch today. Thank you all.
Thank you. And moving down, let's see, do we go to planning and zoning? No?
I'm just going to say ditto to what Patrick said, and welcome to the new commissioners.
There we go, I got a list here. The planning, assistant county attorney?
No comments.
Planning director?
No comments, just to thank the commission staff and the public for spending so much time today, and welcome to the 2 new commissioners.
The zoning director, I think, left? Oh, there you are, sorry. Thought you got out of here. All right, now it's time for commissioners. And since the commissioner on my far right wanted to have a comment, we'll start with you. Commissioner Baxter?
I just wanted to briefly ask, Mayor, without objection, if we could start looking into having 40th Street North become an east-west connector in the acreage. We currently have Persimmon on there, and I'm just looking, I'd like to start direction of possibly having it as an alternative.
Got it.
Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to have commissioner comments. First of all, no one ever congratulates you for winning your reelection, which turned out to be a big win. And so congratulations. You were re-sworn in as a commissioner, and that's a big deal. Second, to my newer colleagues, it's been a breath of fresh air having your perspectives and your knowledge, and I'm excited to serve with each and every one of you. Thank you.
And we will go to Commissioner Marino.
Actually, I have 2 things I want to talk to, give the staff direction to, if it's okay with the rest of the commission. One is I've been contacted by Jonathan's Landing to see if they could possibly, on one of the parcels that they own, do something similar to the farm housing, but they would like to do housing for their staff. They've got a lot of the EB workers that come in from overseas, and if you do the math, they rent like 30 units a month. So the amount of money that they spend to house their staff, they have, I think, a 4 or 5 acre parcel that's on the outer part of the community that they would like to start this discussion on. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, we have probably several other golf courses that might have this same interest. If we could do something like this and incorporate some workforce housing along with it, I think this might be really helpful, especially because it is the service industry, and we are talking a lot about how we don't have support for the service industry. So that would be one. And Lisa, you jumped up to the mic.
Yeah, this is exciting. As a former country club worker, server, seasonal worker from North Carolina to South Florida for a couple years in the 90s, seasonal worker housing for the hospitality industry is a challenge. And if you'd like to initiate with a vote an amendment to the ULDC, we'll work with planning, because they'll have to make a determination on whether or not it's density. But if it's considered dorms or something along the lines of like a groom's quarter, farm worker quarters, where there's a multiplier, we could put it in the ULDC, the land development regulations, without a comp plan amendment. So with direction and a vote, I think we can initiate that and start the dialogue. And if we do need a plan amendment, then we would have, we can maybe address that in the January workshop you're having with density.
That would be fabulous. So what do I need to do now?
Well, do we need to initiate ULDC amendments? If there was a vote, that would be helpful, just to have us come back. If you just had a vote, I guess.
I make a motion that we initiate a ULDC amendment for this particular item.
Seasonal worker housing.
Yes. We have it looks like you have yeah, it's unanimous.
Okay.
Thank you. And my next direction would be, I would like to see us, we have workshops quite often. I would like to see us in the future, in the new year, do a workshop where we actually maybe go to the Vista Center and do a workshop on the process of permitting and licensing for small businesses, the whole process. We don't really know that process. Most of us haven't experienced that process. And I think if we went to Vista, where all the staff is, this way we would have a really good idea. I mean, if I were a small business walking in the door, what is it that I have to do? If I'm the small business and I need to get permits, why do I need those permits? This is just a suggestion, but I'm sure that some of our new commissioners probably would appreciate this, and even some of the old commissioners might need a refresher. So I think this, if there's no one on the dais that's opposed to this, I think they would like to give staff direction to do something like that.
Okay, we're good.
Okay, perfect. And with that, I'm done.
All right. Commissioner Bernard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tomorrow we have the FAC Legislative Conference in St. Petersburg, and I look forward to seeing the commissioners who will attend. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Woodward.
It's okay, it's late. I'll be attending, thank you. I did want to say I look forward to further discussion. Just to clarify, I know we talked about square footage, we talked about a lot of other issues. Part of my concern with this is just making sure that staff, when you're dealing with an applicant, can streamline this process so that we're not having to deal with so much of this up here on a case by case. I know it will still be case by case, but the closer we can get to a resolution before it gets up here, I think all parties would appreciate that. So, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you so much. I think we are off to a great start. I love having new board members. It brings a freshness to our discussions. And I really like what you said, Commissioner Marino, about seasonal workers, because this is also an issue for farm worker housing, so we may be able to bring this all under one umbrella. And I think that it's very good what Commissioner Bernard talked about in having a workshop on commerce. This is not good today. I don't like this complexity of saying that some groups get it and some other groups don't, and having staff deny things and then we approve them. And I'd like to see a little more legalese in how we handle these issues so that we know exactly what goes where. And I know the commerce classification is excellent because it does away with some of the industrial and heavy industrial, but we need to reinforce exactly where we can have it. And I know that we need to take care of the farmers, we need to take care of the equestrians, farmers, ranchers as well. So thank you, everybody, and enjoy the rest of the week. Thank you, staff, especially. A lot of work.
And once again, I want to go ahead and thank our staff for hanging in there with us. I mean, it was amazing to my colleagues. Again, thank you for your indulgence and in cooperation today. It's very much appreciated. I will be presenting the State of the County tomorrow morning at the Convention Center for the Chamber of the Palm Beaches, but I can tell you all right now that our county is in wonderful shape. Yes. Always can be better, but this is the absolute best place to live, work, and play that we call home, Palm Beach County. Beautiful. All right, with that, this meeting is adjourned. Finally.
Good work. Good work. Good work.